Seem like they don't come around. Say they help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause seem like they don't come around. Wanna help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause first off, let me be upfront. Ain't tryna be rude, not trying to stunt. Just one of those times you gotta be blunt. Saying respectfully while passing the blunt. Usually, got no dog in the fight, but I'm sitting on the sidelines, they ain't treating you right. See, I see you in the dark, so I'm shining a light. You say you know the deal, and I'm saying it's shite. See, you give and they take, they don't reciprocate. You never eliminate, just add to your plate. You're testing your fate like you don't give a visit. That ain't a win, that just queen takes the bishop. Like you're on a mission to say, oh, poor me. Like you don't have the faith to say you're worthy. So go digital and grow yourself earthly. Back to basics, yeah, I know you heard me. Seem like they don't come around. Say they help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause seem like they don't come around. Wanna help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause
talk to me like you know me, but you don't. Walk with me, you get lonely. No hope, living life unholy. You can't control me, no living that fully life. Half the time you're fully right, the other part you're living blind. Every time I rhyme I go for mine, drawing lines in the sand. That's how you get ran, disappear from this life. Nobody cares if you ride, I fly past the brash. All that we do, we make it last. Try to tell me what to do, that's not how it works. Here to live life for what it's worth. Observe the courage, disperse this wordage. It takes nerves to do what you do. Truth is there's love too. Truth is there's love too. Love too.
Seem like they don't come around. Say they help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause seem like they don't come around. Wanna help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause
do anything to be the winningest ever, but never seem to get your shit together. Local spin doctor is quite the shyster. Half in the rapper, flirting with disaster. If you're out here feeling like a failure, consequences of your ill behavior. Time to let go of your built up anger, because it isn't doing us any favors. Felt the aftershocks of self-sabotage, preoccupied with phony gravitas. Discouraged, got into a skirmish with liquid courage, just scratching the surface. Lose perspective, grow pretentious, at least according to the group consensus. Just look how you're treating your brothers, swept under the rug, showing your true colors.
Seem like they don't come around. Say they help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause seem like they don't come around. Wanna help but they put you down. Know where you had enough. Maybe they should pack it up, cause
paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Vago. Indifferent if your hater used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Vago. A million memories, a story to go with each. We juggalos and we throw Vago. All the way from Worcester to Gandy Beach. We juggalos and we throw Vago. Don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We juggalos and we throw Vago. We say fuck the world cause we got each other. We juggalos and we throw Vago. Doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. We juggalos and we throw Vago. We throw Fago. We throw Fago, that's just how we do. Stand next to a juggalo, you're gonna get it on you. Your favorite beverage made for family consumption. We fucking hunk 'em like we're smashing a pumpkin. Give me a crate of Fago and a parking lot full of juggalos, and I'll show you the party spot. Pop, pop, it's hella pressure release, and I ain't talking about the carbonation up in this piece. We throw Fago till we're all soaking, hours before the venue doors even open. There go the Fago fairy dropping off cases, stinging the eyes, dripping wet painted faces. Mini gatherings and ICP concerts, I'm a Fago fiend, they created a monster. It's all about the Fago, act like you know. Let me hear you if you're still a fucking juggalo. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Fago, and different if you hate or used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Fago, a million memories, a story to go with each. We juggalos and we throw Fago, all the way from Worcester to Candy Beach. We juggalos and we throw Fago, don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We juggalos and we throw Fago, we say fuck the world cause we got each other. We juggalos and we throw Fago, doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. We juggalos and we throw Fago. We throw Fago. We throw Fago cause that shit's fresh when you catch a 2-liter in the pit with the audience. My family, the one that's standing strong behind me when I'm in the front row at a clown show. Every time, every tour, juggalos coming back for more. There's a reason, there's a line out the fucking door. The most eclectic motley crew you ever saw. All for one and one for all in a fucking brawl. Standing tall, knocked down for a bit, but picked right back up. Ninja mosh pit etiquette. Come and get awestruck, the energy's awesome. Our glasses all half full with no fucking bottoms. We throw Fago cause it tastes great. Juggalo shows are off the chain in the Bay State. Maybe through your eyes you think we're all the same when we're going ape shit under the Fago rain. Spider leg heads all decked out with bandanas. Shake a bottle, crack it open and we go bananas. That's what's up, we don't give a fuck. You want a method to the madness? Shit, you're out of luck. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Fago, and different if you hate or used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Fago, a million memories, a story to go with each. We juggalos and we throw Fago, all the way from Worcester to Candy Beach. We juggalos and we throw Fago, don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We juggalos and we throw Fago, we say fuck the world cause we got each other. We juggalos and we throw Fago, doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. We juggalos and we throw Fago. There ain't a put down or insult or joke, poke fun at that we haven't dealt with or had to combat yet. Juggalo to the bone, out of control. I'm coming home, I'm not alone, and we throw Fago. We throw Fago. We throw Fago. BeastMasteR's back, it's been a long time coming and I'm fucking wound up, so I'ma hit the ground running. Little controversy, breaking up the monotony of typical and predictable music in our society. We're fucking crazy, it's all in the name. Insane clown posse against the grain. Rapping about death and sex and chicken necks at the edge of our seats waiting for what's next. The whole juggalo army, this for juggalos only. Now I pass the axe to my homie. It's our entertainment with something else to it. You say you're down for life, we're gonna prove it. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Living life every day like it's Halloween, and I got juggalo posters from the floor to the ceiling. Each and every tour is a seminal performance. The Carnival's karma is enormous. Hundreds of Fago bottles tossed in the crowd. When we clear out, not a single one to be found. Each one's caught, guzzled and dumped over our nuggets, and we ride in the street all wet and sticky from it. Gotta love it, part of something larger than ourselves, and the reason behind it is the power inside it. They say I'm young, dumb, and full of cum, but juggalos know where I'm coming from, don't you? Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. We got a bad reputation of being illiterate, fanatical, getting a little belligerent. Juggalos cross-face paint is the freshness. I give a fuck what society makes of it, and that's why juggalos are misunderstood. From every city to suburb, every G in the hood. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And you can play the kid the music, but you can't make him think. I'm not the shit because I listen to ICP. I'm the shit cause I'm me, BeastMasteR. You're not the shit just because cause you're a scrub, but you're the shit if you got clown love. What up, son? Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. In our world, it's hard to differentiate between who's real or fake, even behind the paint. And for some, it's a phase and it's sad but true. Fuck it, fair weather fans, I got 2 words for you. Suck it. If you're down, be proud, quit your bitching. Joe and Joey paid their dues in my opinion, but opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one and everybody thinks everybody else's stinks. ICP never jumped the shark, making something out of nothing ain't a walk in the park. So if you lower your hatchet and try to save face, you never understood the carnival in the first place. So fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Land of the brave, on the walls of the cave, look the wraith in the face and don't be afraid. Whether or not you act your age, whether or not you change, maybe you stay the same. Maybe you serve fast food or you're stuck in a cube. You can't escape in the music that you're listening to. You see, ICP's Joker's cards help me, dealing with the hand that God dealt me. We need our wicked shit and our juggalo humor. I know you wish you discovered it sooner. Now we're celebrating life well off in the future, together even if just through the computer. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Fear and death, so now I can let go. Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Fear and death. Proud to be a juggalo. The year of the lotus, the era of the tempest. There's a buzz in the air like the Boston Hempfest. Wicked and growing like the ground under you and me. Spreading like infection in the days of alchemy. Obscure references and blatant giveaways right under our noses, even in the early days. The dark carnival, the mythology, the simplicity, the complexity. The way it all makes so much sense to me, and yet somehow cloaked with suspense. You see, it piques my interest, builds my impulse, pulls the string. Yeah, there's a reason for everything. Evoking within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, so now I can let go. Evoking within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death. Proud to be a judge, dedicated to the butterfly. What's it all about? He just says 17 and can't figure it out. But that was then, this is now. We're still holding it down. All eyes on the underground, some fucking how. Representing family with pride and passion. As if psychopathic, we're World Series champions. The wicked shit, good at pushing our buttons. Constantly cutting edge and keeping it scrubbing. You could be juggalo, OG or newbie. It doesn't really matter if you're down for infinity. You hear me? I say the more the merrier. The more diverse we are, the fucking scarier. Within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, proud to be a juggalo. The overwhelming elation of the live show, the beautiful absurdity of all that Vago. It's the only way to go, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't float your boat, it doesn't matter, any juggalo. And absolutely you can go and be cynical, but the dark carnival keeps me invincible. What is a poser, hound dog, or juffalo? Haters and demon faces, is that the way it goes? Unwanted drama needs a Kool-Aid punch. You can't let a rotten apple or two ruin the bunch. And for the rest of us, my juggalo family, close homies and those who barely know me, wet behind the ears or set in your ways. Those down with the clown before they coined the phrase. Some dwell on the negative and thrive on explicit shit. Others find peace of mind within the depths of it. Maybe you're stuck in the middle, making the best of it. Along for the ride and all the twists and turns in it. We all caught on to the same phenomenon. We throw a lotus up and get our wicked on. Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, proud to be a juggalo. Within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Proud to be a juggalo. Within the path from the get-go. Juggalo, juggalo, juggalo. Proud juggalo.
Hey, guess what? I'm Shaggy Tudo, and I'm the other guy. And we want you to remember where to go for the greatest podcast right on Carnival Spirits. It's a YouTube channel, and you'll get right to it.
Hello, creeps. It's me, John Kassir, the voice of the Crypt Keeper. Sending a shout out to the BeastMaster and the Juggalo family at Spirits of the Dark Carnival. And you can find them dead or alive at Carnival Spirits. They're dying to see you there.
Shout out to Carnival Spirits.
Yo, it's your boy Trey Pound. Shout out to the fucking Carnival Spirits up in this bitch, you know what I'm saying? Trey Pound in this bitch, chop chop.
The gathering was peaceful, although one marcher did engage in some extremely ugly hate speech against the Bureau. But who can blame them?
What up, juggalos? Grab my Fago and we'll get this show on the road.
We got BeastMasteR coming up next.
Honestly, this is crazy because I didn't know BeastMasteR rapped like that. I thought it was dope, man. He kind of creates that immersive world, kind of like storytelling universe. It was dope. That's one of the ones you got to sit back and just absorb the message and shit. It was dope. I loved it.
This is BeastMasteR.
Woo!
Carnival Spirits.
With your own eyes.
Son of a bitch. We got Carnival Spirits.
Carnival Spirits, hey!
Of the grill.
Let's go. Let's get it.
You're watching Carnival Spirits.
Subscribe! Know what I'm saying?
Hey! At the nick of time. If you guys could watch me behind the scenes, you'd see me running from across the room like Anchorman. Hello, welcome to Carnival Spirits. I'm BeastMasteR. This is the BeastMasteR Show. Live Saturday night, episode 49 in full effect. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for fucking with me. And I've got a great show planned for you tonight. I've got serious jump steady vibes. Always have. And if you didn't just catch Midwest United Juggalos live stream, the Wicked Weekly web show, I was just over there chopping it up with them, reminiscing about the gathering of the Juggalos 2002, 20 years ago, in Peoria, Illinois. So Bobby Blaze was, a few of them were in attendance, and those are good times. I mentioned this last week. If you follow me on social media, BeastMasteR, without the vowels, BSTMSTR. I've been posting all these throwbacks from 2002, and it was really cool to chop it up with those guys. Shout out to Team MUJ, and also like big ups to everybody out there going live, putting out content, making videos. Sincerely, my apologies for going live while anyone else is going live, for intruding on time slots or whatever. It is not my intention. All I can tell you this is that anybody who is conflicted between watching me and someone else, go watch them and catch me on the replay. For real, it's not that important. But this is the only time that I have to do my show. And I mean no disrespect. It's just I cannot do my show at another time. And so, but that's why these shows are being recorded on every platform: YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and now also Twitter. So hello, Twitter. You guys on Twitter probably hate it because you've never seen it before, and that's because I don't really fuck with Twitter. But by the power of StreamYards, we are now broadcasting live on Twitter as well. And shout out to everybody in the Facebook group. My Facebook group, BeastMasteR, was here. A lot of you motherfuckers watch from that group, and when you comment, it doesn't show your name. I always find out after the fact, and I love you guys. So let's see, what did I miss up on here? So I've already got today's mystery special guest lined up behind, you know, in the green screen or whatever, the green room. So I'm not going to waste any time. You know, I actually had a bunch of announcements and stuff, but I figure I can just make them throughout the course of the show. So without further ado, I am going to, for the sake of not wasting time, because these shows are damn long enough already, aren't they? And I do not want to waste anybody's time. So we are going to get right to the content. I'm just looking for something right now. You know what? Shout out to everybody watching the show and fucking with me when I clearly don't have it all together yet, and it's a work in progress. So if you enjoy it now, just stick with me the next couple of weeks where I actually get my shit together, and it's going to be a lot of fun moving forward, leading up to the gathering. And I guess I do have to make these fucking announcements. Okay, I do have to make these announcements. So just one more minute. Next week, I'm saying it right now, and you know, I'm excited to do it this way. So we're going to do it this way. Next week, the BeastMasteR show is going to be live on Sunday instead of Saturday, because Sunday is July 17th. So how do y'all feel about that? July 17th episode of the BeastMasteR show, and it's going to be a special one for the sake of the number 17. All right. Mea culpa. My bad, my fault, my fuck up. I wasn't reading the chat, you know, last week, and I got a couple super chats, and I don't even have them to show you, but I believe it was Nobody Man and Spooky Tuesday, each with like $2 super chats, something about Twitch, and something about me looking old. It's because I'm old, brother. And all right, and last week's special announcement was that Carnival Spirits merch shop is now open again. We've moved from like Teespring over to what is it, Store Frontier, storefrontier.com/Carnival Spirits, where you can get all your Carnival Spirits merch. I just made a purchase. We'll see if I get it in time for the gathering. If we do, then I have free stuff to give away at the gathering podcast event this year. But we'll get into that later. Shout out to Lakeland Lunacy. And yeah, that's the future. Okay. That's the future. You know, today I want to live in the present, and I want to reflect on the past. So we're going to look back on the past 4 months that I've been absent on YouTube. And we're going to talk about some things that have happened that I haven't had a chance to talk about. And first and foremost, we're going to talk about my guest, who I'm going to bring on right meow. And I guess the only way that I can show this off is by taking myself off the screen for a hot second and then giving you the big reveal. So without further ado, here we go for real, for real. Hey.
Goddamn.
All right, it works. I can hear you.
Fuck yeah, awesome.
Awesome.
How you
Humble
doing?
Among, ladies and gentlemen. Humble Among in the house.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Everybody just went live at the same time, I think.
That's awesome. Good for us. I mean, everybody's. It's a horse race. I'm not here to take away their viewership, but I am here to stream longer than them So if they play,
thanks to anyone who is tuned in and is watching this shit right now or watching after the fact, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, watch us later. You know what I mean? Because chances are I'm going to ignore your live chats and they aren't. They're going to fucking read them. I'm going to ignore them. You know what I mean? So don't waste your time with me anyways. Like, I'm just saying, if there's a confliction here, like, go watch the live show that's going to pay attention to the live audience, and then watch this show after the fact, because we are kind of going to get zoned into conversation, and that's just kind of how it's going to be. But shout out to the fucking live viewers, because I am known to contradict myself all the time, and now I just want to fucking.
Oh look, now he's putting on the screen. Shouts out to Spooky. I see Spooky's in here. I know Whoop Conda was in here earlier.
I know. Look, last week I didn't even look at the chat once because I was talking to Mitch. Okay, me and
yeah,
show
yo,
Mitch
I watched that.
We were just
I watched that whole show. That shit was fucking dope. Mitch is the shit. Mitch is a big influence on me, honestly. That show was fucking awesome. Shouts out to you for having Mitch on.
Hell yeah, Mitch is awesome. Thank you. And shout out to everybody who was blowing up my DMs, because after that show was over, I wasn't even looking at my DMs, so everyone wanted to talk to Mitch, and I apologize. It's going to be different this time. We're going to have some jump-ons. Last week, I was just so involved in the conversation, I really couldn't even turn away from it. So,
shouts out to Murder Mayhem Mitch, though. That dude's the shit. I really like that dude. He literally, his podcast and like Beneath the Dirt are basically some of my biggest early influences that made me want to do like Juggalo YouTube shit.
That's what's up. Romebone is a homie. And I'm a huge fan of his shit. You know, I kind of, I follow him on Instagram. I know he's all over social media. So people that like fuck with him on Twitter, Facebook, I follow him on Instagram, and he's so quick with it. Like, he posts stuff on, like, he keeps me updated on stuff. And then I have Spotify, you know, Spotify keeps me updated with new music from the artists I follow. So it's a fun game I play. When Ronebone posts new music, I match it up with my Spotify algorithm, and I see where it overlaps, and I see it. He actually introduces me to some stuff I've never heard, and very rarely does anything come out that he misses. He's good about it. So yeah. I recommend following Behind the Dirt for real, because he's got great
Beneath the Dirt.
That's what I said.
Behind.
Bone Roan is my best friend. Like, we go back so far. Like, I mean, we had yearbook after high school and shit. You know what I mean?
Shouts out to Roan, though, for real.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I am a little disheveled today, and I had already fucking been streaming for a little bit with Team MUJ. So
yeah, I was definitely. I had tuned in.
I saw you in the chat.
I tuned in just kind of on a whim, just to check some Juggalo content out. I was actually recording some music, and got fucking drawn into their stream. So I ended up kind of like fucking watching that stream the whole time.
They didn't announce me being on there. It's just me and Bobby Blaze have been chopping it up, and my plan was to have him on this show today to have that conversation, but we just had the conversation on his channel instead, so that's perfect. You guys got to go watch it.
Yeah, that was a good show. Shouts out to Team MUJ as well. I mean, I fuck with all the Juggalo content creators, man.
I know you do. I've seen you everywhere, man. Like, I literally just watched, not literally just, but recently just watched you and Stoney talk to Tom.
Yeah, that was a good stream. I think that stream's getting slept on a little bit, by the way. Gather.network. They'll give Stoney Lowe a fucking subscribe. We interviewed Tom Putnam, the director of United States of Insanity. It was really a fucking good interview. Thank you for checking that out, by the way.
It's a great conversation, and so it's just very awesome. We already had this lined up before I even knew that was happening. So the fact that you just did that right before this episode of mine, I was ecstatic. I was like, yes, I get to talk to him about this. You just did the dopest fucking thing. Like, to talk to the director of that fucking movie. I can't lie. I watched every fucking minute of it to the very end, and I learned a lot. So thank you.
Yeah. My nerdy ass ended up watching the damn commentary to prepare for it. That's how I ended up.
That's the thing. I didn't watch the commentary because, I watched it.
I think he said he thinks I'm the only person who's watched the commentary.
No, you're not the only one who watched it. It's just most juggalos don't aren't YouTubers. Okay, so people watch it and then they fucking have a private conversation. It's not all over the internet until someone puts it on the internet.
If anyone out there is watching this that has also watched the commentary, let us know, because I think I really might be the only human being on this planet who has watched it.
Who still uses DVDs? Everyone else is streaming. And
I mean,
and,
I'm a big physical media proponent. Honestly, that's like a big thing of mine. I'm a big collector. Got a big CD collection in this little room of mine.
Hasn't that always been the incentive?
Big comic book collection.
I mean, to get a CD that comes with a DVD, it has music videos, or this album, comes with this. Like the package has a little bit more than just streaming the songs.
Yeah. I mean, I came up in the CD era. CD is like, CDs are my shit. I still love the format. I still believe in the format too, man.
DVDs.
I don't think you can deny, if you actually have a CD player in your car these days, if you put the CD version of something in and then just simply compare it to what it sounds like over Bluetooth on Spotify, even if you got a strong signal or whatever, that shit's gonna sound way better on CD every fucking time. So just the simple quality reasons I like that shit better.
You know what you remind me of? You remind me of when I was a kid. I would hear adults say, I listen to vinyl.
Yeah.
Vinyl sounds better than what
I'm like that with CDs though.
No, but I'm saying they were talking about our cassette tapes, and they were right.
Right.
They weren't wrong. We were all bumping cassette tapes and boom boxes and fucking, Walkmans, and all the old timers were like, yo, vinyl is the only way I listen to music. And and so it does remind me of that, because if you want to get a good crisp sound, you probably want to listen to a CD, and then people are like, what's a CD? Like,
I will be honest though, I do listen a lot on Spotify just because the convenience factor. I got the Bluetooth headphones already on and shit, so like it is easy. I understand why the shit is, but I do buy this physical. Like, shouts out to Dot Strife. I was actually listening to his album in my fucking car today, so I do actually bump physical media.
I would like to. It's just, you mentioned cars and CD drives. Like my car doesn't have a CD drive anymore, so it's like they're pushing me to digital media.
Yeah, they're getting rid of it.
Compatible, and it's like, I guess that's why I really fuck with Spotify right now. It's because my car only allows me to Bluetooth Spotify. It's a bummer, because my CD collection is awesome, and I really put it to good use before I didn't have a CD player.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. The commentary on United States of Insanity, I haven't heard it yet. So all your questions about it.
Not all of them, but a big chunk of them, honestly. I did a lot of research just because I knew there was fresh stories that were in there.
I know, but I'm saying that all the questions that you had about the commentary with Tom Putnam were awesome. Like, every time you brought it up, I was like, oh, great. Because, we don't know what we don't know until we don't know it. Like, I didn't know that there was a song, an unreleased song, you know what I mean? Like, in that fucking thing. Like a song
by the way, so I'm fascinated by I'm an artist myself. I make music myself, so I'm fascinated by the Insane Clown Posse's creative process. I don't know if you saw the Twitch stream where they did the shit where they made the songs recently. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I just like to paint the picture. You know what I mean? Because I have, but I know like someone in the audience hasn't. So what I mean?
So on that Twitch stream, that was one of the first times I got to see their creative process.
You're talking about the slip disc, right? You're talking about slip disc?
Slip disc, exactly. Yeah. So in United States of Insanity, I noticed in a part of it, you could see Jay is working behind a computer. And you can see Pro Tools is up and he's doing something. And it just made me think, I'm like, oh shit, were you guys? And this isn't talked about in the commentary. I just had that thought watching the movie a second time, like, oh man, with like thinking about the whole I slipped a disc thing and that stream. Fuck, I wonder if they did film some behind the scenes stuff. Asking that question, he talked about that song for the first time. He doesn't even talk about that song in the commentary. That was like an exclusive nugget that I just fucking dug on out of his ass.
Exactly. So that's what I love about that stream, is you guys kind of highlighted a bunch of things that I wouldn't have even thought about, because I purchased the movie. I own the DVD, but I haven't watched the DVD. I've also purchased it digitally. So there's a
Did you see it in the theater?
I saw it in the theater, and then I bought it on digital. So
did you get so in your version of the theater experience, did you get the concert footage at the end and all that shit?
Oh yeah.
Okay, fucking awesome. Because I didn't know if they're like doing different things in different regions. It is a Fathom Events thing, so I assumed it was the same thing. But
yeah, that's what made it incredible. Like to see that on the big screen.
Yeah.
Tommy and I went, and and also like movies. Going to the movies is like a thing of the past. It's like in the old days. Like I think besides United States of Insanity, the last movie I saw in the theater was Tenet. And that was just because I was like, all right, look, if we're all going to die, I at least need to see the latest Christopher Nolan film in the theater first.
I'm a big, I love seeing movies in the theater still though, man. I'll be honest with you. I saw Jackass 4 at the Draft House, Alamo Draft House. That was such a fucking dope experience, man. And what was it? The Batman. I think the Batman's probably the last thing I saw in a theater.
Incredible. Like we probably have a lot to talk about. I can see your Batman tattoo on your wrist.
Oh yeah.
I got one on my arm here.
I got a Joker tattoo
I was
as
showing
well.
This tattoo off 20 years ago.
Oh fuck yeah.
I met a chick in a Catwoman outfit, and I'm obsessed with Batman. So and I know this, but I'd like to talk about Humble Among and your show and your brand and just like give us a reintroduction so everybody knows what you're all about. But I noticed when I was looking at your Facebook and looking at your pictures that you posted, on your public profile, Humble Among.
Yeah.
In the early days, like the first shit you were sharing was iconic imagery from Batman comics I love, and the Joker, and so I see a correlation with the green hair and a lot of your Humble Among artwork that you were doing. I assume that's your artwork or fan art.
Well, it's from my brain, but it's collaborations with various people, various graphic designers and artists that I know. But it's stuff out of my brain. I don't have like the technical wherewithal to do all of this Adobe Photoshop stuff, but I do have friends who are creative that I can throw a few dollars and they will make some creative things come to life for me.
Yeah, well, you've got yourself a little brand going on because the alien, imagery. Obviously, the name. I want to ask you where that all comes from because I'm out of the loop, and so please, give us a crash course on Humble Among and what you're all about.
Oh man, so the name Humble Among comes from I'll be frank, a mushroom trip that I had years ago, where several phrases, were just like after the trip, you're coming down and there was like, there's a point where I was like, give me a notebook, and I just wanted to start writing some thoughts down. And there was like several phrases that like came out of that experience that day. And one of them was humble among kings. This phrase, humble among kings, was a strong phrase. I don't know. I didn't know what it meant. Like, coming down out of the mushroom experience, it was like, I knew what it meant in the experience, but then like looking back at the paper, you're like, you vaguely remember it. I don't know if you've ever done psychedelics like that, BeastMaster, but I'm being very honest about my past with some of my drug use and shit. But
no, that's cool.
But that is honestly where it does come from, the name. So long story short, with the Kings, though, that was a name. So I initially started rapping under the name Pug way back in the day on horrorcore.com. I don't know if you ever frequented the horrorcore.com forums back in the day.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with them. Yep.
That was honestly a big place where I discovered horrorcore and the wicked shit and underground, more deep underground shit beneath ICP, beneath the dirt, if you will. And
you mean under the dirt? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you mean behind the dirt? But like stuff like KGP, stuff like Isham. Like I knew who Isham was, but I hadn't heard much of Isham. Honestly, Twisted, the first ways I heard Twisted was like horrorcore.com shit and like not Fago Lovers, Real Juggalos, I think it was called back in the day. Okay. That website.
Well, then let me ask you this: what was your introduction to ICP, and how did you?
Let's keep going backwards. We're just going back in time. We're like we're like that movie Memento, where it starts at the end.
Right, Benjamin Button.
so ICP was, I believe that I've done a lot of thinking about this. I think the first time I saw the clowns is either Howard Stern or when MTV did that news thing about the whole Great Malenko thing. Because I saw them both, but I don't know the timeline. I think it must have been the MTV thing I saw first. And that was my first introduction visually to what the Insane Clown Posse was. And as a kid, I was like, what the fuck is this?
They definitely just made the national headlines with Malenko. I remember at the time feeling that they were like the best kept secret, you know, because before Malenko exploded, you know, we were my friend and I were listening to the shit. You know, it's not like nobody knew who they were. Like we would go party in the woods, you know, like at a spot where people would go fishing and have camp bonfires and shit. And and I'm talking about like 1997, 1998. Okay, so
had to be the same. Yeah, that's the same era, obviously.
Before Malenko dropped, okay, but close. You know, like real close. We bump into ninjas that had a Ringmaster decal on the back of their Jeep, and this, so there were other juggalos around. It's just very scarce, you know. So as soon as a juggalo identified a juggalo, there was an instant bond connection. Like, oh shit, you listen to ICP, you know what I mean? Like juggalos were drawn to each other, and I would say that that's the reason they became a family era to begin with, because juggalos connected on a level so quickly, and you know what I mean, and bonded.
Yeah.
So it just kind of came to a critical mass where and ultimately there was going to be a massive movement of motherfuckers.
Yeah.
but Malenko pushed it to that level by giving them national headlines, and you know, having Kurt Loder actually fucking spell it out. Disney's yanking, you know, Hollywood and fucking controversy, and you know, and meanwhile ICP is just full throttle, you know, doing tours, throwing Fago, you know, dropping Joker's cards, hosting gatherings, putting out comic books, building a roster, super groups, alter egos. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's just been the wildest ride, right? I mean, and ultimately all these juggalos that are down for life, we all have different starting points, and it all ends the same way. You know what I mean? Down with the clown till I'm dead in the ground. It's a cliche, but it's fucking true.
But really, so that was visually though where I saw them, is that Kurt Loder, I guess it was Kurt Loder news segment. But I just visually was intrigued. I see them on Howard Stern not that long after. And then I think WWF was fucking with them. And I was definitely watching Raw, and I must have seen them there too. But that's just visually, you know what I mean? Because they're not really playing a lot of music.
So you're not even talking about hearing the music. You're saying you were.
When I hear the music, though, that's a different story. So when I hear the music, I'm hanging out in my friend's sister's room, and she's like playing music, and I thought she was playing Cypress Hill. I'll be straight up. It was Great Malenko. I thought it was Cypress Hill. I think the first song was it must have been Boogie Woogie Woo. I think it was Boogie Woogie Woo into What is a Juggalo into House of Horrors, right? I think is the 3-piece.
You know what song reminds me of Cypress Hill? You know, is Hocus Pocus, and the remix version, the European, the music video version of Hocus Pocus Joker's Ride, and it's got that high whistle that sounds like a Cypress Hill song to me.
Facts. I definitely, and you know, I think even Chicken Hunting has a little bit of a Cypress Hill vibe to it.
Bam, bam. Yeah, absolutely. Bam, bam.
Just trying to look at the Great Malenko.
It's those remixes, you know, because I guess ICP.
So it must have been What is a Juggalo. I must have heard What is a Juggalo first. Looking at the track list, that must have been the first song I heard. Followed by House of Horrors, followed by Boogie Woogie Woo, followed by the Ned and Game. It was that 4-piece of songs that I heard hanging out in my friend's sister's room.
When my best friend saw ICP for the first time, heard them for the first time, it was on MTV. It was the music video for Chicken Hunting. And because it was caught midway through the video, he was like, who are these guys? And he listened, he looked, and he guessed that it was Biohazard because he was like, all right, I see dreadlocks, like they're painted up, but it's like, you know, metal, like, you know, so Biohazard is a good guess, but no, it was ICP with the Slaughterhouse Chicken Hunting, you know, remix. It was all over from there because he bought the maxi single CD, which on the backside had "Didn't Mean to Kill Him, Baby," and by just those
which
songs,
I love that song. I love "Didn't Mean to Kill Him." "Didn't Mean to Kill Him's" fucking hard. It's so funny. It's great storytelling.
That's what I'm saying. That
Sorry,
song
I had to give that song props real quick.
That song is like an origin story because if that song was the reason he went and bought Carnival of Carnage, Ringmaster, and because he bought all that music, you know, Easter Sunday we get together and he's like, TJ, I got to play you something. He puts on, you know, Riddle Box. He plays me a little something something. I laugh my ass off. And then he goes to the beginning. He plays me the first 5 songs of Riddle Box, and that was my introduction to the music. I mean, I was sold immediately.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely, as soon as I heard it, I guess What is a Juggalo is just so fucking funny. You know what I mean? And like, it's cartoony in a way. And then, you know, I get to hear some of the horror themes, which horror, I've always been a fucking huge horror fan. Let's go even further back. Let's talk about my history with clowns. When I was a kid, there was a movie called It that was shown on television when I was like 4 or 5 years old.
I think I remember
the opening scene of It is a clown. If you guys have never seen it, you guys have probably seen the remake. I'm an old head, so I've seen this old Tim Curry version.
Look, the Tim Curry version is like
the same thing, though.
I think people know. I think people know. People know Tim
Little
Curry.
Georgie, the whole stuff with Little Georgie and the boat going into the sewer drain. That shit frightened me so bad. And so I'm a little kid, and on my wall I have this portrait of a clown that hangs on my wall. Little kid, you know, room decoration shit.
Yeah.
Every night as I go to sleep, it's like over my bed. Every night as I go to sleep, this thing's like staring down at me.
And I'm like judging you,
freaking me out, scaring me in the middle of I can't sleep. It scares the shit out of me. I end up having to like go to my parents and be like, can we take the clown down? And I think I broke my mom's heart a little bit because I think she like really liked I thought it's a really nice portrait. It's I still have it weirdly enough too.
That's awesome. As a kid, you were like down with the
clowns. Something
you
with
were like,
clowns. They scared me. They scared me straight up. They scared me. And then I had a thing I think I was afraid of clowns for a little bit. But like, so that's like part of my story, I think, with ICP is me being intrigued by these dark, evil, wicked clowns that and almost like facing my fear with that a little bit.
Oh, I can relate with that. And I think that my gotcha moment was a movie from my childhood called The Brave Little Toaster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So elaborate, please. I'm so fucking curious.
Because The Brave Little Toaster was dope. It was one of my favorite. It was one of my favorite movies.
Awesome movie.
I watched it a million times.
Same.
I mean, there's a lot of movies I watched a million times, and my audience knows that. And I say it all the time. Like, I watch a lot of movies, and I watch my favorite movies a lot of times. But back in the day, my favorite movies were like The Brave Little Toaster and American Tail. You know, certain cartoons. The Secret of Nim was another favorite of mine. Anyways, Brave Little Toaster has a fucking fever dream scene in it where all these clowns are like dropping him in the fucking bathtub, and it's fucking horrifying.
Oh, yeah.
So check it out. It wouldn't have triggered me if not had been the fact that I watched it like with a high fever. Like, you know what I mean? I was homesick, eating chicken noodles.
So you had a fever dream.
Yeah, I had a fever, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it became my fever dream.
Interesting.
Like, so I remember having, that's like the first nightmare I remember having was that, like, I was in it, you know, in the clowns or whatever. And I do vividly remember having that nightmare. I remember drawing it. I have the images I drew, right? Because I keep all the artwork I did as a kid. Which is a whole nother seminar. Like my art and stuff, my comics, that's a work in progress. That's actually in the future. I'm going to be dropping things. That's my lifelong dream, is to be a comic strip artist. You know, I've been doing it my whole life. But yeah, so
keep pursuing it, man. Don't ever give up. Like Shaggy Two Dope always says on this podcast shit and stuff.
Yeah,
whenever he's encouraging people, the people who are successful are the ones that never give up.
Well, that's exactly how I
real
feel.
shit.
And shout out to Shaggy and the Creep for real, because I've been watching their shit too. This new season has been awesome. It really has been. And so I'm off on a tangent. Like I'm so glad to have you on the show today to fill the
Thanks
air.
for having me, by the way.
Story, you know what I mean? It gives me time to breathe and listen. But if I can share just a little bit, like the Brave Little Toaster, you know.
Yes.
If you've seen that movie, guys, I'm just saying, like, there are certain movies that, you know, I really could watch over and over again. You know, today there are different movies. Okay, I watch different movies over and over again. Not the Brave Little Toaster anymore, but as a kid, I couldn't get enough.
What are you watching? What are you watching over and over again right now?
Okay, right now I'm watching The Northman over and over.
Okay.
The Northman is the newest, and I forget his name already, but he made The Witch and he made The Lighthouse.
Oh, fuck, dude. I'm sleeping on that movie hard. Okay. I'm a huge fan of The Witch and Lighthouse.
Like,
yeah,
I didn't even know that that's what he was doing. Like, maybe it came out of nowhere, and it's
all right,
like
I'm going to sound like an old head. Is that on DVD or Blu-ray yet? Do you know?
I purchased it digitally, so it's got to be available.
Okay, facts.
For DVD. Yeah.
Damn it! I knew I should have gone to Bull Moose today. I fucked up.
Sometimes my digital purchases come with bonus features, and I watch the shit out of those featurettes, and like I live for that, and that's why I love that you watch the commentary and ask Tom all these questions about the commentary. That is exactly what I would have done. Yeah. Straight up. Like, okay, there's one more thing you said. I'm like scatterbrained, but there's another thing you said that I gotta argue with is just for shits and giggles, because you said it like 3 times, and every time you said it, I was like, okay.
Wait. What is it?
What you said 3 times was, I'm the only one on YouTube who cares about this, talking about like Danny Brown.
Am I? I mean, I thought I was. I seemingly was the only one who posted a video about it.
No, I know. I just as a viewer,
I'm literally the one. I don't know if you know this. I'm literally the one who sent the email, who got him to apologize on his show. I don't know if you realize that.
I've watched your show this month, so I know, and that's why I was chuckling to myself, because, you know, I just got back to doing my show. I've been absent for 4 months, and I haven't even had a chance to talk about anything that's happened. And when that happened, I was tipped off about it. And I actually had the clip of Danny Brown talking about The Gathering and Violent J, and I had it all primed up and ready to post.
That's a whole nother story. I got hit with a copy.
I know, man. I watch your shit. I know your whole story.
It's so complicated.
And I'm just trying to tell you that.
Anyway, sorry.
I'm just trying to say, like, I shared that clip of Danny Brown talking on that show on Instagram, and I just didn't tag the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, they probably would have taken mine down too if I had tagged them. I just didn't tag them because
I didn't tag them either, though. That's the thing.
But yours got reposted by blogs and other websites and went to fucking viral status. So yours got mad views, bro. Mine just went to
and that's the funny thing, BeastMaster. That's the funny thing. So that podcast, we were talking about 2 Bears, 1 Cave.
Yeah.
I forget which specific episode. That podcast comes out. I listened to it a full 2 days later. I'm just going to summarize to people who are watching this that might not know what the fuck we're talking about.
Can I just say first?
Yeah.
First, like I just shared the clip about The Gathering. You know what I mean? But I saw.
But I've been following this for a year, man. Like that's the thing. I'm a fucking Danny Brown fan. Like, honestly, he's a.
I know you are. I know. I'm gonna give you the floor. I'm just trying to say that, like I'm a fan of Danny Brown, but not like you. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I know a lot of juggalos don't fuck with Danny Brown and will never fuck with Danny Brown ever again. I had someone on Twitter like kind of busting my balls about being a fan of Danny Brown. I'm like, dude, if you don't like Danny, like just drop it. I don't care. But anyway, so 2 Bears, 1 Cave comes out. I've been following this Gathering Danny Brown thing for a fucking year. I met Danny at the Gathering last year, talked to him personally. He was really fucking cool. He drove around the whole Gathering grounds fucking with juggalos. That's part of the problem. He got given something that made him relapse on Adderall. He straight up said that shit. Anyway,
listen. Yeah, I want to let people know that your Gathering documentary has that footage. I watched it, so people can go and see your conversation with him and his commentary on I forget what was happening on stage in the background.
Which is so fucking funny, by the way. That's a whole other thing because of that was caught on another live stream. That's not my footage, by the way. That's a live streamer that was following.
Yeah, because you were in that footage,
and I just happened to show up. I just happened to show up. I didn't even know I was on a live stream.
Yeah, but that was on
I
your
happened
video.
to watch it and find myself like on some. Are you fucking shitting me?
Oh,
like,
so
I'm
actually
right there.
So you took the footage that was shot of you and put it in your movie?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's what's up.
That's Estevan's or something. That was his live stream. And so I was just happened to scroll through it and I found myself like, my wig was just fucking blown back because I'm like, holy shit, there's my weirdo ass just walking right up. Anyway, so I've been following this story. He talks about it briefly on Two Bears, One Cave. I took that clip, but then later on, Diane Word is brought up in this whole sexual assault thing with Danny getting kind of a lap dance or whatever from the dude from Diane Word, Ninja from Diane Word, who has a bunch of sexual assault cases or allegations, I should say, against him already. I noticed he tells that story and I Google searched the shit. No one's talking about it. Yeah. And this podcast has been out for 2 days, 2 whole fucking days. So all I did was take that clip too. Look, I shared that. It blew up overnight. It literally blew up overnight, BeastMaster.
Yeah, I know.
30,000 views. 30,000 views on that fucking clip. It broke on Complex. It broke on Hip Hop DX. They a day later realized, oh shit, this is a viral clip. They upload their own version of the clip and then copyright strike my Gathering video. Not the Diane Word one, the Gathering one, which makes no sense to me. So I'm now forced to try to play good boy on YouTube and not get another copyright strike because I don't want to be handcuffed on YouTube. And I'll be honest, I'm naive. I took that shit. I am in the wrong. I just shared a whole fucking clip. But to me, it was relevant to shit that I was doing because I was at least the only juggalo YouTuber who fucking gave a shit about this.
So listen. I mean, there's so many different ways I want to respond to what you're telling me. You know what I mean? Like, part of me is I just want to completely sympathize. And, it sucks when you get a video taken down by the person that you're talking about. And it's happened to Carnival Spirits before. Like, we've been doing this for 10 years. So it's not our first rodeo if we get a video taken down and we know what precautions to take to avoid it. And I'll tell you this.
Well, I just got to be a good boy. I just got to play by the rules better is the end of because I'm still learning this shit, honestly. Right. I'm still very new to
so what did you learn though? What I think you learned or what you should have learned is that
follow the copyright rules, fair use.
No, let me fucking tell you what you should have learned. The more attention you get, the more problems you're going to get. If it's 330,000 views, you are going to get more fucking attention, and some of it will be negative, and it could be in the form of the person whose video content you took. I don't know. Yeah. I wouldn't be. The thing is don't be mad about it because
I'm not mad about it. I'm just I know that the optics just look a little weird to me. That's my only point.
What does that mean?
That's my only point.
What does that mean? What do you mean the optics? What does that mean?
So, but I will clarify. So why would they strike the Gathering one and not the Diane Word one?
Oh, I know it. Okay. I think you're overanalyzing.
That's the one that went viral.
Honestly. No, I just think you're overanalyzing it because
and maybe I am. I say that in my video that I'm probably being
because dude, stupid shit happens all the time. Like people do take the wrong video down. You know what I mean? Like they could have been like, let's go to this guy's page, and the first one they saw was that, and they just, you know what I mean? Or maybe they requested to get both of them taken down, and only one did because YouTube is on fuck shit and doesn't know it's up from down. Like you don't know how. But either way, they probably saw the potential of the clip and were like, oh damn, he's taking all
100%. 100%. They saw that I broke it and that they were linking to my clip.
No,
that's 100% what happened.
But they broke it. That's what they.
No, I broke it because I shared the clip.
I know, bro. I'm playing devil's advocate because I don't have a horse in the race, and I'm just saying. I bet they were like, well, shit, that was on our podcast. We broke that news. He's getting views for his clip. Let's put our clip out there, get our views. Let's put it. As a business, I think that they're just, you know, trying to reel back some of their revenue, and you know, so you're going head to head with another podcaster, man. Like, watch yourself.
Not really. I'm not really going head to. They don't even know me. I'm a fucking little juggalo. That's my point. At the end of the day, why is a podcast studio built off of other people's clips fucking with a little juggalo YouTuber for using some of their content?
Because
at the end of the day, that's my entire point.
Yeah, well, my point is that when your video goes viral, you're no longer a little YouTube channel, bro. If you got 30,000 views on it, like, welcome to the big time. You know, you just got all the spotlight on that, and that's why it got taken down. If you didn't get that spotlight, that attention, if it didn't go viral, they wouldn't have even bothered. Kind of like my post.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand that, but my point is just why it's just ironic. And you know, I did, and like you were saying, I did learn something from it. I had to take YouTube's copyright school, which I passed 100%. Thank you very much. And I will be using fair use on my videos. If you see my newer content, I'm trying to be pretty fucking careful with cutting my shit up and interjecting.
There's ways to get around it, man. I watch videos. Where where talking heads promote like current events not in the juggalo world, and I see how they do it. You know, I try to take pointers from outside of the juggalo realm to make my shit a little better. Like, one of the things I try to do is I try not to play other people's stuff, because it has gotten
that's what I have to stop doing.
Dude, it's gotten us into trouble many times, man. And like, especially people that try to like take other people's content and use it against them, or, you know, and so you don't know the conversation they're having behind closed doors, and they don't know your mind frame, and you know, so just don't worry about it, man.
And you know what, BeastMaster, at the end of the day, I'm really not that fucking worried about it. It's just weird to me, because I don't know, getting a little bit deeper into it, to me, it does reek of a little bit of like they just didn't know. And by the way, I can keep going.
Calm down. We got a lot to talk about,
because I'm just going to do my whole promo again that I already did on a video.
Look, I want to talk about lots of stuff, man.
By the way, do you mind if I smoke? Do you mind if I smoke on stream, BeastMaster?
No, I'll smoke with you, bro.
Fuck yeah, awesome. Oh, okay, hell yeah, I didn't know you were a burner.
Look,
I'm gonna pass the blunt to the chat right now. There you go, guys.
Something you got to know about me, man, is that I have an attitude problem. Like, I have a temper, a short fuse. Like, and I really don't like getting riled up. The only thing that riles me up is like ICP, because I'm like it's my high interest area. You know, it's like I'm autistic, and it's my world. And anyone that you know, anyone that fucks with ICP immediately just, you know, gets a piece of my mind. Usually I try to bite my tongue. And
that's kind of how I feel about this a little bit, way. You know what I mean? A little protective over the culture.
Look, what I'm trying to say is calm the fuck down about it, because
I am pretty calm. I'm being a little bit animated.
You're getting me all riled up, and it's not even fucking important to me, you know, like, like, just chill out about it, because
I made one video about it. I'll make a second video if they ever respond to my email. That's the end of the story as far as I'm concerned.
Right. And this shit's gonna happen again, because you should continue.
Don't say that. No.
Hey, you live and learn, though. What I mean is, you're gonna butt heads with other people if you talk about their content. That's what I mean. You could. It's just natural that there. You know.
I guess I'll have to deal with that if it comes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, it all matters what your intention is. You know, it's a little touchy, because you're talking about allegations, and you know, it's like cancel culture, bro.
I didn't talk about anything. All I did was share a clip.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that's what the conversation is. So your content got taken down because they want to fucking get their clout for their you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So they're mad at you, and you're getting defensive, but you admit you're in the wrong, so you got to just move on from it. You know what I mean? Like,
I have moved on.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about it on here because we brought it up, but
yeah, no doubt
we can keep going on it, but let's keep.
I just love this.
We got a lot we can talk about.
I love the content, you know.
I
just don't like seeing you upset. You know what I mean? Because you did a good job. Shit happens. They flagged your shit, but you know, you did a good job composing yourself. Like, I enjoy the fact that Danny Brown read your letter on his show. So watching that go down and hearing his, apology was fucking dope. And you prompted that to happen. And, so that's dope. You know what I mean? That's like the silver lining of all this is
Because
you got closure. You got closure on that situation for everybody.
I can't stress enough, BeastMaster, how fucking heartbroken I was when he did what he did.
Yeah.
If anyone in this fucking Juggalo community was heartbroken, I mean, Danny was one of the artists that I was looking forward to the most at the gathering last year. And when he did what he did, it's like, oh my God, it was such a disappointment. And with the announcement that already Violent J had made earlier in the day, like it was, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm the first one to admit I've made this incredibly personal because it was personal to me. It was a very fucking personal moment because I don't know. I can't explain it more than that.
Well, I know other people that fuck with Danny Brown like that. I'm not one of them, but I do enjoy me some Danny Brown. Like he's
and once
great.
Again, I say this a lot. It's a subjective art form, ladies and gents out there in the community. If you don't fuck with Danny, you don't fuck with Danny. I don't really have any weight if you don't fuck with Danny.
I make it sound like I don't fuck with Danny Brown.
No, not you. I'm talking about people who are like the dude on my Twitter. You know what I mean? I'm not talking to you. You know what I mean?
I think you don't pay attention to the trolls, man. They're going to tell you what they want you to hear, which is the contrarians. You know what I mean?
That's my problem. I can't help it.
All right. Well, guess what?
I got to get off my phone.
We got to get off the trolls. Like I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to the guy that is building a little I don't know, you have some sort of like an info channel. You're covering underground shit. You got a love for comic books. You've got the alien aesthetic, and you rap, and so again, all I'm saying is like don't let it fucking get
don't worry, I'll be fine. This is just it's content for me, honestly. I obviously turned it into content because I knew it was interesting.
No doubt. And I'm here to put your platform on blast so people come check out your content. I personally am not interested in the arguing aspect of the content, but you put out good content. You know what I mean? And that's why I got you here today, because some of my audience is also your audience and you were recommended to me. And so once I started paying attention, I was like, this dude's gathering. Hell yeah, I want to meet him. I need to talk to him. I don't really care about the ops though. You know what I mean? So let's talk about some of the shit you do. Like promote yourself. Don't worry about your fucking naysayers. You know what I mean?
Well, you asked about it, so I ended up talking about it. I'm sorry if I got a little heated.
No, you just passionate. I asked about it because you said you were the only one who cared about it on YouTube. All I'm saying is that I talk about it in due time, and I care, and I actually shared the clip on Instagram, and I just said, we love you. We still love you, Danny Brown. You know what I mean? Because
hell yeah.
That was the
well, that's good. That's good, man. I'm glad you did share that clip because I do want, because I thought it was so, anyway, we're going to
I shared, dude, calm down.
Keep going.
Danny Brown is cool. Danny Brown is cool. And you got him to give a genuine apology and admit, like, he's a humble guy. And I get, like, the way that he responded to your letter has increased my respect for Danny Brown. You know what I mean? Because the shit he said on the podcast was a little bit more like,
it wasn't being truthful.
Fucked up my whole life.
It wasn't being truthful either. There was a little bit of capping going on in there. He was kind of admitting some details in that first clip. So I was glad that he actually answered my email and was a lot more honest.
But isn't that cool? I mean, come on, like.
Yeah, it is cool. Obviously, I fucking.
I take a step back. I take a step back from my fucking situation. Sometimes I just look at things that are happening, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so cool. Like this podcast just shouted me out. Can I play a clip? Can I play a clip for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Check this out. I got a shout out recently on someone else's shit. I want to play it for y'all because it would be fun to listen to, and maybe a good segue. So check this out. You might have seen this if you follow Carnival Spirits on Instagram already, but here, this is, it's just like a minute.
All right, first shout out's always a doozy, and this is a good one. Check this out. Sent in from BeastMasteR. BeastMasteR. Hey, Clownvis, you're going to be speaking at the Juggalo podcast event, the first day of the gathering. That's straight crazy. Carnival Spirits will be there as well, representing the YouTube Juggalo community to the fullest. We're excited to see you, but You're also hosting your main stage for Ouija Mac and Hex. That's Chapter 17 in full effect. Not to mention the legendary Mike E. Clark. This is going to be awesome. A big shout out, Wicked Wood, who is performing on Wednesday, 6:30, the main stage of the Gathering of the Juggalos. And if you haven't heard these guys, Wicked Wood, very cool guys. I got to know them over the last few years at the Gathering, and they got a new album coming out where Old Clowny V sings on a track, and it's a cool song, man. So big shout out to Wicked Wood. I'm happy that they're going to be performing on the main stage. And BeastMaster, thank you very much. Excited to see Carnival Spirits there on the podcast row. And, of course, that Friday night hosting. Ouija Mac, Hex, Mikey Clark, Sir Mix-a-Lot. I'm going to be bringing a lot of legends up.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Clownvis. Clownvis to the rescue. Goes live on Wednesday nights. And he announced his entire gathering schedule a week ago. He's all over the place. Like he's hosting this and that and main stage, and he's going to be at the podcasting event. So, you know, I fuck with Clownvis, man. I met him years ago. I got the Clownvis puppet over in my Juggalo archives, and I'm a huge fan. You know, seen him at the Gathering, seen him at Hallowicked, seen him in on tour with ICP. What was it, Slam Fest or Fury Fest or something? I forget which one. He went on tour with them. You know, so in Connecticut we chopped it up. You know, Clownvis is
BeastMaster. Are you in New England?
Originally, yes, I was. I'm from New England.
Word. I'm up in Vermont. I don't know if we.
I know. I heard that. I mean, because I recently heard you tell that to Tom Putnam, and that's funny because that means we've probably been going to the same clown shows for years. Because you've probably been going down to like Worcester and shit, right?
Here's the funny thing. First clown show was 2018.
Okay. Where was that?
But that was Fury Fest in Worcester.
Yeah, I knew it.
But that was my first
I took
ever
a wild
show.
guess, and I was right.
Regardless of being, you know, a fan of the clowns. So I was a fan of the clowns pretty much from discovering them with Great Malenko until the Wraith Shangri-La.
Yo.
And I was one of the juggalos who, due to my religious beliefs at the time, jumped off.
Mm-hmm.
I was not a fan of the unveiling, and honestly, that was my jumping off point. Still would check in with the culture for years and years and years. Right?
Interesting.
Finally, I started listening to old ICP albums, like in 2015, probably 2016. A couple of years, I was just like kind of catching up on ICP.
I have a joke to say, and everybody, this is a joke. At that time, everybody was listening to the old ICP albums.
But here's the thing. There was, 10 years of stuff I had never listened to. And I'll be honest with you, I like a lot of the newer stuff too. But anyway, so I finally make the decision, okay, let me go see this fucking group that I was such a big fan of years ago and finally see them live because I'd never seen them. You know what I mean? So I finally saw them live at Fury Fest, 2018 in Worcester, and it blew my fucking wig open. And I went crazy at the show, man. I fucking was dancing to it. I'm not a big dancer, but I was dancing.
It's funny how their music has that effect on you. Like so many thugs and G's, you know, like, and even back in the day, like 21 years ago when they made that song and we danced and I don't even dance. We danced. Like it's so true, man. ICP's music gets like the hardest motherfucker to at least nod their head.
Well, I don't think I'm a very hard motherfucker, but I definitely made me dance. And like seeing the Fago fly, I think was a big thing for me. Seeing the Fago fly through the air in person.
I think the Fago has a big impact on everybody.
And feeling it hit me. Feeling it hit me and being like, wow, this is fucking crazy. What the fuck is going on right now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was so that year I wanted to go to the Gathering. That was Whoopstock year. I wanted to go so bad. I didn't go. I ended up watching it online. Essentially watching things unfold, watching like Fago lovers post the seminar video and wishing I had gone. Wishing I had gone that year. Yeah, it was the year before, I think, right? I think Woodstock was that the year.
I look, man, it was either the 17th or it was 2017. You know, they were off.
Yeah, I know that. I'm glad. Anyway, so I go 2019. I filmed my first gathering documentary, Shimmer Forest. Kind of goes viral a little bit as well. 120,000 views on that video right now, I think, or something like that.
A little bit of it. I have to admit, it was so long I didn't watch the whole thing, and but I saw portions of it that I liked.
Well, that's the thing. People seem to like the I wanted to sort of do a walkthrough of the gathering. That was what I kind of went in wanting to do. And that's, you know, I wasn't happy with the final product, but people seem to fucking like it. So I went back after, you know, a year of COVID, a year off from the gathering. I did go back and film the carnival, you know, basically me doing a similar thing, just walking around and filming people at the gathering. People also seem to really like that one. That one's even longer. That one's like fucking 4 hours long, because I got the feedback from everybody. Just put everything that you fucking filmed in.
I agree.
So I'm like, all right, if you guys really want that, I'll fucking give you that. So I just said fuck it and did that.
That's why it's popular, because just because I couldn't sit down and watch the whole thing doesn't mean it's not watchable. And my perspective is, if I was just at the gathering, I don't need to watch your POV walk through the gathering that I just was at. Like, I don't need to relive it immediately like everyone else wants to, you know, digest that content. You know what I mean? I'm just not the audience for it when I was just there myself. But later on, after the fact, going back and watching it, it brings back nostalgia. You see people you recognize.
And BeastMaster, I'm so glad you said that, because a key part of why I think my shit is successful is I don't drop immediately after the gathering. If you look at my upload dates on both of my gathering documentaries, one of them's January, one of them's December. Well, I waited several months, not because I was editing that whole time.
All right,
because I waited.
You could have you might have dropped it earlier and gotten more views. You don't know, but
I don't think I would have. I think I would have gotten buried in the drought of everybody else posting everything.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, there was a lot of content. You waited after the flood, and then
because I agree with you. What you said. That why would you want to experience it again if you were just there?
Well, no, I'm just saying me personally, because when I first played it, and you started filming and you started walking, I'm like, all right, he's in the parking lot. It hasn't even started yet. You're literally like just walking around talking to people, and I was like, this is cool, but I don't have time for this right now. You know what I mean? And I see how long the video is, and I'm just like, all right, I understand what this experience is, this immersive, let's walk the gathering, and you're giving people like a great window into the gathering. And that portal, I just didn't have time to experience it that way. When I clicked it to see it, it didn't matter that it was later. Like, it just because I was there. You know what I mean? Look, I'm different than other people, man. When I can't go to a gathering, I'm not watching all the live streams, and I'm not following the content of everyone posting their gathering shit as it's happening. I'm not like waiting on Fago lovers to post the list of information at the seminar. Like, you know what I do? I fucking turn off social media. If I don't go to the gathering, I turn off social media, and I do something else. Like, I fill my time with, you know what I mean? Because I got fear of missing out like a motherfucker, and it hurts to not be there. And I don't want to torture myself, because it's not the same. I don't give a fuck. And like, people say, like, if you don't gather, you don't matter. And that's rude, because there's tons of people that matter that don't gather. But if they want to vicariously live through all the social media and the live streams and all that, that's awesome. Like, everyone is enjoying that. Me, it's torture. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm pissed. And something about me is I don't go out seeking things that piss me off. Like a lot of people, they're like, oh, I hate this thing. I fucking hate this thing. And they just they pay attention to that thing they hate constantly, and they watch it, and they fucking troll it, and they hate it so much they fucking love it. They love hating it. You know what I mean? So if something really bothers me, I got to get it off my mind. I got to go, get immersed in a project, watch a movie. I absolutely cannot stand fucking gathering content if I can't be at the gathering. And that's me being antisocial. That's me like going in the corner and taking my ball and being like, fuck you guys, I can't gather. And I'm not gonna sit here on Facebook and you know, because it sucks. It's not the same. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean? It's not because gatherers matter and we don't matter. It's like watching a live stream is not the same as being there. It just isn't. It's not the same. It's not an excuse. That whole thing about you got to gather, don't complain about it, like make it happen. Like the people that have never gathered before, it requires some sacrifice. You got to take time off. You got to save up for it. You got to travel. You got to survive the elements. You got to plan, maybe. You know what I mean? There's
and let's be real. If you do have, say you are antisocial, say you are a bit agoraphobic, like I was when I went to the gathering in 2019, my first gathering. I was a hella agoraphobic, antisocial, little alcoholic bastard. And I've changed a lot since then. I've since got sober from alcohol. That's a whole thing we can get into if you want to, but it's, you know, a very personal journey for me. But that, you know, going to the gathering with different mindsets between, you know, 2019 and 2021. Going to the gathering was like learning experiences for me, but like I learned a lot more last year than probably the first year. It definitely has helped me break out of my shell a lot. Doing this juggalo YouTube shit even has helped me break out of my shell a lot.
I would say that, you know, if 2019 was your first gathering and you filmed the whole thing, it's a truly
not
genuine...
the whole thing. That's a very important sorry to interrupt you, but that's a very important distinction I want to make. People say that I filmed my whole gathering experience. That's bullshit. That would be, you know how insane that would be if I tried to film my whole gathering experience.
Listen, my dude.
I filmed what I want to film.
Humble among. That right there is a naysayer. Like, I don't fucking care what trolls have to say, man. You did a great job, and I'm sorry that I do.
But I just want to make it really clear, because I do hear that feedback that, like, dude, why are you filming your whole gathering experience? And it's like, if I was doing that,
dude, you do realize
I can't do that. Let's be honest.
Dude, I just have to say this. Like, can you imagine if like Martin Scorsese was on the internet and reading things that people said you know what I mean? Like, as a content creator, you have an obligation to fucking, you know, Quentin Tarantino those people. You know what I mean? Like, their opinion doesn't matter. Somebody who is not in a position that you want to be in, their opinion does not matter. You know what I mean?
But you realize you said it on the stream. That's what I'm responding to. And it's something that it made me think, I just want to clarify to you, because you just said it to me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I didn't say it in a derogatory way.
No, like, I don't think you did, but I just wanted to clarify that.
I eat my words. Like, I'm sorry, man. I'll eat my words a million times. I say things incorrectly. That is a common trope on the BeastMasteR show. I fuck up words. I say it. I say things. You know, if you want to argue semantics, we can, because
it's not a big deal. I'm just
I can fight my way out of a wet paper bag. You know what I mean? I can probably backtrack a little bit. What I mean to say is, you filmed a good portion of the gathering that you were experiencing for the first time, and you gave us all a window into your experience of the gathering.
Yeah.
I didn't mean you filmed the whole gathering, but 4 hours of content at the gathering is fucking dope. All right. Fuck anyone who says, you know what I mean? Like, that literally is a shithead who didn't even gather. or maybe they gathered and they're like, I gathered and I didn't film anything and I had a great time. And you know what? We all gather differently. Some people want to make a documentary. Some people just want to have glizzies with their fam. You know, some people want to fucking catch Faygo bottles in the pit. Some people want to sit in a lawn chair and eat mushrooms and enjoy the show. Like, get the fuck out of here. Mind your business. You know what I mean? Like, people do what they want to do, and I support what you do. All I'm saying is, it's a window into the gathering, and if you ever want to take that portal,
but there's my point is, there's a responsibility to this shit, because let me just say why I want to make this a little bit clear. There's going to be more people this year at the gathering filming than ever.
Yeah, I know, right?
I guarantee you. Mark my words. I'm part of that problem. People who want to do things like that I've done are going to be filming. I'm sorry, but I want to make it really clear. Don't film everything. And that's because don't get yourself in trouble, because there's stuff going on at the gathering that people might feel a type of way if you're filming it. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons I want to make that really fucking clear to people out there that might be watching and thinking about filming stuff at the gathering.
Well, if you're giving advice to like future entrepreneurs and video streamers, that's a good advice. Is careful.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I talk about that, because I do think that it's a responsibility issue. Like, I don't know. That's a whole nother.
Well, I tell you, it is kind of a newer thing. You know, like when I was reflecting on the gathering 20 years ago, that technology wasn't available. I barely have footage from those gatherings back then because, you know, smartphone technology wasn't a thing yet.
And there is like camcorder footage that exists and shit, but it's few and far between.
It's not prevalent, you know, like nowadays, like the normalcy of being able to catch live stream. I'm just saying that wasn't the way back in the day. When I missed gatherings in 2003, 2004, there was no live stream to catch. So when it became a thing and all of a sudden, if I don't gather, I could just watch Fago lovers broadcasting the seminar. Like, I'm the weirdo who cares the most about the content, but doesn't want to watch the content because I'm salty that I'm not there. That's just my preference. You know what I mean? Like,
are you you're performing at the gathering, the Juggalos podcast thing, correct?
Yeah, I'm gathering, and
hell yeah,
and I got Carnival Spirits a seat at the table for the podcasting event, and that's happening on Wednesday at high noon in the Shadowland tent.
First event of the gathering of the Juggalos.
Like, out of all the things that I could have fucking prepared to put on screen, I didn't even fucking put the flyer. God damn it, I'm not prepared. But I am going to have a very specific gathering-centric episode. We're going to talk about the gathering. We're going to show all the flyers. So that's coming up later this month.
Well, I look forward to meeting you at the gathering, BeastMasteR.
Oh, it's going to be a blast. You know what? It's going to be like the Juggalo March in the sense.
God, I wish I would have gone, man.
Well, it's going to be like that if everyone's going to be filming each other, because that's what the march was like. Everyone was stalking around, filming each other, talking in front of the camera. I was interviewed by a bunch of people. The footage never surfaced. It might in the future, because I think
I'm going to film all the cameras now. I'm going to do a super cut of cameras now at the gathering.
Well, what you're going to do is you're going to find all the footage of you from other people's stuff.
Yeah, that's so fucking fresh. I love that idea.
And you're going to put that on your. You're going to put that on your shit. Yeah.
And I'll get like fucking so many copyright strikes.
Oh no. See, it's like Violent J giving Danny Brown bad advice. In a couple of years, I'm going to say, humble among. I'm sorry, man. That was bad advice. My whole audience is like, yeah, bro. He's been meaning to get at you for real about that for years. Yeah, that was bad advice, man. Telling you to steal
that's so
video
funny.
of you. Stealing your own video? Oh, how dare you.
I got hit with so many copyright strikes for this last gathering video that I can't YouTube.
So was it music though? Was it because you were posting performances? Was it the music?
For what now?
I don't know.
What now?
You just said you got so many copyright strikes for the gathering content.
Oh no. So I can't monetize the gathering videos because I do post music in there. That's for sure. Okay. I got my first copyright strike in the last week. That was YMH Studios, what we were talking about earlier. It
stings. Yes, it stings.
That's my first one ever.
We've all been there, bro. We've all been there. It stings. You know, they take away your streaming. They used to take away your streaming privileges for like 6 months.
They didn't do that.
Well, that's what used to happen. If you got a strike, you couldn't stream live. It really put a kink in our slinky because we went live every Saturday afternoon and we couldn't for like 3 months or something. I forget. But I digress, man. I love the fact that you're going to be at the gathering doing your thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I look forward to watching your footage of the gathering after the fact. So, you know, there's things.
Wait till Christmas.
There's things to look forward to. Yeah, well, if we got to wait for your stuff,
you got to wait till Christmas. Later, that's the plan again. This
year. Know that there'll be care and attention put into it, and you know it'll be worth the wait, right?
I hope so.
Hell yeah, that's what's up. Let me just see here if I got anything else listed to talk about. Are you down to cover some current events?
Yeah, I'm down.
I would love to hear your hot take on some things that have happened in the past. few months.
let's get spicy.
All right, cool.
I like the spice. I don't get too spicy on my show all the time. I'll be honest. I try to keep it fair and balanced as much as I can with the whole divide if we get into any of that stuff. But I'll get spicy.
All right. And I did send the link out to a couple of the usual suspects. So if they're watching and they want to jump in, feel free.
Usual suspects.
It's not an open panel, but I do have a few friends that have been guests in the past that have been welcome back. So and the DMs are open if anybody's froggy and wants to jump. Last week I wasn't able to share my screen, and I think I solved the problem. So get excited. We're gonna have images this time. Let's see here. You know, I just got to I got to do a few things to get my visuals going. So why don't I real quick play a 2-minute interlude while I get my shit together, folks.
You know what I'm saying? We're like, yo, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? 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 You know what I'm saying?
I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for BeastMaster. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Scotty 2-Ball. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Roxy Riddlebox. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Kylie Green 2 Fresh. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Shanzi. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Uncle Sad Fee. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Panic 17. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Dawn Chaos. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for the Carnival Spirits. You know what I'm saying? 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 You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Quit saying I know what I'm saying. Sorry, that's what I say. You know what I'm saying? You can't help it. It's a fucking unconscious thing.
And we're back.
We are back. Whoops. And now I'm going to attempt to do what I could not do last week, but I tested it earlier and I got it to work. All right, so let's see here. Fingers crossed. Yeah, buddy. We are looking at Fago lovers right now. You know, we may not have time to get through all of the headlines that I felt were interesting enough to bring up. So we'll just go, you know, one at a time, and some of them may be quick and some of them may be longer. You know what I mean? Like I'll put it to you this way. You can tell me if you heard of this, like if you haven't even paid attention to it or not, or if you don't have anything to say, you don't have anything to say. I may not have anything.
I already know about this show. I almost performed on this show.
That's what's up. I see a lot of names I like on this bill. I see Tia Diaz. It's really small. The fuck. King Gordy's on there. Well, anyway, I just thought this was funny because you know, Lethal Weekend is pretty dope. We'll talk about that soon. But Rock and Shock was a long, you know, a recurring annual festival that ICP first performed years ago, and then Twisted started doing it annually, and it became a thing every year in the fall. Rock and Shock would have like 3 nights. There'd be a metal night, there'd be a juggalo night, and you know, you have all your actors, horror stars, wrestlers, and it would just be shit. It's basically the blueprint that Twisted used to make Astronomicon is Rock and Shock. And so this here is Shock and Rock, where he twists the words, and it's presented by Lethal Weekend. So shout out to Fury for if this is really what it looks like. I didn't know about this. I kind of been out of the loop. So when I went back to see, hey, what did I miss? This was the first thing I missed. And I thought it was dope. So I just wanted to share it.
Yeah, shouts out to Fury and Lethal Weekend. I performed at Lethal Weekend 4 last year. It was a dope time.
Nice. Which day were you on? First or second?
Second day, Shaggy's day.
Nice. You know what, man? I was there, but I missed your set.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
I was on pretty early, so.
Okay, that's why. All right, so the next. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm going to be able to just go from image to image. I wanted to ask you what your opinion was on the ICP NFT fucking situation.
So the NFT thing, I know a lot of younger juggalos seem to have a problem with NFTs due to like data mining issues and, you know, on some like woke energy usage for save the planet stuff. Now but besides that, I don't understand what the fuck the value of an NFT could possibly be unless you really are staking that much value into the future of the metaverse, if you will. I don't know how familiar you are with the whole idea of this whole metaverse thing that we're all going to be living via our avatars, like some Ready Player One shit. But other than that, I don't see what the fucking NFT could hold any possible value for.
How do you feel about that future?
But the thing that is fresh is you can use ICP's songs with these. I think, is this the gimmick where you can use one of their songs?
I mean, I've been using their songs. I reposted.
No, I mean like rights free. Like I wouldn't get a copyright strike for it.
Well, I mean, you can't make money off it anyway. So I don't understand NFTs. I'm an old head, and I'm not going to pretend like I understand it at all. Like I said, I've shared the Chop Chop slide and, you know, not been able to monetize it, but still superimpose like friends and family dancing to it, and it's a fun video. So I don't know if anyone buys the NFT of the Chop Chop slide. Does that mean that they win Super Mario gold coins, or, you know, the equivalent?
They
of
own
like
the digital image, and they apparently own the right to use the Chop Chop slide in any format? Question mark.
Okay, without getting slammed. So maybe that means you can monetize. Maybe that means you can monetize it.
I guess I don't know. Like I said, I think this was a flop. I don't know how well this did.
That's what I'm getting at. I wonder if this is a flop, because when this was announced, I haven't heard anything about it since. And now I'm asking, hey guys, remember when this happened? And it was like weird.
Well, I heard pushback. Definitely younger juggalos in the juggalo community were like bitching about it on the Discord. There was some weird Discord drama with it.
I don't even know what Discord is, but I have heard that.
Damn, that is some old head shit. I'm just playing.
Yeah, well, I'm also just playing because you know, that's the thing. Is like people bitch on Twitter, but people bitch on Discord. Like people bitch everywhere. There's a place that you can bitch. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna bitch in forums. I would say that it's a scam. Shout out to Ivy Killa.
Hey, shouts out to Ivy Killa.
You know, shout out to Nobody Man.
Shouts out to Nobody Man.
All I know is that Violent J's own daughter, Ruby, I think it came out and said it was like bullshit. So
she was one of the ones tweeting about it. Definitely.
Yeah, like you said, the younger generation is against it. So
yeah,
I mean, I don't understand it. So I can't be for something I don't understand. Anyway, I just wanted to get your hot take on it. Let's see.
I really don't. I don't know what to think about it, honestly. It like I'm kind of on the same tip as you, honestly. But I feel like an old head when it comes to NFTs because I've had it explained to me a couple of different times, and I still am having trouble. Ooh, what do we got here?
Speaking of old heads, Fred Durst, ICP. What is this?
Shaggy Tudo apologized to Fred Durst. Oh, is this when he was on
Steve-O's Wild Ride? Cool. You know what?
He talked about
this is awesome because I actually missed this episode. I watched Violent J's.
That was a good podcast
episode.
Both of them are good. Yeah.
Guess what? Last year when Violent J was on Steve-O's Wild Ride, I played a clip of that podcast on the BeastMasteR show, and I got the copyright strike, and so the Facebook version of my video was muted, and I had to actually luckily I downloaded and saved the broadcast because the broadcast was mute. So I had to delete it and re-upload it with minus the footage I took. And therefore that episode is a repost because of the copyright strike that I had to, basically I fucked up putting too much of, I took a clip. It was like a 4-minute clip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just played it.
Yeah, can't be taking these big clips.
Yeah, and Steve-O, I remember making a comment about it the next week. I was like, Steve-O fucking took my shit down, and I believe someone in the comments was like, yeah, he was probably just a robot, like, just basically looking for, you know what I mean? Like,
and that's what I feel like is probably with my situation too. It was
like it wasn't even Steve-O. Steve-O doesn't even watch it. It's just, it's like, oh shit, my content's up. It's getting to, you know what I mean? It's not personal. Like,
facts. I feel like
because if it is personal, then Steve-O can take his show and shove it up his ass. I'm just kidding. He would enjoy
get
it.
mad. Get mad, BeastMaster. I want you to get mad.
Yeah. All right,
I'm the little devil on your shoulder.
What is this? Shaggy 2 Dope apologizes to Fred Durst for the dropkick. Dropkick Fred Durst goes on record saying no big deal. So they're friends.
Well, hopefully, I would love to see. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm a huge Limp Bizkit fan. I'm a huge nu metal fan. I would love to see Limp Bizkit at the fucking gathering.
Wouldn't that be great?
I think that would be fucking awesome.
I do like the song they did. Was it "Bitch Better Have My Money"? Is that the one they did?
Yeah, that's the one with the clowns there on the, what is it? Covered and chunked and smothered, covered and chunked.
Smothered, covered and chunked. Let's see, going all the way back to Juggalo Weekend, Devil in Leather single. I mean, I have my copy of this, but again, no CD player. It's unopened. This is just in my Juggalo collection. I listened to it on YouTube.
Did you go to Juggalo Weekend?
I did.
Dude, it was so fucking awesome.
Yeah,
so fucking
in fact,
awesome.
the flyer of this episode here. I don't know if I can show it. Yeah, because I got all this stuff on the screen, but I'm wearing my T-shirt that Bone Road, Mikey Bone Road designs.
Hell yeah, man! The cactus one, yeah, that shit was so fresh.
Oh, I saw that shit.
So fresh.
I didn't get it at Juggalo Weekend. I ordered it from him, got it delivered. But
very talented artist.
To commemorate that weekend, I didn't actually get a Juggalo Weekend shirt. I got that shirt though.
Man, I wish I would have gotten that. The shirt that I slept on the merch at that show because the lines were just ridiculous. I didn't want to fuck with those lines. But the shirt I really wish I would have gotten is that the one with the fuck the rebel flag, fuck your rebel flag shirt with the fucking KKK member hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, that shit's hard as fuck. I wish I would have gotten that shirt. Did not see it. Slept on it. Still want that shirt really bad.
All right. I just bring this one up because I thought it was cool. D Lyrical was interviewed by ICP with We, and I know that ICP with We and Juggalo Judgment are going to be at the podcasting event at the gathering. I saw their names on the flyer, so I haven't checked out this episode, but I'm gonna. Like before
Juggalo
I gather, I'm going to
really
check these guys out because I'm a little bit out of the loop with them, but I'm intrigued.
I'm just starting to learn about ICP with We a little bit more. Juggalo Judgment, I've definitely listened to a good grip of their catalog. Actually, that's a really good podcast.
I'm more familiar with Juggalo Judgment than ICP with We, but it looks like they did a little collaboration here
That's cool.
To talk to Stale Dale. So shout out to Stale Dale.
Stale Dale. I met Stale Dale at 2019 gathering. That's a cool motherfucker. Shouts out to Stale Dale.
For real. All right, what do I got next? All right, this is cool. I mean, there's been more updates since this, but I just want to give a shout out to Tom Wood and his 3rd annual float.
Yeah.
Obviously, this was like the first announcement. Since then, I have a later on like a full roster that maybe we can look at, but Tom Wood is the man. He's a friend of the channel. He's everyone knows his incredible artwork for ICP and just his fantasy art in general. Like the dude is a legend, and he's blessed us with so many images, everything from Into the Echo Side and Yum Yum Bedlam, Fearless Fred Fury, the list goes on and on.
Yeah.
I wish I could go to the float. In today's world, I'm gonna be at the gathering on a hope and a prayer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it takes a lot just to get there, and I don't know if I can swing another.
I'd love to go to the float too, but I'm honestly kind of looking at this Blue Ridge Rock Festival. I don't know if that's something you're gonna talk about here in a second. So
maybe that's on the list if it was announced in the past 4 months. But yeah, let's see here. But I got so much respect for Tom Wood, and the lineup that he has is dope as fuck. So you got to give him props for that. Let's see. All right. this one I gotta bring up because this is fucking dope. And I seen you repping chapter 17, so I know you're down. I know you know what's good.
Huge fan of both of these artists. Obviously, I'll be straight up. Ouija Mac is one of my favorite fucking musical artists, period. And I fuck with chapter 17 heavily. Definitely fuck with them heavily. And I was so happy to see that he chose Hex as the first signee of chapter 17. Hex is fucking dope. Hex is an interesting artist because he really feels like a throwback artist, but he's fucking new at the same time. And it feels like he's bringing that real wicked shit into that West Coast shit and bringing that West Coast shit back in a way. I love Hex. I think Hex is really dope, man. I think it's a good fucking look for Ouija to have his label growing too, you know.
Well, this is all new. I mean, I would like to talk longer on this one than others because because I don't think anyone's heard me talk about chapter 17 very much at all. And I know I don't talk about Ouija Mac very much, and there's been a reason for it because I enjoy Ouija Mac live, seen him live many times. And first time I saw him live was at the Juggalo March. And every time I seen him live, he's been better and better. Like legit, like he's won me over live. And I've only just recently, like this is my fucking confession that I've only just recently like really did a deep dive into Ouija Mac's music and listened to every single release in order chronologically over the course of 2 days. Okay. So just think about how much music that is.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Because
did you go to his other group, Swagtooth? Did you go and listen to any of the Swagtooth stuff?
No, I didn't get there yet. But the reason being is because I've already. That's the thing, man. Like Ouija Mac has put out so much shit since he's been signed to Psychopathic, and so the fact that it took me 2 days just to consume it all, and I would love to give my review of it to you and everyone. Because I talked to Bobby Blaze about this privately the other day. Because Bobby Blaze, Team MUJ, they are huge supporters of Ouija Mac. You know, those are my dudes right there. And I have like good friends, like longtime Juggalo homies that are family to me. And some of them fuck with Ali Zuli Ul. Some of them fuck with Twisted. Some of them fuck with, you know, so everybody has like bands that they fuck with.
Subjective art form.
Well, yeah, and it's just I don't have time in my life for everything, so I didn't have time in my life for Ouija Mac like that, even though everything I saw on the surface and everything from surface level was like dope. I'm like, he just makes us look good. But my opinion of the music, like when I actually listened to the music, it, you know, very carefully with headphones, with no interruption. And I told Bobby Blaze this. I was like, my honest opinion is that he has gotten better and better with each fucking release. So however that's been from Trash Fire all the way to Fallen Angelic, or is that what it's called?
Fallen Angelic.
Holy shit. I am so hyped for Stale Wind now because I took that journey and I actually listened to all of it. And my other hot take is that Devereaux is a fucking monster. Monstrous. I already, like, it's funny because I'm more familiar with Devereaux's work with Darby O'Trill, and I listened to Shaggy the Airhead, and obviously his shit with ICP. But it's like, now that I finally, like, understand, like, just how much he's done for Ouija Mac, holy fucking shit. Like, I am on board with Chapter 17 way more than I was. And Carnival Spirits has been supporting Hex. We've been sharing Hex's music on social media, Instagram for years. So when he was signed as the first artist on Chapter 17, I was shocked, but I was stoked because
I'll be honest. Who did you have a prediction of who you thought it would be?
No,
I had a prediction.
No, because I didn't even think about it. Like I didn't care. Like I wasn't hanging on Ouija Mac's, like, you know, I wasn't paying attention like that. Like,
you can say it,
man, I'm into the music, bro. Look, that's the thing is that you can get sucked into social media, and if you spend too much time, I could look at Ouija Mac's posts all day, and he's a funny motherfucker. But I'm here for the music, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm here for the music, and so maybe my favorite musicians have a presence on social media, that I'm not necessarily stalking them, but I follow their fucking music. You know what I mean? And so Ouija Mac, he's going to get more attention from me now, because I'm kind of hype about it now, because now I know exactly what my favorite songs are. You know, like I really sat down and paid attention. I'm like, oh, I remember this when this came out. Oh, I remember this music video. Yeah, that's another thing. I watched all his music videos back to back. Fucking A, man. Like, he has just got it. He's got it on lock. You know, like I have more
very
confidence.
talented motherfucker.
I have more confidence in Ouija Mac in Chapter 17 after looking at his body of work in the past few years. Now I understand.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't doubting it, but I was kind of like, this is peculiar how everybody is just jumping on Ouija's nuts. It's not a bad thing, but I understand it, man. He's fucking hype. Every bar that he drops and all the juggalo references, maybe the old head in me was a little stubborn, because it is kind of difficult, because, you know, 10,
let's
15,
talk about that. Can we talk about the old? I think there is a certain segment of old heads that don't fuck with Ouija because of some sort of perceived. He's a SoundCloud rapper.
Yeah, you know and I think I was
he can't really rap. I think that's motherfuckers that haven't given it a shot, honestly.
Well, that's what I'm admitting, is that I was all about Ouija Mac.
Yeah.
I think he made us look good, but I wasn't.
But you gave it a shot. You know what I mean?
I did.
You gave it a shot.
But see, that's the thing. I didn't just give him a shot. Like I think when Wasteland dropped, that's when he really won me over, because I bought Gutter Water, and you know, and I'm supporting the dude, and because he won me over live, you know. But just because he was good live doesn't mean that all of a sudden I'm listening to nothing but Ouija Mac. Like, I'm not a fucking psycho that is just, you know, a robot. Like I listen to music that fucking I need to listen to. It's fucking therapy for me, and I didn't need his music until now. Now I need his music. Like, you know, when you have a personal relationship with music,
and ain't that the way the Dark Carnival works, Beastmaster? Sometimes when you like, like I talked about Shangri-La earlier. I didn't like Shangri-La when it first came out. Shangri-La is now one of my favorite ICP albums. One of my favorite Joker's cards.
Grow on you, you know, like I think the sound and the style of Gutter Water, it was different, but I appreciated it. And now listening back, I still appreciate it. But like I said, every release, you know, since Gutter Water, Water Damage, you know, the Road to Wasteland, Hollow Tape, and forgive me, I'm going out of order. I even like that Irregular mixtape, you know, album he did. Like, I think that actually was the first one where a song jumped out at me, and I was like, oh damn, this is like my new favorite Ouija Mac song, and it was on that Irregular album.
Hiding in the Bushes?
No,
that's not the one. Which is the song?
It's not the one, but that's a good one.
There's another song, huh? I'm curious what song that is.
If I can pull up the track list.
Yeah, go for it, brother.
Let me find Google, and it's called.
What are some other? And while you're doing that, what are some other favorite Ouija Mac songs of yours? While you were going on that deep dive. I mean, I'll be honest. I love Spaghetti, Bigot Basher. Those are two of my favorites. Majesty. His flow on Majesty is amazing.
I think you can appreciate the fact that I'm still learning the songs. Like, I may not know the names because, you know, with digital media, it's so easy to just put it on and listen, but not look at the phone. And what's this name called? Like, I'm not like sitting in a living room with a record.
You know what's
player.
my favorite Ouija Mac song? I actually have a favorite. I can tell the secret song on Gutter Water, If I Was a Wizard, is my favorite Ouija Mac song.
So good.
This shit's so hard.
See, but that was already a banger, you know, and it's kind of a sleeper banger because it is a hidden song.
He did that shit at Hallowicked this past year. I was fucking so geeked.
All right, where is my Ouija Mac playlist? I made a playlist of Ouija Mac.
Ouija Mac, yeah?
Ouija Mac. Here he is. Let's see. I might actually be able to show you. It's not going to show you my favorites, but what it's going to show you, because I'm weird. Like as I listen to every album, I basically made a game out of it. Let me get rid of this and see.
Wait, you talked about this with Mitch, right? You only the songs you fuck with thing.
Yeah, but so I had a specific purpose when I listened to Ouija Mac's catalog.
Yeah.
I specifically wanted to know which songs were produced by Devereaux so that I could easily identify them and just know like what
So
Devereaux.
you made a Devereaux Ouija Mac.
I made a
playlist.
Devereaux playlist.
I see.
Yeah, and I'm about to show you.
Oh, that's me.
All right.
Hiding in the bushes. Whoop. Shouts out to SpongeBob SquarePants.
All right. Here we go. I got my playlists, all my decades. My thing now is I make a playlist for each decade, and I put all the music that I love and appreciate from that time period, and so this is like my time capsule where I can go back and listen to all the songs that came out in the 70s that I loved growing up, and the 80s and the 90s. Those playlists are dope as fuck. But all right, so this Ouija Mac playlist is all the Devereaux production. That's all this is.
Hell yeah.
And
some
as
really
you can
good
see,
bangers on there, man. I can already
it looks
see.
like it's not in any particular order. Oops. But why is it not showing all of them? Oh, that's because that's not it. That's just
it's
songs
popular.
I
You're on
liked.
just Ouija Mac's page.
Yeah.
There
All right,
it is.
here
There's
it
your
is.
Devereaux playlist.
This is the Devereaux playlist. All right. Can I make it bigger? Can I make the screen bigger? Let me see. Yeah, I want to be able to see more. But I want it to be big enough that you can see.
I can kind of see it, yeah.
Let me try it this way.
I apologize. I am streaming on my phone. My normal streaming setup is kind of under construction, so to speak.
All right. Now, this is great because this is actually in order, starting with Trash Fire. And if anyone out there is an expert in Ouija Mac and Devereaux, and you see that I have missed a song, it is possible that I missed a song because these beats are hypnotic. And like sometimes the beat would start, I hear the Devereaux tag, and it would be like a minute before I had a chance to go and save it. And so I might have missed a couple. Okay. So that being said, with a margin,
and I'm not 100%, but I don't think the tag's on everything.
And that's the other thing. If he produced stuff and didn't drop his name, then it's not on here because I didn't know it. Okay. So it's not like I looked at the liner notes. This is strictly based off of being an astute listener and hearing the Devereaux tag.
Yeah.
So, but it's great, man. All these songs are fire,
Devereaux's amazing.
Trash
Devereaux's
Fire,
so
Gutter
talented.
Water, Water Damage, Resistance, Resistance 2, Halo Tape, Pretty Ugly, Wasteland. Look at this. It's like the entire Wasteland album.
Yeah, a couple of these joints, I think he did produce like the whole fucking thing.
Dirtbag is almost every track.
Yeah.
Almost. Same thing. Pretty Ugly 2, when that came out, I actually listened to it right away from beginning to end, and I loved it. And that's probably one of the reasons why I felt I needed to do a deep dive, because I knew I loved, Gutter Water, Wasteland. I knew I liked that one song off of Irregular, but that's not on this playlist because it's not Devereaux.
Yeah.
That's funny. Hiding in the bushes.
Ouija Mac is so fucking good, though. I mean, and like you said earlier, I do think he keeps getting better. I think he's one of these artists where the new shit he puts out is like, to me, like the most essential, hardest version of him. You know what I mean?
Here we go.
Oh, you got the whole album now.
These tracks are great. I don't know who Star Fox LaFleur is, but if he's the producer, he's
the other rapper on the shit.
He's the other rapper, but I don't know who produced these beats, but these beats are dope. Like, this album is like in and of itself, great production, whoever did it. And it might have been What the Fuck You Mean. What the fuck you mean? What the fuck you mean?
You're gonna get it. Can't actually play it because no copyright strikes.
I'm not playing shit.
Fuck that shit,
dude. I fucking love that song. And but all these albums are fucking amazing.
Amazing, yeah. Zodiac. Shouts out to Zodiac. Zodiac, I feel like is kind of slept on. I bumped that one rather recently.
I'm even a fan of the Baby E collaboration. I mean, I'm
also
not a
slept
hater.
on one. That's also a slept on one, man.
So Fallen Angelic is the newest one. It's the one
Death
I've
Plus.
listened to.
Let me bring up Death Plus, the Death Plus EPs. If you haven't checked those out, those are amazing as well.
Hey, I'm glad you said that because we'll go.
Hey,
apologies. So we'll go full screen. I listened to the Death. This is real talk, man. I listened to Death Plus. Like, what is it? So there's 5 out, and then there's one more coming.
Yep.
Probably gonna get that T album. Okay. And
which I think is spelling out Reject. Yep.
Yeah. And there's tracks on the first release that kind of they mention Reject, and it's telling. I learned about
I love that those projects though. The Death Plus stuff is really slept on, I feel like.
I got to give a shout out to Cali Green Too Fresh, because he's the one that put me on to all that shit and was like a huge supporter of Swag Tooth, and he listens to everything. And so when he was like really feeling the Death Plus mixtapes, and so real talk, like however long it took me to listen to all the Ouija Mac studio albums, right, and including the Walk to Wasteland and the Gutter Water, all of those albums, right. Then I listened to fucking Death Plus. And you know what? I like that so much. I let it play again and again. I listened to it the 3 fucking consecutive times in a row. I fucking fell in love with all of those mixtapes straight the fuck up. The beats, man. Like, so, and I always try to be real with you guys. I'm not even trying to sell Ouija Mac on anyone, just like I don't try to sell ICP on anyone. It's just real talk. I wasn't paying attention. And once I did, my mind got blown. Like I literally only heard the first release of the Death Plus. I didn't listen to any of the others. So after listening to the first one again, I love it now. I think it's my favorite out of all of them, actually. The production on the
I like the first one a lot, man.
On the first one is superior,
on there?
But then it's just so fucking dope. Like some of the atmospheres reminds me of like the soundtrack of Uncut Gems. If you ever seen that movie with Adam
Yes,
Sandler.
I have. Speaking of movies,
the music
kind of
in that movie.
with. Yeah,
That's what the Death Plus Reject mixtapes make me think of, is like the soundtrack of Uncut Gems. And then while I'm at work listening to it, it sends me. So
library music. I love the song Library Music. It's
dope.
Shit.
It's really dope.
I love that song.
So Ouija Mac, man. And then Hex, like, of course I did a deep dive on Hex when he was signed to Chapter 17, but we had already been fucking supporting Hex, sharing his stuff like on social media as he dropped singles.
Time I heard Hex.
I'm really stoked to see Hex, because Hex has been featured in a few of Ouija Mac's recent videos, and
all of them. I think he's been on damn near all of them since he got signed.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's in there, and you can see him in there representing. It's dope. If you go back and look at all of Hex's music videos, I highly recommend you do that. Give yourself, treat yourself. He's got great content. My favorite is the Psycho video. The Psycho video featuring Chucky Chuck with the Black Sabbath samples and the Carnival of Carnage.
Yeah.
It's fucking ill.
Yeah, that's where I first heard Hex, was that song. When he dropped that, he actually sent that to me on Instagram, and I was like, I listened to it and I was like, dude, this shit is hard, man. And he's like, thank you. It's a very nice dude. Just doing some promo shit, sending out the link, and I listened to that shit, and I knew of Hex since then. I unfortunately missed him at last year's gathering.
Yeah, he was on the Clown Drip stage.
Yeah, I missed that fucking set. I really I missed a lot of shit on Clown Drip last year, man.
I think Clown Drip stage is where I was the most last year.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I missed a lot of shit there.
I knew a lot of acts on that stage that year. Schizo performed on that stage. Wicked Wood performed on that stage. La Perp performed on that stage. Suicide performed on that stage. Hex performed on that. Yeah, it was dope.
I missed a lot of shit, man. I really need to be like more like I need to plan out my schedule, I think, is my problem, because I was just very loosely going in last year, like on some like, let's just see what happens, and I ended up missing shit I really wanted to see.
Yeah, that happens. I definitely missed some things this year, and again, I have a whole gathering episode planned for everybody where I am going to break down the gathering, because I feel like Psychopathic is dropping the ball with the infomercial, and so I'm going to give Carnival Spirits is going to have one the best I can, the way that I do. But I actually plan on breaking down everything that's going down at the gathering with visuals and maybe even some cameos from friends that are doing shit, So, but I'm gonna bring another ninja on. This is my brother Panic 17. What's up, man?
What up?
Yo, what up?
I haven't had you on the stream for a while, but it's great to see you, Panic.
Hell yeah, appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, we're talking to Humble Among, and I don't know if you've been watching the whole time, but we're just kind of like, I'm on a Ouija Mac kick right now, where I just seen the light, and I don't know if Panic listens to Ouija Mac, but it's for me, man. Like, I know that his intentions are to drop, the Stale Wind and then Dark Planet and.
Question mark? What's after that?
Looking forward to that. That stuff gives me, like first deck 6 Jokers card vibes. Like, and it's not like he's the first one to ever, do something that's inspired by ICP or something that has hints of, homage.
Well, that's the controversial thing that was dropped rather recently that we can talk about if you want. BeastMaster Ouija said that he was going to kill himself.
Yeah.
After Stale Wind.
Yeah.
He said he recently changed his mind. I'm not joking. He said he was.
Look, I got some thoughts about that, because first of all, if he didn't change his mind and he actually did that, that would have been fucking crazy, because
it would have made me really sad, man. It would have made me really fucking sad.
His entire fan base, like, there's a lot of suicidal references in his music and so thinking back, I'm like, wow, he's been talking about it this whole time, and it was only like Dirtbag or whatever that they finally said Stale Wind instead of Still Wind. So whenever Dirtbag came out, that's probably when Chapter 17 was started, and probably when he decided to choose life, because why would you start a fucking record label and sign people if you weren't planning on sticking around to manage? And so I think that the inception of Chapter 17 and the decision to change it to Stale Wind, I mean, that's what he said. I'm taking him at his word. And this isn't the first time that Ouija Mac has been a shining example of perseverance and what's the word? Like empathy. Because Ouija Mac is always like seriously standing up for the scrubs, like trans juggalettes or juggalettes, talking about, I choose life. I mean, he literally is,
he's vegan.
He's doing the hard work, and being someone that people are inspired by, I guess. So.
And I just want to say, I think it's a good thing, because I think it shows that he's worked on his mental and he's not in a negative mind space, because that's a very negative fucking way to be thinking about your art. Like, I'm just gonna fucking off myself, you know what I mean? And
yeah, because I don't appreciate being
dropped the last album.
I didn't sign up for a death cult. That's not what I signed up for. Just like Juggalos aren't a gang.
So I'll take it back a little bit. I got what actually got me into Ouija is DCG Con. Whenever I seen him live for the first time.
That was a great one. That was a great one. Yeah.
And I got his first album on, I can't even remember what the fuck it was called now.
Gutter Water.
Yeah. I've seen videos. So whatever videos he's put out, like No Friends or Friends or whatever it is.
Yeah, Friends is one of my favorite songs.
I can't say that I keep up with him, but I don't hate him like a lot of people. They're whatever. There's certain people that don't like him, and I get it. Like, he's a newer version of I don't know if it's safe to say trap or whatever his style is. It isn't for everybody, but he's consistent.
Yeah.
He's
very consistent. Yeah.
If you're a fan of Ouija, then your world is raining diamonds constantly because he's always putting shit out.
Big facts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't hold it against anyone. I see people celebrating their favorite music with the love and the fandomship of like cosplay and like and I'm going to name drop a couple different movements that I'm not a part of that you have to respect. You know what I mean? Stuff like the Zooligans. They got their home camp.
Which I went to Camp Zool 1. I was in attendance for Camp Zool 1.
That's dope. That's dope. See, I'm not into that, but that doesn't mean that I'm hating, because because artists are going to have their top, their true fans, their top fans, and they're going to have people that support them and people that are casual listeners. I mean, that's just the way the world works. And I'm a very casual underground listener. I check people's stuff out. That doesn't mean I'm going to start stalking you online, because I'm here for the music, and so I do enjoy, Beneath the Dirt, okay, because he posts the music, he updates us on the music, and it's like straight to the music, but then again, with ICP, they give you so much, they're giving us these I don't know, the Patreons and the ICP network. And I know a lot of this stuff doesn't last long and then it fizzles and it's on to the next. And
so here's a juicy topic that I was going to bring up on my stream, but I'm on a brief hiatus from streaming. I'll go ahead and drop it on here at Talking Point. Okay. You guys realize the next time we see Violent J, and this ties into the no gathering infomercial thing. The next time we see Violent J is at the gathering. You guys realize, right? Like publicly, like that's the next time we're probably going to see him. Like,
oh yeah.
In a wheelchair.
I hopefully not. Like, I'm not trying to make any light of this at all. I think it's really serious what's going on with Violent J's health. Obviously, hopefully he's okay, man.
We have all been warned
worried about this for like
we have all been warned. We have all been warned. They look. Yeah. You cannot unknow something Okay.
Yeah.
It's a different world. We all know about Violent J's health issues. We're all gathering. Violent J is going to gather. Like, hopefully this year he doesn't like stop taking his meds. Whatever, man. People make stupid decisions at the gathering. Danny Brown takes pills without knowing what they are. Violent J decides to ignore his insomnia medicine, or you know what I mean. So it's just, and then after the fact, you're like, this got all fucked up because this happened and that happened, and we didn't get this performance and that. People get mad. People lose their attitudes. Shit happens. You got to allow for shit to happen. Nothing goes as planned at the gathering ever. This ain't our first rodeo. I just don't have the energy to.
I just hope he's okay. Is really the only reason I bring it up, because I feel like we don't hear much of what's going on, and like it's really concerning.
You're worried, and I'm worried too. But it's not uncommon for ICP to stay behind the scenes until the big event. And I feel like we're blessed with all this Shaggy and the Creep content that we normally would not be getting these little windows into Shaggy's fucking brain. That is fucking awesome. Like,
I love Shaggy. The narrative of Shaggy going up. I'm sorry, sir.
Look at it like this. Let's take it back to the first deck. Violent J was the promo man for ICP, and Shaggy was like the silent accomplice. Okay,
almost the hype man at times.
Yeah, kind of like okay, so now we've got Shaggy Too Dope on fucking Instagram, which is fucking crazy to even think about, and then we got Shaggy and the Creep, we got the Palcast, and now the roles have reversed.
Yeah,
where Violent J's the silent accomplice, and Shaggy Too Dope's the promo man. So I think that's where these thoughts of like, man, I hope he's good. I hope he's, because we don't hear from him.
Yeah,
we hear what they want us to know. So he's probably doing good. A fart becomes a shit, right? He farted and then he shit. So I'm going to assume that he's cool. But because we don't hear from him, we're just like, oh, fuck, man. Like, So I don't know. I'm assuming I'm, spitballing ideas, but I have noticed roles have reversed. You don't hear from him no more.
And What do you think the mystery announcement is at the seminar? The mystery seminar.
I haven't kept up too much with what's happening. So that's news to me that there's a mystery seminar.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they have a seminar every year, and we don't
yeah.
know what they're going to talk about until they talk about it.
This year, they're specifically marketing it as a mystery.
As a
seminar.
mystery,
Yeah.
But that's nothing new. They've always had them. Maybe not every year, but they started off with there was an ICP seminar, and then there was a mystery seminar. And back in 2001, at my first gathering, the mystery seminar was the first time Violent J stepped in front of juggalos without face paint on, and that was the very first.
Yeah, I remember that.
Joe Bruce Chance. In 2001, he stood in front of us with a white towel on his head, and he cried. Basically, he was like, "We're so nervous about dropping the 6th, and everything's going to change after this happens." And he didn't say what the 6th was, but it was the first time that he ever dropped all the promo, all the kayfabe, all the Violent J shit, and spoke to us as Joe Bruce for the first time ever. No cameras in the room.
Yeah, that's amazing. I remember hearing about that. I remember hearing about that.
Nothing was ever the same after that. Like, you know what I mean? I was like fucking 22 years old, been down with the clown for like 3-4 years, been to like a dozen shows. You know what I mean? I get up on stage every time. Like, it's wild, So just to hear him speak about the 6th like that. And then the next year, all those pictures and all those memories we talked about on Team MUJ's channel, that all happened the next year. You know what I mean? So the next year, that's when they showed everybody the actual images,
Yeah.
In 2001, they tried to tease us with the silhouette at the end of the show. And because we rated,
the pirate.
Yeah, we killed that opportunity by bum rushing the stage. The juggalos like premature ejaculated and rushed the stage on song 3. And we lost electricity, couldn't reveal the silhouette. So when they did that Hatchet Rising tour and went city to city and showed the Wraith silhouette at the end of every show, and Dark Lotus performed, and Violent J's taking off his Lotus mask and showing his bare face and going Lotus at the end of every tour stop, that was all after the anticlimactic 2001 failed attempt to show us juggalos at the gathering the first silhouette of they were probably going to show us the silhouette and then take the silhouette on tour. So it's not like they changed their plans. It's just we fucking almost got to see it first. Instead, we all saw it on the Hatchet Rising tour. That's the way it went down. And then 2002, when they showed us the actual exhibit of Hell's Pit and Shangri-La, I mean, shit, the albums dropped a couple months later in November, so that was just the cusp of the unveiling. And yeah, when the unveiling happened, no judgment, but mad juggalos just dropped the hatchet.
Hey, I freely admit that I was one of them.
Yeah, the 6.com shut down its web domain. They were all ready to have Satan come. Like a lot of people thought ICP were devil worshippers, so they were tricked. ICP's like, we're not sorry if we tricked you. They're talking about those guys. Like,
I remember my buddy who got me into ICP was like, "Hey man, I heard the Wraith. I don't know if you're gonna like the ending, dude." I was like, "Why?" And I can't remember if he told me or not, but then I'm like, "Oh, like, all right, like, cool." I don't know what the fuck he thought I was into. I wasn't like drawing pentagrams on my chest, or apparently he thought I was, but I don't know. I remember mad juggalos though, fucking super pissed about the ending.
And that was honestly a place that I was in my life and on my relationship with God or a higher power at the time. That was why I so violently rejected it at the time.
Well, I tell you what, just like I have friends that aren't juggalos, I actually had friends in college that I would bring to ICP shows, and they loved it so much they came back. So I had a whole clique of people that were my college clique, and I got them into ICP. But it's like they weren't into it so much that they gave a fuck about an unveiling. They didn't know about the Dark Carnival. They just knew that Fago was was being thrown and
thrown around.
And it was wild, and I bumped ICP constantly, so they heard it all the time when they were around. If you were in my car, you're listening to my music. Those are the rules, you know. I'm driving motherfuckers around, go buying cigarettes and going on beer runs, and I was heavy into heavy metal and ICP. I was listening to a lot of Megadeth, and I was listening to ICP and Twisted and Dark Lotus, you know, and that was my shit. So as obsessive as you can get about it, you know.
So going back to the Wraith for you, you know, you said you stopped. How did you feel about Hell's Pit?
So I listened to Hell's Pit because I still would dip in, like I said earlier. I would dip back into ICP and listen. I listened to Hell's Pit. I liked aspects of Hell's Pit at the time, but I don't think I was. You know, it's so interesting. Hell's Pit is now. Earlier, BeastMasteR, you were talking about this rating system of picking the most songs that you like wouldn't skip ever, maybe on a Joker's card, right? I think you talked about this on Mitchell's episode.
You know, we said a lot of things on that episode. One of the things that I historically have done is made mixtapes. You know, like
you were talking about it with the mixtapes,
and so
I did that with Hell's Pit, though, is my point.
Okay.
And Hell's Pit is like using that method, my favorite Joker's card. Gotcha. I don't know what that says about me and where I was maybe in my life while I was doing that, but using that method, I fuck with probably the most songs of any Joker's card that heavily. Like, they're perfect songs to me. Hell's Pit, but Shangri-La, like now, I think Shangri-La is so fresh. The Unveiling is so cool to me, but just at the time, like it just didn't hit me right. I don't know. And ICP has said this before with Joker's cards. You have to be maybe in a certain place in your life for it to maybe affect you in a certain type of way. And I think because I related the most with Hell's Pit in my life when I was in the darkest place of my life. And I relate the most probably with Shangri-La now because I'm in a much better place in my life.
It's funny how you know, you can really associate where you were at with each era. You know, it's true.
Not even it's almost like when I discovered that era, though, if that makes any sense, because of my almost rediscovering ICP and re-falling in love with it 5 years ago, 6 years ago now.
That's awesome. The music is there for you. I've heard people say they've gone back and listened to some of the second deck stuff that they weren't feeling the first time around, and they're actually appreciating it years later.
Like, what is your thoughts on the Tempest?
I was all about it. I mean, but the Tempest is not a Joker's card, okay? Mm-hmm. So I wasn't holding it to a Joker's card standard, okay? And I feel like the time that the Tempest came out, everybody was really spoiled because like Psychopathic had been putting out top tier shit where every album was outstanding and there were really no flops, you know. So if an album was like a little lesser, like if there was any type of like this is not as good as the last thing, you know, therefore we're going to make a mountain out of a molehill here and say this shit sucks, you know. And I feel like ICP was getting shit on by more juggalos than ever because that you never heard like a lot of juggalos talking shit about anything from Malenko era all the way up until Shangri-La. Like everything was just fire, you know, and that's a lot of years.
Well, some people didn't like Bizarre Bazaar when it came out too. Right. I remember that.
They can suck a dick
because Bizarre Bazaar is the shit.
No, but the consensus, man, they were outnumbered. Okay, what I'm saying is when the Tempest came around, there was a larger crowd of people that were like vocally unhappy with the music of ICP. You know what I mean? So after the Wraith, there really was a divide. There was a divide, okay? There were juggalos that dropped the hatchet. There were also juggalos that didn't drop the hatchet, but they also didn't approve. So I'm just saying the climate changed where now you got old heads that were like fucking the first deck was everything to them. And because they weren't happy about changes or new shit, nothing's the same. We missed this or that. Mikey Clark, the old Violent J, whatever your complaint is, I've heard it all. The Tempest had a lot of complaints about it.
Well, let me just make my thoughts clear about the Tempest real quick. I love the Tempest. I think the Tempest is really underrated.
It is.
That's why I brought it up.
It is. And that's what I'm saying. It got mad hated on, like, unnecessarily. It was even the return of Mikey Clark. And so maybe people wanted it to be more Joker's card, but it's still B-sides. It's still songs that weren't on a Joker's card. Like, I don't care. Like, you know, they put out EPs.
I like the whole Tempest era, man. I like the even the 2 EPs. I like the Calm. I like Eye of the Storm a lot. I think Eye of the Storm is really fucking dope. But a lot of people don't like that shit at all.
Yeah,
like, a lot of people sleep on that really heavily.
Shit on the most. Like, I think the Calm has been like the most hated release.
The Clan.
Like, people hate it. People hate it, man. So you gotta figure, like, if you're this great, you know, like, and people are mad that you are putting out shit that's not great anymore, like, that's a unique position to be in, you know, because most people put out music and can't even twist someone's arm to get them to listen to it. Like ICP, everyone just devours their music and loves it or hates it. But I feel like ICP's music is whatever you need it to be. You know, it's like a Rorschach test. Like, you need something to fucking think about. You need something to rage on. You need something to jam to. You need something to be pissed off about. ICP's got you. I don't know, man. Like, because if you're pissed off about music someone put out, like, why don't you go make your own? If you think you know what's so dope. They said that, promoting the Wraith. If you think you know what's so dope, why don't you make it yourself instead of fucking judging everybody else? I fucking love that. And that's my motto. Like, I was like, hell yeah, I am going to make music that I think is dope. And quite honestly, like, I was making juggalo music, you know, before it became a stigma, because juggalos made so much music that old heads were like, fuck this shit. Like, even Twisted got all fucking pissed at juggalos wearing hatchet men that weren't signed to Psychopathic. And they had like a video interview on Fago Lovers where they were like, these motherfuckers wearing hatchet men, they ain't even fucking signed. Like, fuck that shit. Remember that? Back in the Green Book era.
Twisted.
This was back in the Green Book era. They were like, fuck this shit. You know what I mean? I remember that. But now it's a new time. Now there's like a whole new generation of little juggalos that have known nothing but this community in their lifetime, and it's mad fresh, you know. So it's just like in hip hop in the 90s going into the new millennium. You saw serious artists like perform, like, you know, like rappers, like shunning the internet because it wasn't street. You know what I mean? They sell units. They're musicians and they're, you know, they sell music and you know, Napster and all that shit. Like, it changed the game. So we all had to embrace this digital culture. And the same thing with podcasts, you know, like, podcasts were small, they became huge, and there were a few people that embraced it early, like Joe Button, you know, and that dude from MTV, Adam Carolla. No, maybe that's not his name.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, but there's another dude. Joe Rogan talks to him. He used to be an announcer on MTV, and he was like,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think
of the
homeboy's name.
Bro.
Yeah, he kind of is credited as being the first podcaster.
Oh, what's his name?
Shouts out to Kevin Smith too, a really early podcaster.
Right, the Smodcast. So
yeah,
I think about that. This is a whole new world than we were living in 20 years ago, and so, you know, anyone, like, I listen to podcasts now, and I really wasn't before. Panic, you're in the podcast way more than I was back in the day. You put me onto them, actually, and I start listening to them because of you. Yeah, and so I listen to some good shit, you know, and now we got Juggalo podcasts all over the place. There's Deck One Delt. I've recently been checking their content out. Fucking really fun, you know, listening to old school juggalos talk about the Joker's cards and the music, you know, reminiscing on what it was like to be a juggalo back in the day. I mean, that right there, you're preaching to the choir, and that's exactly what I'm here to do, you know. That's what I'm here to do on Carnival Spirits, is just talk juggalo shit with y'all, invite juggalos up here to promote their shit. So, you know, that's a good segue to thank Humble Among. We're not leaving. I'm just thanking you, because it's the shit that you're a part of the community, and you got your own hustle, and You know, you're down with the clown. You obviously know what's good. You're gathering, and your content's going to be fun to watch and probably be in, because I feel like cameras are going to be everywhere, like you said, and I'm prepared for that. So fuck it, you know what I mean? It's the gathering of the paparazzi. Bring it on. Like,
yeah, facts.
I'm
care. Interested to see how many little outsider YouTube channels are going to be coming in to try to make content preying off of juggalos this year. That's the thing I'm the most interested about.
It'll be interesting. I guess we'll give them a show. But I've always felt that the gathering has been chill, man. Like, you know, the smaller they are, the better they are. Because the more outsiders there are, the less fresh it is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And there's only going to be more juggalos if, you know what I'm saying? So it really doesn't matter to me if there's looky-loos and normies and, you know, like.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I encourage the outsiders, if you will, to come and check it out. Come see the show.
It's not a problem, but it's like everyone gathers differently. You know, some of these folks have been gathering for fucking 20 years straight. Never, you know what I mean? So that's tradition. That is family reunion. That is like, you know, annual vacation. That, you know, so it's a lot deeper than just a concert. It's why the timeline and the music is almost secondary sometimes to the actual gathering, because it's the gathering of the juggalos. It's literally in the name of the event. The gathering itself is fresh, and then they book all these events that make it fresher. Sometimes there's events I don't really care for. I've never let that stop my enjoyment. I just didn't attend that event. You know, most of the time there's fresh events happening simultaneously, and you're torn between them, and you need to choose.
Mm-hmm.
And it kills me, because this year I got to make a couple tough decisions. So
which one is the hardest for you? I got one that's really hard for me. That's gonna.
I don't know, man. There's a few that jumped out at me, but the one that I'm thinking of right now off the bat is the Morton's List seminar, of the unveiling of Morton. Because I was at the first Morton's List seminar in 2001, and you know, Ninja Nate, Jess, like. They're so fucking cool. Jump Steady, like, you know, he threw dice into the crowd. I caught one, and I won a free copy of Morton's List back in 2001, and I still have it unopened, and I bought another copy, and you know, so I just want to know who Morton is, and they got like a half an hour, or they have an hour, and they overlap like a good amount, not just the end of it, you know, but they really do like overlap with Legs Diamond set. So and everyone's like, who cares? And I'm like, I do, motherfucker, because I'm literally Legs Diamond and the Purple Gang's biggest fan. I love that album. Everyone else hates it. And Legs Diamond is a legend. He has done so much for ICP. I want to see him live, and I also want to see the unveiling of Morton's List. And I'm like, I can't be in two places at once. And fuck you. How is Jump Steady going to be unveiling Morton's List while his partner in the Purple Gang is performing? I mean, that right there is telling that Jump Steady isn't even going to be there to do Purple Gang songs, because he's got more important things to do with Morton's List while Legs Diamond is performing. So anyone going out there thinking, oh, it's going to be Legs Diamond and the Purple Gang, no, it isn't, because Jump Steady is going to be revealing Morton at the same goddamn time. So there ain't going to be no Purple Gang at Legs Diamond set. It's going to be Legs Diamond doing something fresh. So don't fucking stigma and pigeonhole Legs Diamond. He is a legend. His guitar is all over Psychopathic, Bang Pow Boom, and before, from like Riddlebox to Bang Pow Boom. He's all over that motherfucker. You know what I mean? He's like the unofficial fourth member of ICP next to Mike E. Clark, who is the god. So anyway, that's my old head perspective. Is that I want to see those guys. And everyone who's on main stage is going to get seen, because that doesn't conflict with nothing. So everyone, you know what I mean? There's no conflictions with main stage. Yeah. Main stage is going to get the majority of my time this year. The secondary stage is going to get some time. I like some acts on there. And then
the Nightmare stage, they have Esham and Dana Dentata back to back while JCW is going on. That's my tough. That's what I'm saying.
I could see someone, because fans of Esham and fans of JCW are some of the hardest core fans. Like, there may not be a million of them, but the ones there are fucking hardcore. So any JCW /suicidalist has got to be fucking pissed that they have to choose between these two events. I personally don't really care. I'm going to go see Isham and I'm going to skip wrestling. That's just me. Panic, you probably do the opposite, right? You'd be at wrestling and you'd skip Isham.
I've seen Isham like 2 times. I'd probably go watch wrestling.
Because you love wrestling so much. I could watch the wrestling videos after the fact. Like if you go film it, put it in your documentary, I'll watch the wrestling later.
It's funny, I was just
live.
I was barely telling my homie, like, one of my favorite memories from the only gathering I've been at so far is sitting on the side of the hill, drinking like a water, eating like a granola bar, smoking a bowl, watching JCW while I think you were watching Jim Norton. Because we were watching Jim Norton for a little bit, and then I was like, "Man, I'm gonna go catch wrestling." And you're all right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're split up, right? Yeah, because I do like it when they have comedians. You know, I saw Gallagher. That was cool shit to be able to see Gallagher at the gathering one year.
Gilbert Gottfried, I got to see in
Gottfried, rest in
2019.
peace. Yeah,
rest in peace, Gilbert.
Man, and since we're on that, like Scott Hall.
Yeah, rest in peace, Scott Hall.
Oh yeah, sure. I have seen Scott Hall. Fuck. What's that? Hatchet Attacks. There it is. Hatchet Attacks. I seen him, X-Pac, and Kevin Nash, Scott Hall.
Big Money Rustlers.
Yeah.
Look, I can give or take the wrestling at this time in my life. I've had times where I cared more about it than others.
Right.
And I've always been a fan. I just I don't actually care about wrestling more than the music. So that's what it comes down to. If they're going to put Isham up against JCW, it's not a hard decision for me, but I can understand someone who is, conflicted on that, because JCW is fun as fuck to be there. That's like an interactive experience.
At the same time, like, I think Kevin Gill, it sucks, whatever. I don't really follow him like that no more.
Shouts out to Whoop, kind of.
He had a real wrestling mind, and I know Rude Boy. I don't know if he's doing it now or what, but I know Kevin Gill really had some good people going in. Yeah, he knows who all the wrestlers are and shit. So it was cool seeing JCW when he was bringing them in.
I wish Kevin Gill would have a relationship again with the Clowns and JCW, because he's the announcer for GCW now, and I'm a big fan of GCW. It would be so dope to see a cross-pollination of some of the GCW talent coming into the gathering.
I don't know if you know, like, me and BeastMasteR actually worked with like Kevin Gill. It's not a big deal, but working with him kind of changed my mind about him a little bit.
I've heard some of the stories, man. I've heard some of the stories. Not that, but throw Kevin Gill under the bus or anything.
But also, it's like he made a big deal out of a fucking small thing. But if you're one of those driven people, maybe that's what it is. I don't know him personally. I had one interaction with him.
Yeah.
But it's like,
he's spoken about this, I think, on his podcast before, that he was going allegedly, maybe sprinkle some allegedlys. He was going through some personal issues during his exit at Psychopathic.
Yeah.
But I do know that there's a few stories like what you're alluding to that I've heard about Kevin Gill and his exit. One gathering in particular where he was just apparently kind of a nightmare to be around.
I know that what Panic's talking about is we worked with him at DCG Con in Colorado. We did a whole event with them, hosting backyard wrestling video game tournaments. So we had 2 TVs, we had 2 what were they, Panic? Xboxes or PlayStation? We had multiple consoles, but
2 PlayStation 2s, I think.
Okay, we tried to have, like, we were lucky enough to have 2 functioning consoles, and we wanted to have Backyard Wrestling 1 and Backyard Wrestling 2, but I think we ended up just having, didn't it just end up being Backyard Wrestling 2 on both screens? I could be wrong.
I think so.
Anyway, I digress. That's Kevin Gill's favorite line. We worked with him, and it was fun. It was successful, but Panic, you're not wrong. You know what I mean? Like it was it left a little to be lacking. Left a little bit. You know what I mean?
Left a bad taste.
After it was said and done, at DCG Con, we made so many connections. We we befriended and got closer with everyone who was there, right? Because it shut down and all of us were there. So we all just gathered. It was a mini gathering in the hotel, straight up. Everyone who was supposed to host an event or was supposed to like stand and man a booth, all of a sudden had free time. And it was weed legal Colorado in 2018. And it hadn't even been legalized like that in Massachusetts yet. So it was like a sneak peek of what was yet to come, right in my backyard. But so it was just cool to go and like smoke weed legally and chop it up with like Vinny the ICP kid, Keegan, DJ Clay was kicking around, a lot of people. You know what I mean? And it was good times, right? Like Panic said, Ouija Mac killed it. It's Shaggy killed it. Like. Shout out to Scum for hosting the main event ICP and what was it like who opened for ICP that night? It was Max Sabbath. So fucking fresh.
Yeah.
And so I got great memories from DCG Con, even though there was a lot of fuck shit. And the only person, besides the fuck shit, the only person that left a bad taste in my mouth was KG. You know what I mean? He was kind of impersonal and really did he was stressing out over shit that was fine. Like we pulled it together. We made it happen and it was perfect. And it was really chill. We got pictures with him and he ran away. Like he had to be somewhere. And, but I mean, I ain't talking shit about it. I'm just saying like my experience was negative with him after the fact. I saw him backstage, at Fury Fest or Slam Fest or whatever tour ICP was doing for Fearless Fred Fury. And I said hello to him and he kind of just treated me like he didn't know who I was. He didn't care. Like he couldn't have been bothered. You know what I mean? Like I just said hello to him and he was like, fuck you. He didn't really say that, but he was like, I'm on Facebook right now. Don't bother me. I was like, sorry, bro. Sorry. It was just good to see you because we worked together a couple of years ago and I love JCW. I'm a big fan, whatever. I was like, come on, man. But I did try to buy all of his stuff. Like I bought like $50 worth of KG's merch.
Oh yeah, you got a real reason to
I
be
lost
mad
my
at
attitude about that, and I eventually got a refund like a whole year later.
What, did he never send it out or some shit?
Yeah, I mean, I sent him messages multiple times, and he just blew me off. And basically, like on the 1 year anniversary, I was like, "What's the name of his website?"
You waited a whole year?
Yeah, a whole year later. I'm just like. I was like, screw you and dignified bastards or whatever your fucking fake web store is that he doesn't really sell shit because I try to.
That's wild, man.
Anyway, but me and him, it's water under the bridge. He's been on Carnival Spirit since, and we've been on a stream together, but I never forgot that shit. So he did lose me as a fan. Yeah. And it's not even because he's not psychopathic. It's because he was, I don't know, being weird. And
like I said, I had heard some stories too, or seen some stories around that time.
Yeah,
because he used to run all the web stuff, right? He used to run all the web stuff.
Well, there was a short time where he was the jelly nuts of psychopathic. Like he was the webmaster posting.
Yeah.
If something was on ICP's Facebook, it was him that wrote it and posted
it. Yeah, exactly.
So he did that for a hot minute. Just like everyone that's psychopathic, he probably took on a bit more than he could chew off and got burnt out, and probably didn't get compensated for all the extra miling he did. So he probably feels salty about, because he did a lot, a lot of people just, they love what they do and they want to help. And maybe they agree to do things that they're not contractually obligated to do. And they feel like they're not appreciated at the end of the day. Is that what KG is mad about? That, something happened at a gathering and he was like, fuck this shit. I'm going home.
I think they might have sent his ass home.
Okay, he might have gotten fired. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they sent his ass home.
He didn't. If there's a difference between getting fired and quitting, I don't know. So maybe he didn't want to leave. And
purely speculation. This is going off the stuff I read online. Fucking what?
It would be dope. It would be dope to interview KG.
5 years ago.
I mean, I got no bad feelings against him because he did give me my money back eventually, and you know, because I kind of felt like he was ripping me off. Like I wanted to.
Oh yeah, you wait a whole year, dog. What the
I wanted to show. Like I bought the stickers. I bought his little KG fucking, you know, like he had all sorts of cool stuff, and I bought like one of everything. And
I remember I even hit him up on comments, like in the middle of that year. And I'm like, hey, I tagged you in it or some shit like that. Like, hey, my friend got some like issues with you. And I think y'all even got in touch, and still you had to wait like a few months longer.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I wasn't like attacking him, but I told him what was up. I showed him screenshots with my confirmation number, and you know, he just didn't do anything about it. So naturally, I was just like, all right, fuck me, I guess. Like,
I bet you if you had tickets to a wrestling show, he would have hit you up real fucking quick.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I would see is constantly. Anybody got tickets to this show? Anybody got tickets to that show? It'd be cool if y'all could hook me up. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, not I'll pay you for them, I'll get you back, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, you know, he's a public figure, and sometimes crowdsourcing is a good way to get things to happen. But you know, I don't want to nitpick him and what he does. I wish he didn't have a falling out because he was a good asset to Psychopathic Records. I mean, JCW. So you know, I miss his absence is noticeable, but his attitude is. Wasn't appreciated, so it's fine. And it's ironic because he's got the positive mental fucking attitude slogan. So, you know, I think that's just a case of him trying to tackle his demons and putting it right there on Front Street. Positive mental fucking attitude. That's him. That's a affirmation to remind himself to keep his attitude. And I like that because honestly, that's exactly what BeastMaster is. It's about mastering the, you know, the making a beast out of a man. There's a whole quote about it. It's not about fucking, you know, ferrets and mullets. It's not about Final Fantasy, you know, wizards and sages. It's about you know, fucking tackling your demons.
Ouija cat.
You know. I think KG is a talented motherfucker. I used to listen to his podcast. What the fuck was it called? He had Violent J on there a couple times. He had a lot of wrestlers on there when KG had a podcast.
I can't even remember the Kevin.
I can't either. It's been a minute. It just shows you if you stop, if you fall off, you be forgotten just like that. You know what I mean? The everyone just moves on to the next.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like you said, like, dude, I fucking had too many podcasts at the time. Like, one had to go.
Well, I never used to really watch other Juggalo content, and maybe it was obvious, but in the past year, I started like paying attention to more Juggalo content, and I like what I've seen. It's just there's more people doing it now. There wasn't really a lot to look at back in the day, so I wasn't looking for it, and you know, it didn't really bother me if there was other streams and other channels because, you know, I would prefer it if it was a big community and everyone was putting out dope content. But a lot of people get burnt out on streaming and like, you know, so a lot of people just kind of stop doing it. The community changes. It's like a rotating door, you know? And I think ICP have the power to rejuvenate, you know, the child, the inner child, and the awe, and you know, the fun, you know, the life in people. You know, when people go see ICP nowadays, you know, I seen old heads come back and be like, yeah, I haven't really paid attention to ICP in a while, but then I went and checked them out, and damn, it was fucking great. You know, like they still got it. Even a bad ICP show is a good ICP show. It's like fucking cold pizza, you know.
Yeah.
I can't get enough of it. So Violent J is going to come out there in a wheelchair. You know,
let's not say that. Let's not say
he has one of those tubes in his nose. I don't give a shit.
No.
Anyway,
I don't think that's very funny. I don't think we
it's
should
not
even
funny,
joke
but
about that kind of shit.
They're going to roll till the wheels fall off. And I'm just saying that I am here to appreciate every walk of the way. In fact, the next album, the 6 Joker's card of the second deck, is going to be wild in this fucking, you know, the new millennium. Like we've all adjusted to these times now. You know, we all know how it works. We all know how to fucking, you know, follow what we want to follow. And there's kind of like there's a bit of a standard way. I don't know. I just noticed that we've all kind of made a semi-smooth transition into like a digital space. It might all be like Wall-E in the future, you know. But I like the way that that people can, you know, put the way you put together your show and stuff, report on stuff. Like it's very grassroots, you know. I got a couple ideas. I got a couple ideas that kind of is going to take me away from this arena, the talking YouTube thing, but it's still going to be on YouTube. It's still going to be content. It's going to be artistic content. Like I want to break into the art comic realm. So
hey, that's dope, man.
And that was my whole thing. And the only reason I'm back doing this again is because of the gathering and because of the podcast event. And I'm like, all right, it's on. Like let's do this. You know, one last hurrah, right? But yeah, I got plans for the future. I got an album dropping later this year, and I got some artistic endeavors. So because of that, it's really inconsequential if music is popping, you know, whoever, you know. So music is the soundtrack to my life, and right now I'm loving the soundtrack. Ouija Mac is fucking, you know, really on point, and I'm going to be following his shit a lot closer. You know, and all the cohorts, DJ Chunk, you know, like you said, Dot Strife. I mean, all these cats, Devereaux,
Darby
O'Trill, Shaggy the Airhead.
Shaggy the Airhead, indeed.
These guys have great music, okay? And I have no shame saying I'm a new fan of all of them, because obviously they're newer artists, and so I have to warm up to some motherfuckers. And you know, I remember, you know, when Shaggy the Airhead dropped "Wake Up," his solo. It's got that song "I Want Vengeance" with ICP.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who has a track with ICP is going to get my listen, but the rest of that album and the way he does Lazy and Crazy, I mean, his hustle is fucking impressive. And I like his positive attitude. Like he has the kind of mental positive attitude that KG wishes he had. You know what I mean? Like he is truly a grateful, fucking happy, positive motherfucker. And you can see it beaming off of him. I love Shaggy the Airhead.
Yeah, Shaggy the Airhead's an awesome individual, man. Very positive, very positive.
Yeah, it's incredible. So I like checking his content. You know, the way he promotes himself is dope. He has the fucking skills. He's multi-talented. He's like a Renaissance man. He's doing everything. He's working with everybody. And the people he's working with are fucking awesome. DJ Chunk is like next level fucking, because that dude is like fucking 12 years old. I mean, he is just a phenom, you know? Like, I love DJ Chunk. DJ Chunk is so fucking dope. And, you know, so if you're not paying attention, go look these motherfuckers up and recognize that there's shit happening. And, you know, and so, and of course, Chapter 17, I've already, you know, said enough about them, but, you know, yeah, I'm on board now, you know, because I was already on board. And so it's like they're putting out dope music, but I could see Chapter 17 being something that I rep to the fullest. And if that is the next generation, you know, there obviously all things come to an end, but there is always going to be a resurgence. And, you know, Ouija is just doing an incredible job. So fuck it, you know. Counting our blessings, you know. I know that nothing lasts forever, man. So I don't mean to be a broken record, but this has been a long, strange trip, really has. And anyone who's lived their life, you know, your journey is different than mine. I just like sharing my perspective on it. I loved hearing Humble Among's perspective. It's because under the big top, there is no one type of juggalo, and anyone who tries to pretend like there is just you know, having, you know, like issues
that really wouldn't make us juggalos, then would it?
But you could be in the dark, like juggalos go through dark places, you know what I mean? Like when Violent J gets depressed and writes songs like Falling Apart, you know, dude's fucking famous, you know, everyone loves him. he's Violent J. He's on top of the world, and he's still getting depressed, like at his age, like back when he made that song. And that was telling to me, because even myself, like I go through, periods of time where I'm less stable mental health wise than others, and it's a conscious decision to, at my age, to not fall back on old patterns, and I'm really trying to move into the future, like without former toxic traits. And I see just a lot of potential in all the tools and all these activities, these things I do. Is a lot of fun, but at the end of the day, like I'm not really seeking any type of exposure. Like I'm not trying to blow up, because I'm actually afraid of that. Like bad things happen when you get too popular, when you go viral. Like it brings problems. And for 10 years, we've been just making videos for juggalos. Juggalos find us, and only juggalos are going to stick around. So I don't need to sell anything, even juggalos that fucking know me, like my good friends, I know a million of them. They don't give a shit that I'm talking about juggalo shit. Like I'm on my soapbox right now. So you subject yourself to my peanut gallery, and everything I say. If you watch me, I'm not pushing this on no one. This is just like, diary of a juggalo, thoughts in my head. This is, I give you my honest opinion on this shit. And I'm trying to, on the BeastMasteR show, invite, like each episode, have one different juggalo, one different individual, one artist, or one YouTuber, one rapper, whatever, and just put it on Front Street that we're all different. We're all individuals, so you can speak your truth. And I can't engage in the comments and argue with trolls, and people say shit and they're dying on this hill and they're mad about that. And I just let it all brush over my shoulder, because at the end of the day, I look up to people like Violent J and Shaggy, and you don't see them fucking tripping over comments and stuff. Like, what do they have time for fucking social media when they're making albums, they're planning this and that? Like, social media is a time killer. So I'm kind of like an anti, public figure. Like I reluctantly put it out there, because, I want to be social, but that's more because isolation will kill a motherfucker, and so I do need community. And juggalos are the only fucking community that get me, I put it all out there, man, and juggalos feel it. I love juggalos. There's a camaraderie here that you can't manufacture. So that, anyone that comes in and out of this fucking fandom, no one's holding you here, and no one's forcing you to join. You know what I mean? Like you just do what you want, man. Like do as thy will. Don't hurt anybody. And get the fuck out if you cross the line. Like juggalos are pretty tough, a tough crowd, So I'm not even trying to win juggalos over when I make music and stuff. Like I make tribute music. Like if you can relate with it, you might be a juggalo, But I'm not trying to like be the next Twisted or maybe a LSP or like seriously, Ouija Mac, Darby O'Trill, anybody out there fucking grinding, trying to make their dreams happen, I see you, and I'm a part of the juggalos. So chances are I'm here to help. I ain't here to hate on anyone, but just because I ain't feeling everyone's music, like I feel these obligation, like, or it's the underground, you gotta like this, you gotta like that. No, I don't. Don't tell me what to like. I'll fucking not like whatever I don't want to like. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of cool motherfuckers out here, man. I would rather lift people up than tear them down. I really would. And I'm excited to see where people are going to go, because this is the next generation. Like there's people performing at the gathering this year who were at gatherings at Crystal Forest as 11-year-olds, seeing shit blowing their minds. And then now they're performing main stage. I'm talking about Free Will. I watched them on.
Shouts out Free Will.
Yeah, I watched them on Toxic Plague Entertainment. Awesome interview. And I heard all their gathering stories of their minds being blown, being 10 years old at the gathering, seeing all this crazy adult shit. And now they're rocking main stage. I can't wait to see Free Will. Fucking,
they're dope,
they're
man.
from the East Coast, man.
Did you see them last year, BeastMasteR?
I missed their set last year.
Yeah,
so
they were fucking dope. I was down there with TPE for that set. That was really dope.
That's what's up. It's shit like that. You know what I mean? Like just the way that I discover people through mutual friends, and maybe I know some of these performers personally. Maybe I just have been following their whole career, because that's what juggalos do. They they play that underground wicked shit. So I'm just feeling it, man. There's a sea change. And people are they're rising. They're making a name for themselves. The Gathering of Dreams is almost like a launching point where some people are taking advantage of it. Maybe some people are jelly. Maybe some people are like, I wouldn't have, they're like kidding themselves. They would love to be on the fucking timeline and on the bill, but they didn't get picked. So it's a lot easier to say it sucks instead of saying, what you really mean is that you wish it was you up there. Like, I can't lie. I wish I was performing. I got that bug, but at the end of the day, I know where my strengths and weaknesses are, and I'm leaning into my visual arts, goals, while also making music for fun. So I think I know where my lane is, and just like anyone who actually has true success, it's going to happen whether I want it to or not. You know what I mean? I can't make people like my music, but if it blows up, so be it. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. I'm going to make music I love with my friends. You got to. Life is too short, man. Find something you love to do and do the shit out of it. Seriously. There's no fucking excuse not to be happy. But you got to make the decision on your own. Don't be that motherfucker that relies on other people to make you happy, because everyone will let you down. People are like, oh shit, morale just dropped. But I'm just saying, you got to make that shit happen on your own. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, it's true. I've heard homies say, I wish I had something that I could do by myself that I enjoy, because I can't count on nobody.
Facts.
Honestly, that's why I started rapping.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't heard your music yet, so I want to know, where can I find it? Because I'm going to check it out, man. You got albums?
Yeah, I got a few.
Nice.
You can find it on all streaming, all your streaming gimmicks, Humble Among.
So you're on Spotify?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's where I'm going to check you out. Nice.
I just got it real quick. Do you watch a lot of wrestling?
Fuck yeah, I do, man. I'm a big wrestling fan. I don't watch a lot of modern product. I watch some GCW with my homie Kosuke. Put me on GCW, and I watch a little bit of AEW.
Just because I don't hear nobody but wrestling fans use the word gimmick the way you use it.
I'm definitely a big wrestling fan. I have a lot of wrestling knowledge in the set of mine. I'll be honest with you. Big influence on me and the way I live my life and the way I do my art and almost everything about me is Andy Kaufman. If you're familiar with that individual,
okay, yeah. Somewhat.
He's got some wrestling ties, to say the least. So that's a big part of what I do and who I am is Andy Kaufman.
I like it.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Andy Kaufman. I love the movie with Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
And
have you ever seen the documentary on? I just want to shout out another piece of related art to the movie, though. Have you ever seen the documentary on Netflix, Jim and Andy?
Yes. Is that the documentary about the making of that movie? That was incredible.
It's fucking fascinating. Fucking fascinating.
And and
I just revisited that a couple of months back. Equally as fascinating the second time watching it. So fascinated by that shit.
Huge Jim Carrey fan, even through all of his changes. I find him fascinating in general. Like as a person, if you're looking for good content, like look at interviews with Jim Carrey, like his conversations with Jerry Seinfeld, coffee and cars and shit, or just interviews with Jim Carrey, like around that time period after he had gone through some dark periods. Like he had some. I like Jim Carrey, and then of course he's iconic. Ace Ventura, to name one. But that Andy Kaufman movie.
By the way, whoop whoop to Rizal. I see Rizal with the
I put that on the screen because
Rizal.
Last week I didn't see Super Chat, so I had to make sure I show some love here. Thank you. Andy Kaufman. that fucking movie, the soundtrack was written and performed by REM, which is like literally my favorite band. So that on the side note, I was extra geeked about that movie over that fact because I'm an REM mark, and so they got a good song called Into the Beyond or The Great Beyond. It's a great song. It was like just like I mean, that's just like a fun fact, you know what I mean? Like in 2001, when Dark Lotus came out, and I was obsessed with Psychopathic, ICP, Dark Lotus. REM dropped an album, and they had the first song on the album was called Lotus. So I was just like, what? Like at the time in 2001, where worlds were colliding, I was like, this is a sign. This is a sign where my and REM like fucked with hip hop because they had KRS-One on at a time in '91. So KRS-One is performing at the Gathering, and I was introduced to him through REM as a kid, and even in later years they fucked with Q-Tip on the song. They've always fucked with rap a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. REM had a song called Lotus, though. I'm gonna go check that out. I do think a big part of the Dark Carnival, though, is synchronicities. I've talked a little bit about that before on my streams. How I think of the Dark Carnival, I've said before, is a paranormal thing to me. The birth of it is literally Violent J having sleep paralysis and experiencing something. He experienced something. And if you've ever seen stuff about sleep paralysis, it's kind of a gray area of whether or not you're dreaming or if it really is a paranormal event. So I think a lot of the stuff in the Dark Carnival is paranormal. And I think synchronicities, if you get into this stuff, synchronicities are a big part of it.
I feel that
it's really interesting that you're such a big fan of these two different things, and they almost like shouted each other at, or one of them shouted the other one out almost.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's the point.
I do see exactly what you're that's really fascinating to me.
Like because for me, like I'll obsess over my favorite bands. REM was just a band that I would buy their album no matter what when it came out. And so and especially that album was the first release since their drummer retired and quit. So the whole REM community basically gave up on REM. Like REM was past their prime. Their drummer quit, and that album Lotus, it has a very digital sound. Like it's 2001, and the old school fan base kind of rejected it. It's like the calm of REM's catalog. It's just like you cannot fucking make an album without Bill Berry and his ear and his timing. And they tried to do this whole thing with like electric drums and all this stuff, and they experimented. So it was an experimental album, and yet they called it Lotus. And so as always, I'm the contrarian where everyone's like, this is the worst REM song and album ever. I'm like, this is the dopest fucking coincidence ever.
Interesting.
With Dark Lotus dropping, and I'm like, this is fucking awesome. I was fucking ecstatic about it, and I fucking bumped the shit out of that song today.
And you probably always relate it a little bit to Dark Lotus and ICP, just
always,
a little bit.
Always. Yeah. So, I mean, juggalos out there, I ain't trying to sell you on REM. You know me. I just be out here listening to music I love. I'm a big PJ Harvey fan. I love Iron Maiden. I go back to the classics. I recently was listening to Black Sabbath because Mike Sears reviewed Volume 4 on
Black Sabbath is really dope. That's
if you
one
guys
of the best
don't
metal
know,
bands of all time.
Speak Your Clout podcast. I love Mike Sears, and and when he covers Juggalo shit and when he covers Black Sabbath, I watch those episodes. And because in me and him, we actually plan on. I'll just say it. I hope to have him on the show one day as a guest, and would chop it up about our shared taste in music, because that's what it's all about for me. Think about when ICP and Sharon Osbourne had their feud. How I would feel being a hardcore Ozzy Osbourne fan and like literally rolling my eyes like, great, my favorite artists are fighting with each other. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like as a fan, I'm like, wow, Sharon's kind of being a douche, but that is Ozzy's wife. She manages him. I'm always going to support Ozzy. ICP makes fun of her so bad. I'm like, God damn, like this is hilarious. Like I enjoyed it. I took it for what it was. I never let it sway my opinion of Ozzy's music because one has nothing to do with the other. And but when it came to Eminem, I was like, oh yeah, fuck that motherfucker. I don't care how much I like How My Name Is. He fucked up, and I was you know what I mean. I was on board with that feud because
I was an Eminem fan. While
you were also a child.
I'm a teenager, not really a child, but I mean, I was an Eminem.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you because I mean, the Juggalos versus Eminem in that era was hilarious, and I was all about it. It was those songs dissing Eminem were fucking fire.
Oh, that's that's where, like you were saying, it was a weird thing for me to be a fan of both. You know what I mean? And being like, and I'll be honest, I definitely leaned way more ICP than I leaned Eminem, obviously. But I'll be lying if I didn't say I fucking bumped Marshall Mathers LP. I'd be capping.
You are not in that is the majority, okay? Because I've looked at like these scales, or what do you call them, these charts that show like the most record sales of all time, and you go back in history and you see like, all right, here's how much Elvis sold of all time. Here's how much the Beatles sold of all time. Here's how much, and so you look at every record-breaking recording artist. And then when you get to Eminem doubles, triples, quadruples, like his record sales just blows everybody of all time away. So he was a force to be reckoned with. And it's like an impossible argument. It is always going to be like Juggalos versus everybody, and the whole world was on Eminem's nuts, like harder than they'd ever been on anyone's nuts before. Elvis, Beatles combined, you know what I mean? So the fact that Juggalos were like, yo, fuck Eminem, that was unique. It was like there was only a few of us riding with ICP, and the world was on, and Eminem fucking normalized the wicked shit. So the fact that he was feuding with ICP instead of crediting them for fucking influencing him, and
I have a lot of thoughts about all this.
Star without fucking giving his flowers, like fuck all that. Like I get it. It just nothing works out the way you expect. It's the luck of a juggalo. ICP, of course, we're gonna get shunned by the greatest fucking selling artist of all time. You know what I mean? And not be him. Of course, that's how it happens. Like,
I'll be honest. I do have to get off of here pretty soon.
Okay.
But I want to do a what if. I've talked a lot about my thoughts on Eminem and his relation to the Juggalo culture. There's a video I've been teasing for a long time. I really need to do. This is a good reminder that I need to do it. But I do want to talk about a what if that I've posed many times on my streams, and I'll pose it to you here.
Okay.
I think about this a lot, honestly. So Eminem knew Twisted. It was pretty famous. Eminem opened for HOK back in the day.
Yep.
What do you think? And Twisted tells a story. There's a really interesting story that Twisted has told before of when Psychopathic first was fucking with them. Psychopathic was like, hey, what other rappers you know? And they brought up Eminem. This is before Dre. What do you think of the what if Eminem signed to Psychopathic and never went to LA and did the Rap Olympics and never met Dre, and that demo never got into the hands of Jimmy Iovine's kid and all of that? What do you think of what do you think would have happened to Eminem if he signed to Psychopathic and never signed to Aftermath, is what I'm asking you.
I think like honestly, I think that well, I did watch the Defiant ones, so I feel like I kind of know, you know, when Eminem got swooped up by those guys, like that was his meal ticket. If he had gone with Psychopathic, he would have stayed underground. Because
would he have ended up Twisted?
Well, I can't tell you like the what if of the personal relationship with these guys, but that's
why I'm just speculating. This is all fantasy.
So I'm trying to get it out. Like,
yeah,
if ICP and Eminem were boys and working together in the studio, creatively bouncing back and forth off each other, maybe his genius and ICP's genius would have given us something that would have blown up anyway. Like maybe there was no stopping Eminem from being the giant. Like, because it's either that or it's all Dre, and it's because of Dre and Homeboy, like because of their you know,
What do
help.
you
You know what I
What do
mean?
you
So
think
it's
of
either-
a version of what do you think of a version of Guilty Conscience where it's Violent J instead of Dr. Dre?
Is that a song?
You never heard Guilty Conscience?
Bro, I don't fuck with Eminem like that.
Oh, geez, okay.
I'm sorry, but like you have to understand, like I'm an old head. Like I don't even know Danny Brown's catalog. I just know he's cool, and I've seen some videos. You know what I mean? Like I don't follow these guys. I don't follow Eminem. That I really don't give a fuck. People that watch me know this. Like I'm not even like hating on him, but I used to. I used to fucking hate Eminem, and it really ticked me off because you couldn't escape it. You know what I mean? But I used to fucking get annoyed when people would shove shit down my throat, no matter what it was. So no matter what's trendy, no matter what's popular, if people are trying to shove it down my throat, I'm usually gonna fucking be a little resistant. And but the circumstances, man, like you just can't escape that. If you're a juggalo following ICP and you actually see the events unfold, man, clowning on Eminem was just so fun. You know, it was just.
And don't get me wrong, I definitely clowned on Eminem, and I relished in all nothing but a bitch thing dropping. I downloaded the MP3, all that shit.
Right, and so what better way to reject the mainstream than to reject the poster child of mainstream? It was kind of awesome to that feud really like drew the battle line. Like it's us versus the mainstream, and you know the ICP milked it for all it was worth. The most hated band in the world, and they really went hard, you know, with that Jekyll Brothers era, and the Eminem disses didn't stop, you know. Please don't hate me. I mean, Bizarre. What was the Eminem diss in Jekyll Brothers? I know there was one. I'm trying to think.
In Jekyll Brothers? I'm not aware of one in Jekyll Brothers.
Maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, because Jekyll Brothers before. But you know, they just slide these little jokes in there here and there. You know, Juggalos perpetuated that beef like 10 years past the beef really existing. Like Juggalos are really don't let shit go. You know, it's just like everybody crawling up Straight Jacket's ass and you know, in Bug and Light about not being on Psychopathic, because Juggalos don't know how to stop beating the dead horse. We all know that they're off Psychopathic and you know they're doing their own thing, and which is fine. So it just sucks because if you pay too much attention to the comments and you let the trolls affect your attitude, then you know you're in murky water, because you know there's a lot of negativity out there and a lot of dumbasses, and people aren't necessarily asking questions because they want to know. They're doing it because they're trolling.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, why aren't you on Psychopathic anymore? If I was Straight Jacket, I would be fucking annoyed too. More attention means more problems, man. You know, that rant he did, I watched your coverage and it was fascinating because I want to support those guys because I like their music.
And I said in that video, I do think the real message of that video is at the end. I think he just got frustrated with the chat, like you're saying.
Well, I think
the real message is though that we need to be more unified on this shit.
Well, maybe also don't pay too close attention to the people out there that are muckraking and they just want to get a rise out of you, because there are people out there.
You're not going to stop the comments. That's never going to happen.
Look, it's Joe Rogan. He doesn't read his comments because he gets too many of them. Like eventually, if you get too successful, you're going to have to fucking ignore the fucking comments. It's just a fact.
But do you really want to be always the man in the glass house, or the man in the high tower, so to speak, like a Joe Rogan, who really has, in my opinion, on Joe Rogan nowadays, man's got no perspective on what really is going on in the fucking world, because he's so fucking rich and he's in his own little fucking bubble. He's got so many yes men around him.
But do
you really want to always be in that bubble?
Yeah, but he's reached that level.
Or do you want to be a little bit more real with yourself?
Yeah, but I'm not Joe Rogan, man. I'm not up in that fucking ivory tower, and I'm not isolated.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying.
No, but I'm saying that I don't think ignoring. Look, all I'm saying is that I know what triggers me, and so as a man, I know how to avoid my triggers, and I know how to not seek out things that trigger me. That's all I'm saying, okay? And as a content provider, I want to put out content and I want to allow people to comment, but I also need to have a boundary where I'm not going to take everything to heart. So if you do subject yourself to the comments, you need to have the skin of a fucking rhino. Okay. And that is the way I live my life, with a thick skin where I'm not going to let shit bother me. Not like ignoring it. So I'm like Joe Rogan and I've lost perspective. I actually pay attention to stuff. It's just, man, like comments get savage, you know, like you could go down a rabbit hole, you know, just go on Reddit. Like I love killing time, but I also like being productive. So I got to choose, when am I going to sit on my ass and eat ho-hos and just read comments for an hour straight? And when am I going to actually fucking get some shit done, produce some content, write some verses, right? You know what I mean? Like I don't got time for that shit. Like I don't care. Kids are going to fucking watch stuff, cartoons, watch anime for fucking hours on end, but then they don't have time to watch a video, you know, or support an artist. Like someone's gonna go home and they're gonna watch fucking 8 hours of CSI fucking crime murder mystery fucking drama bullshit, like fake stories, not even real. Or maybe it's real stories, like real investigations, like serial killer documentaries, and just binge watch the shit at a Family Guy for the 100th time. You know what I mean? Like you can kill your time a million ways. I choose to kill it on juggalo things, and then music that's a little bit more. Well, I mean, I like rock and roll, so I really like guitar music. You know, I like that melodic shit. I'm really feeling Devereaux, man.
Yeah,
Devereaux is
the man.
fucking really killing it. You know, he's got everything. He's got this new sound, and he's melding his guitars in it. And oh my god, Devereaux is just fucking. That's it. Like I'm fucking chapter 17 all day, because now I recognize how I can help them by supporting those motherfuckers like harder, you know, and that's what I want, is more music from them. That's all it comes down to. We're going to support what we want to support. I just happen to want to support ICP, you know. Doesn't mean I watch every Shaggy and the Creep episode, again, because I don't have time for that. But man, when I do, I'm impressed. Like they actually got their shit together. Like shout out to Shoutouts, like, you know, and all the whatever he does, like probably everything. Like and Keegan and Shaggy and their whole fucking crew is fun. You know, they got Manny, they got Trey Pound. It's a good
Shouts
time.
out to Manny. Manny's the shit.
Yeah. It's, you know, in a way, it's like I wish it was Violent J and Shaggy, but I get it. You know, like I just I really appreciate Keegan, because he almost feels like a great proxy. He's like a younger, but yet very funny. You know, he's not Violent J, but like if you turn the lights off and showed his silhouette, or maybe painting him up like Violent J, maybe he might pass. So I don't know, man. Like Shaggy and Keegan,
I hate to say it.
You know?
I hate to say it, but like just the things that I've seen and the clips that I've seen from Patreon, Twitter, not Twitter, Twitch.
Oh, Twitch.
I'm kind of glad Jay's not on there. He's been fucking up. I'm glad he's not on there.
The more recent ones, he was really on point. I'll give the man credit. The Twitch stuff, he was pretty much on point. All the Twitch stuff, the Patreon stuff,
not so much. Yeah,
I went back recently and I watched the Clown Cook-Off to show Emily the Clown Cook-Off, because it's funny as fuck. I remembered it being really funny. Honestly, kind of rewatching it though, knowing everything I know, because this was before he came out with the AFib stuff. Yeah, and before he went to rehab.
Right.
It was dark. It was honestly kind of dark to watch.
Look, these guys are human beings. I just want to say they're human beings, and they're all living their life. And
exactly,
you know, we all have expectations and wants from them, but at the end of the day, they are allowed to be human and have their human moments. And
right. And look. I'm not hating. TJ knows,
and I don't think you are, sir. By the way,
if there's no, I didn't think that.
Okay.
If there's like a YouTube channel that like openly just bashes ICP too much, I don't know who they are anymore. TJ knows what I don't know you. Like I get it, Twisted's the shit and down with ICP. Literally.
Do people actually do that? I'm so out of the loop with that kind of stuff. Do people actually do that?
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Well, I would say this, like there's definitely like a magic ninja community, you know, so there's definitely, but I think mostly it's the artists that do this kind of content providing, because Blaze Your Dead Homie used to do the coffin talks or his cast. I forget what he called them. Blaze used to do it. Now you got Ali Zuli Ul. Like Twisted would always do their own shows, like Ashtrays Action Figures, and Mono loves to do live streaming. But I don't really see Twizzlers like YouTubing so much. I don't know. I mostly, if they do, they're also down with the clown. Like they're juggalos.
Yeah, I feel like they have to ride the line, because like otherwise you're almost alienating, part of the audience.
It's weird.
Biggest part of the audience, arguably.
I don't know. It's weird. Like who do you argue is the biggest part of the audience?
Psychopathic, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. I was just checking. Because I was gonna say, like, don't try to tell me I'm tripping over here, Twisted, because it's just facts. If you go to Spotify and you look at monthly listens for ICP and Twisted, the writing's on the wall who actually is dominating. But I digress. People listen to what they want to listen to, and I'm not hating. All I'm saying is that maybe the camps and the labels do have to, strategize, and maybe they're motivating each other, and it could be a Cold War. But at the end of the day, I don't have to engage in any type of fucking bickering, fighting.
And that's why with my content, I never try to. I honestly, I don't cover Twisted that much, because everything on my channel I care about. And I honestly, at this point, I just don't care about Twisted that much. But that's just the reality of my passions and my likes. I still listen to old Twisted. I've gotten past being butthurt to the point of not wanting to listen to them. After East Side Ninjas dropped last year, was that last year? After East Side Ninjas dropped last year, I think that was last year, I stopped listening to Twisted cold. I was just not interested.
It was 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, because I remember New Year's Eve when they dropped the song, and it wasn't last year's New Year's Eve. But anyway,
I stopped listening for a while, man. But I recently listened to Most Tasteless, and I was fucking with it again. I do have my issues with Twisted because of things they've done in the past, things they've said. But
you know what I
have good memories. I have good memories of fucking with Twisted.
I guess when I had Mitch up here last week, and shout out to Murder Mayhem Mitch,
big shouts out to Mitch.
We definitely are inviting him back again, and I feel like his presence on YouTube was cool. I like
big inspiration to me once again. Big inspiration.
He's passionate about ICP, and so that's why I like him. Even though
his honesty, I like his honesty. He's honest as fuck.
Yeah,
like he does not give a shit. He'll just say his opinion.
Yeah, and he doesn't mind that I don't agree with him, and we're still friends. And I hope that that's a good example, because I see a lot of people fucking, almost like trolling so hard that they're, it's like I actually don't mind the trolling. It's just I'm not interested in trolling. So so if Twisted is still a punching bag for you,
no, not for me.
Prerogative. I don't mean anyone out there who actually gets a kick out of hating on Twisted. That's not a crime. It's just I'm not opposed to liking their shit. It just happens that they're gone in the direction that I'm not feeling. So it's very easy to not care. I really don't care. Everybody's got guitars now and drums on their set and their live performance. I like the way that people are experimenting with changes of sound. I'm a big fan of Isham's psyops, and lately he's been going on stage with the guitar and the drummer, and it sounds ill. I hope he brings that to the gathering this year. So I'm not even like mad at Twisted for like getting a drummer and going rock, but I'm not into it, and I don't have time for it. So there's really no need to front, that I'm not supporting it, but I'm not hating. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think about
I don't see the point in hating. I don't see the point in spreading that kind of energy.
You got George, right? And then his relationship with everybody, because he used to be involved with Purple Hash and Ajax back in the day. And, I thought it was kind of cool that, Straight Jacket, like, I don't know everything about Straight Jacket, but I know we have mutual friends. I know people that he's engineered and mixed their albums for. So he puts in work, and he's willing to work with people. He has ties with Psychopathic, and I like his work. I'm a fan of Straight Jacket. So I get it that he's getting frustrated with people bombarding him with psychopathic questions when he's just trying to do him, and I get it. Juggalos maybe need a re-education on like where people stand. And, they don't need to get along, the camps, right? Magic Ninja, Psychopathic, they don't need to get along, but maybe the fan bases need to just check themselves and recognize that we can coexist. You know, it's not a problem, and maybe even the artists can, you know, be on the same bill someday, and you know, we'll see like Light and Hoodoo and, you know, and people from Magic Ninja on a bill. But right now we are at the mercy of ego battles. Okay. And I really, again, don't have much time to concern myself with who's friends with who and who's mad at who. And if Straight Jacket wants to take jabs at the gathering and be like, this is my real dream lineup, then he's asking for it. Okay. If you put out like shots fired like that, then you're kind of asking for a kickback. So I'm also not sympathetic to him, but I also think that I really think he came from the heart, and I recognize that he was.
I think he just got a little flustered on that stream. Like I think he just got a little flustered.
You can hear it in his voice. Yeah,
yeah, you definitely can hear it in his voice.
And Light was like, "How do I get out of the room?" Where's
Light was like, "How do I distract from this?" Light, I think, was like trying to. I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw that. I pointed it out because I definitely saw that.
Okay, shit. but I really sympathize with these guys because I like their music and I want them to continue to be successful. And hell, if I need mixing and mastering, maybe I'll hit them up because I trust their ear. You know,
Straight Jacket mixes and masters all of Ouija's stuff too. He dropped in that.
That's what I'm saying. Like he
there was a couple of other little nuggets in that thing that was really interesting.
Stale wind, bruh. Do you hear me? Yeah. Stale wind. The new Chapter 17 album, fucking mixed and mastered by Straight Jacket. So he's got.
He said he's been mixing and mastering his last few stuff though.
That's what I'm saying. But he's working with Magic Ninja. He's working with Ouija Mac. Motherfuckers need to like let this shit go and let people work together. Like stop trying to fucking, you know, weaponize every motherfucking action and be like, well, you're not being true to a G code if you fuck with this guy. That I just don't care, man. You guys are being childish. You know, let these motherfuckers work. Like let them make music. I'm going to support Light. I'm going to support Monstar, and I'm probably going to support Hypnotic Sound if they put out good music. That's my stance.
Come on, man.
These are former Catholic artists.
You're never going to defeat the internet.
Yeah,
you're never going to defeat the people.
Yeah.
That's why they just need to keep doing their own thing and just keep
more
working.
Power to them. Like I think I just need to put my foot down and let y'all know that maybe I'll just start supporting them and acting as if I don't give a fuck about what I don't give a fuck about, which is your fucking opinion.
Well, the main point, like I said, the main message that they got out was listen to what you want to listen to.
Yeah, that's a good message.
That's all it is. It's just listen to what you want to listen to, and that's.
And I don't even know exactly.
When I say subjective art form, by the way, that's what I mean. When I say, I just say the phrase sometimes, subjective art form. That means you like what you like.
Man, it's rough out there if you're trying to get out of the shadow. Like really, that's your only hope is to tell people, look, if you don't like it, don't listen to it. Support who you want to support.
Yeah.
Stop fucking with us. Let us eat. You know what I mean? Like whatever happened to you don't have to eat at my table, but I'm not trying to stop you from eating. Like, why people got to be so bitch made? I'm just saying, like, this is why I stay away from the comments because, like, a comment.
Oh man,
you can feed the trolls, but you can feed the trolls, or you could just let it brush over your shoulder. And motherfuckers are dying for attention out here. Like, seriously, motherfuckers are dying for attention. If they don't get attention, they're gonna die. So you can't stop the internet panic. You know, you're wise,
brother. This has been really fun, but I really have to get off.
All right, man. Thank you. We won't hold you up anymore. We're probably going to wrap this up real soon as well. So
thank you again for having me.
Subscribe. Yeah, Humble Among. I'm going to put all of your. If you want to send me all the social media that you want people to know about, send it to me. I'm going to put it in the description of all these videos.
Humble Among on everything.
Humble
Among on everything. Just follow that name. Look for the green alien head looking motherfucker. Yeah. Just follow that shit. Give me that subscribe shit. Go listen to my music too. A lot of people do sleep on my music. Go check that shit out. I got quite a few albums out. Halloween Tape 5 probably is going to be the next project I will be dropping. I'll go ahead and say, I think I've said this before, The Revenge of Candy Hoffman, Halloween Tape 5, coming in October. I think that'll probably be the next thing I drop musically. I have a couple other things on the back burner, but I think they're going to stay on the back burner for now.
Well, maybe
the last project. Let me promote my last project though, real quick.
Okay.
The last thing I dropped was an EP called April Fools with Shaggy the Airhead, produced entirely by Shaggy the Airhead. If y'all fuck with Shaggy the Airhead, go listen to that shit. It's definitely a little bit of a different style than what I usually do, but it's fucking dope shit nonetheless. Thank you, Shaggy, for fucking with me enough to sell me beats.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I love you guys. Thank you for having me though, BeastMaster.
Hey,
and what was your name? What was your name, gentlemen?
Panic.
Panic. Nice
Yes,
meeting you, man. It was really nice talking to you.
You too.
Yeah, so everyone go check out Humble Among. You're putting out regular content. I don't know if you have a schedule, but I noticed you're putting out multiple videos per week, and
try to. Yeah.
And you'll be at the gathering, so I will see you there, brother.
Hopefully, I can get you to talk on camera if you're into it, BeastMaster.
I will be. I'm showing up ready to do the damn thing. Like it's
goddamn right.
I'm very focused this year on getting some things done. Like for example, I will have my own version of a gathering docu-series. I don't think it's going to be one long video. I think it's going to be serialized, but I'm going to be filming too, you know? So, yeah, I'll talk to you later behind the scenes. We'll plan some shit, you know what I mean? And we'll have a lot of fun this summer.
Yes, sir, man. All right, well, I'll see you guys probably in about 23 days.
Show you right.
All right, y'all. Thanks for having me again, man. Whoop, whoop.
Much clown love. Humble Among, everybody. Check them out. Nobody Man with the links, as always.
Fuck hey, thank you, Nobody Man. That's the shit. Whoop, whoop, y'all. Have a great night.
All right, peace.
Yep,
all right, so Panic. I don't know if I was doing like the past 4 months, you know, just looking at Fago lovers posts that announce stuff that have happened in the past 4 months. Do you have a little bit of time to kill? Maybe we'll go to the top of the hour.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we'll just pick up where I left off. And really, we got majorly sidetracked by chapter 17, talking about Ouija Mac. I basically stopped looking at Fago lovers once we brought up Hex and Ouija Mac because if you didn't know, I'm obsessed with them, dude. I just listened to all of Ouija Mac's albums, and some of them I had heard before, some of them I was sleeping on.
Yeah, I didn't know you had got that deep involved with them recently.
Yeah, it was just this week.
Oh, okay.
And so what I did was I started listening to Ouija Mac's albums in order, starting with Trash Fire, you know, and then there was Gutter Water, and then there's Water Dance, you know. So every release he did, including the Death Plus mixtapes, man, I just I connected with it, you know. It's because some of it was familiar, you know. It's like, oh, I remember when this came out. Like I've heard a lot of it live. So, but there were a few albums I actually had not listened to the entire thing yet. I had not heard the entire Pretty Ugly One. I didn't actually hear like every song on Dirtbag. Apparently, I don't know, or maybe I did, but I just kind of forgot about it. I just wasn't fucking with Ouija Mac like that. You know, I checked it out, but it didn't resonate with me until recently because, well, I can't lie, man. I really like what they're doing with the Swamp Society. Okay, so the Swamp Society is like Darby O'Trill, and you know, who's recently signed to LSP. You know, he works with Devereaux, Dot Strife, you know, Shaggy the Airhead, and all those guys. They're putting out good shit, like Darby's Gully album and the new Christ of the Blockheads. You know, that video that they just dropped. Like, I'm feeling all that shit. I felt like I was like, man, I need to listen to Ouija's music because I need to familiarize myself with it because these artists I like, you know, basically were all introduced to me through Ouija Mac, you know. You know, like Devereaux and Shaggy. I already knew who Darby was, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I know Devereaux's music. I know mostly from Darby, and you know. So now I've really identified you know, all the songs from Ouija Mac that I'm fucking with. And it's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. There's a few instances where every song on the fucking album is fire. I don't feel that way about every album.
Right.
I feel that way about a bunch of them. I think Wasteland was a real turning point for me. The production on that is fucking crazy.
So as far as Ouija goes, like I've heard, like I said, he has a fuckload of music videos. I've seen stuff here and there.
Yeah.
Gutter Water's the only one I heard from start to finish. And this,
Dude, his videos are dope. His videos are dope. I mean, they're well made. They're fucking crazy. There's just a lot going on. A lot going on in his music videos. He's got some showmanship.
Yeah. I just like I don't hate him or anything, but like I don't know. There started to be something on like his social media. I'm like, I don't give whatever. Okay, dude.
Well,
so I kind of got
maybe
turned off to him for a little bit. But like I said, I don't hate him. Whatever. I just, which is probably the worst thing to have happen, is just indifferent.
It's one thing to follow someone on social media. It's another to follow their music career, man. Like it's two different monsters. Like I don't want to spend all my time on social media, but I do want to listen to his music. So he's gonna have my support, but I'm probably gonna miss a bunch of his posts. Like that's not where I do not owe him like, you know, views and clicks and stuff, but I actually want to give those to him because I want to help the dude. You know, I think that his music is some good shit that people obviously are enjoying. Like, you know, I feel like I'm a little late to the party, and it's obvious because when Ouija performs, the fucking crowd gets hype.
Yeah,
like it's just kind of undeniable, and I've enjoyed every time I've seen them live. But I guess I never really like, you know, I don't know. I never really went ape shit, you know, and got all hype and wild for Ouija Mac. I just kind of like chilled and absorbed it, and you know, I want to soak it in, you know, and really watch. Like he's a good performer, man. Ouija Mac has sold me live. Like he doesn't even need a fucking hype man. He just, you know, he's good like that. Like Ouija Mac is good like that. He's fun to watch live. You know, I just give him all the respect. Because he reps Juggalo to the fucking fullest. And, you know, that's what I want, is I want someone who's got respect, puts respect on it, and then takes it somewhere else and isn't just being, you know, a copycat. Like, I don't want another ICP. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of got his own thing going on. And so, you know.
So we had talked about this, but I never really got back to you. I finally listened to Light's album a couple of times.
Oh, you talking about Metamorphosis?
Yeah. And I liked one song, and it literally had nothing to do with him. He had people on there. And I couldn't help it. I tried to go in like unbiased, but he kept like, I can't remember word for word, but it was something like, I'm going to do this because I got passion kind of type of song. And I'm like, well, if you got so much passion, where the fuck were you for so many years? I get it. Problems, which is kind of, it kills what you just said. If you got so much passion, how the fuck did these problems stop you for so many years? I get it, there was family problems, but it kept playing in my mind, and I couldn't enjoy it. And like I said, I liked one song and it had nothing to do with him. It was the people that were on there, and I don't even remember what their names were, but I did listen to it like 2 or 3 times, and I'm just like, I can't take him seriously. Just can't.
I hope he puts out more content and shows like progression and has fun doing it, like because he's talented as fuck, you know, and the writing and the sentiments on this album has probably been bubbling up for a long time. And so now that he's got that out of his system, I am curious to see like what direction he takes his music, because he's not going to be the same forever. You know, no one is.
Yeah.
Or maybe it'll just be derivative and it'll be the same song and dance, and like I don't know. We can't predict the future, but I actually enjoy Light. He's got some bars, man. So and I can't lie, it was dope seeing him on Psychopathic repping, and so when he disappeared like that, and you know, coming back out of nowhere after so much time has passed, I'm just proud of him, and I do like songs on Metamorphosis, but I've only listened to it one time. You know, like I'm actually like into it as much as I was into Ouija Mac before. Like I like it, but I'm not blown away. Yeah, I'm not like I'm gonna support him. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna even see him live when I have the opportunity, I guess. But Ouija Mac just won me over in a way that Light hasn't, because Ouija Mac has all the albums,
because he puts in work,
dude. But look, someone else could put out the same amount of albums and not have that effect on me. Okay, like not all music is the same. You can listen. Like seriously, I don't want to put anybody down, but there's some workaholics out there, people that have mad albums. They put music after music, and you know what? They probably got a nice fan base and people that actually like it, but not everything is for everybody, right?
Okay,
right.
So I found the song. It was
I'm gonna play a clip. After you tell me this, I'm gonna play a clip, okay?
It was Mind Back Right with Preach, whoever the hell that is, and Twisted Insane. So it was like a quicker, like the chopper type shit.
Yeah.
So that was the song.
Yo, I got a clip I'm gonna play. And you know, you are always telling me when fucking cool shit is getting brought up in podcasts, and you're always letting me know when ICP or Juggalos get mentioned on other people's podcasts. So thank you to you. But I got a clip right here that I'm gonna play. It's only like 30 seconds. All right. Okay. This is a real recent fucking live stream that happens.
I mean, what's coming from Clay in the vault?
Ooh, a bunch of dope music. We got 2 new studio albums coming out. One from Bales, one from Jason the Sin God. And then I'm going head first into Let 'Em Bleed 5.
Oh,
I am very hyped for that.
Yeah. I'm very hyped. I've heard rumors.
You heard it here first.
It's not. It was rumors. It was hearsay. It was little hints and notices on the interwebs.
Get off your phone, Joey.
Now, guess what?
Huh?
It's legit if it's here.
Sorry, I just went to get water as I played that clip.
Lucha Renee putting the hammer down. Get off your phone, Joey.
Yeah, right. Get off your phone. So, I just missed it. But did I not hear him say, "Let 'em bleed"?
Let 'em bleed 5.
Let 'em bleed 5. You know, so that's cool. Like, I mean, to me, when the Let 'em Bleed mixtapes dropped, that was a new thing. You know, Psychopathic had never done it before, but like mixtapes were a thing that happened, and so it was like ICP dipping their toe. This is their version of a mixtape, and they got the new DJ Clay. You know, I was always a fan of DJ Clay and the way that he was introduced to the scene with his mixtapes and you know, with Shaggy 2 Dope. I remember he had that song on Fuck the Fuck Off. The Party.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right? Shaggy walks into the party, nobody knows, he doesn't know anyone. He's like, fuck it. And he sees DJ Clay, and they have like a DJ like fucking spin-off. That shit's awesome. Okay, so
is that how he got brought up?
I mean,
I
never realized that was 2006. I mean, so he had his Let 'Em Bleed mixtape series in the 2000s, and then he went on tour on the Fuck the Fuck Off, you know, tour, and he was on stage with Shaggy as Shaggy did solo sets, and that was him, you know, being introduced to Juggalos as well as his mixtapes, right? You know, so Clay, like if you take all of Clay's solo work, the songs he raps on, You take all of them from all his mixtapes, you put them all together, you got a dope album right there.
So I liked his solo album. I can't remember what it was fucking called.
Like The Fear of?
Fear, yeah, something Fear. I actually liked that album.
I think the name of that album was low key a promotion for like his hot sauce that came out later.
Overfear. Oh yeah. I've always wanted to make a video about this, but I don't know. I'll just go ahead and talk about it here. There's a song on that album called, I want to say it's called Just Like You.
Dude, hold on. Ivy Kill is calling me out because I said The Party was on Shaggy's solo album when it was on the fucking Tempest. I'm a dumbass. Okay, so I can't remember what songs albums are on now. I'm officially senile. That's a major fuck up. Like, you guys can do the "you fucked up" chant in the chat. I give you permission. But that is annoying, you know, because I know it was 2006, except it was 2007 because that's when the Tempest came out. Yeah. All I know is that time period, right? I'm thinking back to when DJ Clay was introduced to the scene, and it was that time period, you know, because "Fuck the Fuck Off" came out right before the Tempest, you know. Mikey Clark, you know, produced the fuck out of that album. And then he produced the Tempest. So it's like, you know, Mikey Clark's return to ICP was huge. 2006, 2007. Yeah, I fucked up, but I wasn't wrong about DJ Clay going on tour with Shaggy, and that's why it made me think of the Fuck the Fuck Off album, because that's what Shaggy was promoting, the Fuck the Fuck Off album. And then to get on the Tempest with The Party, he was just launched right into this shit. And dude, he probably didn't even have hair on his nuts yet. I mean, DJ Clay has filled this role, and he's got A&R Entertainment, and you know, and he's got his the Clay Station, his Twitch stream. So he's got his little hustle going on, you know. I dig it. And he has lots of music. So you heard it there on the fucking Shaggy and the Creep show. Fucking Let 'Em Bleed, Volume 5. It's fucking cool. I'm excited for it.
So,
like, can you imagine who's going to be on that? It's going to be ICP. It's going to be Ouija. It's going to be, like, who knows, man? Maybe Big Hoodoo.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll shock the underground and have, like, ABK and Blaze on it. Like, oh my God. That's I'm getting ahead of myself. Like, maybe too soon.
We'll have to wait and see.
Look, back in the day, like what he had, like King Gordy. King Gordy was on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There were some other like random people that weren't on Psychopathic that, you know, weaseled their way into a mixtape.
That's true.
It's, you know, yeah, but he's got his own label. Everyone's got their own fucking label. Big Hoodoo has his own label. Eardrug Music.
Yeah.
Oh, Light's got Monstar. ABK has, you know, Hatchet War. What's ABK's thing? Hatchet Warriors? No.
Yeah, I think it is. Native music? No, I don't. Who knows?
Native funk.
Native funk. Yeah.
God damn it. So even Ali Zuli Ul has Long Live Evil. You know, they got their new record label. Even Low Key has a record label now and signing people. What is it? Earworm Records, Dirtcore. There's a lot of labels nowadays. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's too much to keep up with, man. For me, it's too much to keep up with.
It's like that movie, Gangs of New York. You know? Dude, chapter 17, We Are All the Pages. Like, I see what you did there. because that's what Hell's Angels call their fucking chapters. It's like a secret gang.
Oh yeah.
Chapter 17. Like, I mean, that's a play on words, but it's clever. Because everybody wants to be a gangster still. You know what I mean? That's why Blaze and ABK were the fucking drive-by. You know? That's why Twisted wants to be the East Side Ninjas and be gangs. That's why everybody loves the Riders. Everyone loves the Riders because everybody wants to be a gangster. That's why I love Legs Diamond and the Purple Gang, because what everyone fails to see is that is the most gangster album of all. It just happens to be old-timey Irish gangs. Like, you know, it's a concept album. You know, motherfuckers be like hating on new ICP, but they're like, but I like Wizard of the Hood. Well, Wizard of the Hood is a concept album based off of a children's story, like with like a 16-year-old girl who clicks her heels together and has a fairy godmother, and you know what I mean? Like, it's like fucking Legs Diamond and the Purple Gang is a concept story of a guy coming up the ranks in the crime family, and it's this whole thing spelled out. I mean, I love the way he paints the picture, and you know, the songs are fun. I'm not putting down Wizard of the Hood. It's just people, you know, have different reasons for liking things, you know? So if somebody's all hard and being like, yo, I like old school ICP, but I also like get your ass down the yellow brick alleyway, like that's my jam, you know? But they can't get down with new ICP. That's too silly and fucking whack. But Wizard of the Hood gets a pass because the nostalgia washes over us and nobody can deny the freshness of a good story. I just appreciate Legs Diamond's, you know, storytelling in that album, and the music is dope. It's not my favorite album. Don't get me wrong. It's not like that album is better than a Joker's Card, but it's a decent release from Psychopathic.
Yeah,
as is most of them. Very few Psychopathic releases.
It's kind of like with 187 came out with that album. I liked it. But that was a different thing. They kind of fucked up by the beats that they chose.
Maybe.
They really fucked them over by doing that.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, you know, Cold 187 them, you know, imagine if we're talking about multiverses and like what if something else happened. Imagine if we all embraced him and, you know, he stayed on and continued to make music. I mean, I don't think anything lasts forever. So it makes sense that ICP just, you know, does their own thing. And they give a platform to other people once in a while, and they help them with one album. And then they cut them loose and let them do their own thing. They've done that with everybody. They did it with Twisted. They did it with ABK. They did it with Blaze. It was always the first album that had a heavy hand of Violent J, you know? Most Tasteless, Hatchet Warrior. I mean, One Less G in the Hood was heavy Psychopathic, you know? But then he came out with Colton Grundy and was like, you know, really kind of coming into himself and making it his own. Same thing with Freak Show. You know, when Twisted did Freak Show, like all that shit was like without the help of Mikey Clark and ICP, and they presented it to them and like, here, this is what we did by ourselves. You know, same thing with ABK and Dirty History. Some people like Dirty History. I don't. I thought Hatchet Warrior was superior. And, you know, so not to begrudge ABK, but, you know, his debut was so fire that it was like, how can you fucking, you know, how can you do better than this? And there's a couple songs I do fuck with on Dirty History. Don't get me wrong. I just think it's not as good as an album, you know. Psychopathic has put out such good albums, but you know, if they have a miss here and there every once in a while, it's not going to fucking crush my faith in them. And people fucking get so dramatic or they get pissed, you know. It's not that serious, but I do enjoy when they're on point. You know, what was it? Right before Twisted left, 2011, maybe 2012, American Psychos tour. Like
Oh,
literally
yeah.
the last thing that Twisted and ICP did together before they split ways, right? They had that American Psycho DVD.
Right.
They were all up in that. And that was when Cold 187 was in the mix. Remember they made that video on the road? Where do we go from here? Little did we know that was like a swan song. You know, like some of those ciphers that they did were like the last times we'd ever see ICP and Twisted working together. And, you know, like Abominations, those collabs were the Mighty Death Pop bonus tracks.
I don't think we'll ever see them together again.
Me neither. I think that's it. Those were the last collabs. And so,
I know that there is a calling for Dark Lotus to come back. Even if they did call it Cole, leave it, because it will never be what it once was. Once you have a fallout that deep, it'll never be the same.
All right, but
I don't want to see no more
I'll
Lotus.
play devil's advocate and say that if those guys actually did manage to pull their shit together and reunite and whatever, like you know, build a bridge again after they burnt it, then I think the fans would be there for it. But the likelihood of that happening and just everything that I've seen transpire, I don't have faith in that. You know, I just don't. But I can tell you that maybe just like I was actively taking a side against the ICP Eminem feud in my youth, like unlike Humble Among, he was a fan of Eminem and ICP, and so maybe there was a confliction. I felt that way about Ozzy Osbourne and ICP when they were feuding. I'm like, what the fuck, Sharon? Like, your husband is a fucking living legend, and you're sitting here dissing ICP because you're trying to push Coal Chamber. Get the fuck out of here with Coal Chamber. Like, I was on ICP's side with that, but at the same time, I never stopped supporting Ozzy. In fact, I was actively going to Ozfests back then. I went to like 5 Ozfests in a row. Fucking Black Sabbath, Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, like concerts back in the day, man. That was my fucking shit.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm a juggalo as down as I am, is because I put the time in and gone to so many fucking concerts that, you know, I'm just I'm down for life, man. This shit is like I wouldn't want to live a life where I can't engage in that kind of activity, man. Like clown shows are the shit. Concerts are the shit. Like I heard Rage Against the Machine is back together. You know, everybody should drop what they're doing and go see that shit, because I did in the 90s. It was amazing. It like changed my life. Concerts are amazing. Concerts are amazing. I love it so much that I even tried doing it myself, you know, amateur style. Fucking love it.
I don't know if I'm gonna change the subject just real quick. And you could say if you agree or not. Tim was saying that I guess he's a new subscriber. He donated to TPE.
Oh, I see.
We don't need donations, man. Just the sub's good enough. We don't need a donation. We don't need that here.
We're not asking for donations. I already got my gathering plans, but
yeah, we don't need that here, dude.
No, I don't even care
if
you guys super chat. We don't need super chats either, because we don't even see that revenue. But I can tell you this: if you want to support Carnival Spirits, we have a web store, and it's on Store Frontier. So if you want to buy a Carnival Spirit shirt, have at it. They're moderately priced, and they're all fucking Lakeland Lunacy fucking gold. And there's way more shirts on the way. Like I only have like half of the designs posted right now. But that's a good way to fucking support Carnival Spirits. You know, I mean, if you want to give us your money, that's fine, but I'm not asking for it. Like, I'd rather you guys rep us, you know, and you know, choose a shirt design that you like and wear it to a show or something. Go do a VIP with ICP wearing a Carnival Spirit shirt and send it to us, and we'll play it on the show. That's dope.
Shit, I haven't been on this channel in a year or two, whatever it's been. So.
Yeah, I know. And we all do this in our spare time. You know, I've been on a hiatus because I've been working on different projects, and I got, you know, a full-time job, and so I didn't have time for it. I've been working on my album, and, you know, when the gathering goes down, That's going to be a much needed vacation. Even though I do plan on filming some stuff, I'm going to be budgeting my time at the gathering, and I'm not going to be filming constantly. I'm also going to have fun, but I'm also going to do my job, and I'm going to get some stuff captured on footage. So probably don't expect like entire sets, but probably expect a lot of clips from more things. You know,
Yeah.
it's the best I can. It's the best I can do. I'm one person, and I got some dope cameras, so I have the ability to capture stuff, and I also have waterproof GoPro, so I'm not afraid of Fago, and I can get up close, and I have the ability to get some good footage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember I was listening to, what is his name? Humble
Among
Us.
Yeah, but Humble Among.
He was talking about, people thought that he was recording his whole like it's really weird to me when people are worried about what others do with their time or money.
I know, right?
Like, what do I care? If he wants to record his own the whole gathering and not experience any of it, okay, cool. Like, it's not gonna bother me.
Also, I hate to point out these annoying facts that there's 24 hours in the day. The gathering's like 4 days long, and his documentary was like 4 hours. So clearly, it wasn't the whole gathering, but it was 4 hours of content that nobody else took the time to do. So you should be thanking him, not criticizing him for fucking doing that. But at the end of the day, it's also I've been criticized, not really online, but by like people in my life who have kind of complained about me always filming at concerts instead of having fun, as if I'm not having fun doing that. You just got to look at it from different perspectives. You know what I mean? There was a time when I went to shows and I was bootlegging it. I was bootlegging the audio, and I had a pretty decent sized collection of concert bootlegs.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before. Like, sometimes I tried to upload it to YouTube, and I got copyright strikes from Bob Dylan music. They do not like you posting that shit. So I was like, all right.
I used to do the same thing with wrestling shows, but then I got to a point where I'm like, I don't know, I just stopped.
Like the man, I just had a brain fart. Hold on.
But yeah, I don't know. Just something happened. I don't like the last wrestling show that I went to. I pulled it out once just to show my position, seat position. That was about it. But
I was just reading the chat. I apologize. I had to drink some water. I've kind of had a dry throat here for a minute, and I got myself some water, but I need to actually drink the shit. All right, now I feel better. So we just blew past the top of the hour mark. I'm not even like in a rush or anything. Are you cool to hang for a bit? I mean, normally if I have somewhere to be, I'm trying to like wrap it up and get to certain points. I got no agenda, so it's cool just chopping it up with you. But if you do need to go, I respect that, and we could call it a night.
I'm chill out for a little bit.
All right, cool. Because I'm enjoying the conversation, and quite honestly, like, we only do this once a week. So since we're here together, let's talk about it. And as excited as I am about Chapter 17 and Ouija Mac and all that, like, I am willing to move on to the next. And let's see, that would be, well, we already talked about light and metamorphosis.
Don't get me fucking started. No.
Yeah, right. All right, let's talk about this, because maybe this is something you have an opinion on. Gotta hit one more button. Killa C drops info on upcoming show and new album. I just didn't know if you fucked with Killa C back in the day and were interested in his comeback.
It's funny. I remember listening to him and actually Dark Half. I found out. So I used to have an Xbox 360 back in the day, and it had this. We didn't even call them apps. Like there wasn't. I don't even think it was called apps at the time, but let's call it an app. It was called Last FM. And basically it was like Pandora. Like you put in an artist and it plays like-minded artists. And I had found him and Dark Half through that app on the Xbox 360.
Right. I mean,
so I used to listen to him back in the day, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, he's had an interesting career, and I'm not qualified to like tell his story because I haven't followed his shit very closely. But I know that he like left the music scene, and I think he's like a school teacher. I think he's like a kindergarten teacher.
like religious and Christian.
Yeah,
he
may have also done what Mars with a Z did and became like a Christian rapper. Maybe I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on that. But look, he's got this new album called Superman, Good Medicine. It looks to me as if it's on some positive spiritual shit. So that seems about right. You know, I feel like I'm actually curious about this. I was a big fan of Killa C when he was fucking with Liquid Assassin. Remember Grave Plot?
Yeah.
That's
called Superman.
I can't read. Superman. It says Good Medicine though. And I see that like native war chief, like all the feathers and that's interesting. You know, yeah, it looks interesting to me. So anyways, you know, this was back in March, just something that was announced that I was kind of not paying attention to. What else do I got here? I mean, we already talked about Scott Hall passing away. That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
I want to bring this up because I feel like this is deja vu. I feel like I've heard about ABK talk about this before, but he really does have an album called Always Bringing Knowledge, which is, you know, giving the initials ABK multiple meanings, right? Not just anybody killer, but now also always bringing knowledge.
You know, it's funny that you said this before bringing let me stop real quick. So it's weird that you bring this up because I forget you were saying something about ABK, and while you were saying that, I don't know if it was on Facebook, but so I used to follow ABK and I don't think I did anything, but he used to like live stream, and I just haven't heard nothing from him in a while, unless I'm out of the loop. I don't know, it's possible, but I haven't heard shit from him in a while. So this is kind of a surprise.
Oh, Nobody Man to the Rescue says Superman is another artist. So there you go. It's not an album title. It's Superman and Killa C.
Oh, okay.
Because I guess that might be the show flyer. You know, that's what I'm saying is I'll get this shit wrong because I don't know what I'm talking about. But it piqued my interest, you know. I just seen this shit. Welcome to Twitch, YouTubers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Oh shit, are we on Twitch also?
Yeah, we're on Twitter.
Oh shit.
We're on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and well, that's it right now. So, but that's enough. That's actually like more than adequate. I think YouTube and Facebook are the two primary spots. Like I can see how many people are watching, but I think it's a combine of everyone. I think it's mostly YouTube. I could be wrong. I do know people watch from Facebook though, because I see their comments in my group. If you guys want to join the Facebook group, it's BeastMasteR was here. And content in there is typically shared from the BeastMaster page, which is typically shared from BeastMaster Instagram. And I'm only just now starting to fuck with Twitter again. But I would say moving forward after the gathering and whatnot, like there will be content in the Facebook group that isn't available on those other public profiles, because the Facebook group is private, because it's because once you make a Facebook group private, you can't make it public again. And I did not know that when I made it private. So I kind of fucked myself where I can't make it public anymore. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But whatever. I mean, I guess I could abandon it and make a new group, or I could just keep using that group and it's fucking for your eyes only. So if you're down with me and you're on Facebook, you can join it. I'll let you in. It's just, I can't make it public. And I fucked up because I didn't realize that it was forever. They got weird policies and shit. All right, let's see. ABK always bringing knowledge. I mean, do we even bother talking about ICP's Discord and ICP network? I mean, all that's kind of, it was newsworthy, but it's kind of over now.
I was listening to one of the podcasts. They asked about it. Shaggy said it's in hiatus for a little bit, so who knows how long that is. I want to say maybe till what, Halloween or Christmas or some shit. Who knows?
I'm gonna have to check this out because I see Oswald Patton Oswald. You know, they're making juggalo jokes. I need to hear them. I like that dude. Have you ever seen his stand-up, or have you ever seen him like go on rants about Star Wars? That guy's cool shit. He is a super nerd, and I enjoy when I see him on screen. He's in movies too. Like I'm a fan of that guy.
Yeah, I would definitely check it out.
So I didn't know that he was on a podcast. I can't tell if this is his podcast or if he's a guest, but I'll definitely check that episode out.
I don't know. I'm just guessing, but by the way that I'm reading it, I think it's both of them.
Okay. Like that's his co-host.
Yeah, like they're together.
Meredith. That's what's up. All right. Well, since it is getting late, I don't know. I guess I'll let the fucking audience decide. Would you guys like us to keep going a little longer, or are you guys sick of us? Let us know in the chat if you want, like, you know, bonus extra content today, because I could actually end it here and be content. It was a fun conversation with Humble Among, and I just have so many articles saved from the past 4 months that, you know, we could just keep doing this for hours, but I don't think. All right, so far we got 2. We got 1, 2. Keep going, stay on, go to bed, fuckers. So 2-1. You guys want us to keep it going? It's fire up to y'all. That's basically like you don't want to vote. So. You've been on for 4 hours. It's up to you. You're chilling. Well, if you're chilling, we're chilling. Let me pull up the next article.
How about we go to the half-hour mark?
10 more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. That'll give us enough time to look at one more article, make a special announcement, and play a song for the night. All right. Then I'm going to show this one. Let's see. Because maybe you got something you can tell me about this. This is recent.
Okay. I do know who Max Caster is, but I don't watch AEW.
No.
His gimmick, I don't even really watch it enough. So I do know that he raps when he comes to the stage or the arena, the ring, whatever you want to call it.
So is that his gimmick? He's a rapper and he's calling out juggalos? Like what?
No, I'm clearly he doesn't have the courage to put his money in. Okay, so I'm gonna take a long shot and guess that maybe he's a juggalo, because see, whenever because Danhausen. Okay, so Danhausen's this stupid fucking wrestler. I don't like him. I think he's fucking retarded, but whatever.
Oh, so okay, I get it. And that's all it is.
He kind of paints his face, and I forgot somebody explained it. Like his gimmicks, like if God damn it, what's his name? He was like a talk show host with the hair.
Conan O'Brien.
Conan, yeah. Somebody said that he's like, if Conan O'Brien like painted his face and acted like a vampire. I don't know. Anyway, but what I was gonna say is, I'm guessing maybe he's a juggalo, but I guess he's referencing, and that even could still be true. Maybe he is a juggalo.
Well,
because even though Danhausen paints his face, he could just say something about Sting. I don't know.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I like when juggalos get referenced in wrestling and shows, TV. You know, I dig that shit.
But also, Colt Cabana is part of AEW, as far as I know, still. So maybe he kind of knows about juggalos through him. Maybe he's a juggalo. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spin the wheel just so I know what song to queue up. You know what I mean?
I might have to go watch that.
Yeah, well, that's why I brought it up, because I figured you probably at least know who the wrestlers are, where I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know. It's more politics, like. Just like there's politics in the underground right now, there's politics in wrestling. I stopped watching AEW for a while.
Can I tell you something funny?
Yeah.
Because earlier in the show we were talking with Humble Among about REM and how they got a song called Lotus.
Oh,
and, And I mentioned how REM fucked with KRS-One back in the early 90s.
That kind of surprised me.
Yeah, and like that crossover of hip hop and rock, you know, wasn't so common. But a lot of my favorite bands were doing it. Like Aerosmith collaborating with Run DMC was dope. I was a fan of like Anthrax. You know, where they got this EP called Attack of the Bees, and they did a song with Public Enemy. Anyways, the Judgment Night soundtrack was like a meld of rock and rap, with a ton of bands that working together, like shit like Cypress Hill and Pearl Jam and shit like that. So, but anyway, what I'm trying to say is fucking the REM community, like today, there are, just like in the Juggalo community, there are groups, there are pages, there are gatekeepers. I mean, I'm telling you, like I've been following some of these groups and pages for so long now that I see who's in charge, and you know, it's very similar to like the outspoken juggalos that run, you know, profiles and groups and just have this like omnipresence, you know, on social media. There's the same thing going on with different artists, and there's a community of REM fans that, you know, share their love of REM all the time and you know, always comment on the new postings, the happenings, because these guys are still performing artists and they work with other bands, and so basically these groups follow the members of REM in their current projects. So Peter Buck has projects, Mike Mills has projects, right? Everything Michael Stipe does with photography and music, it's being talked about in these groups. Why am I bringing this up? Because I seen some shit that made me laugh. Okay, juggalos are not that unique in the fact that when your favorite band releases like an anniversary album, like the 25th anniversary re-release of this or that, right? And then they put in like extra bonus material, and it's like outtakes, cutting room floor, remixes, you know, Forgotten Freshness stuff, Halla Wicked stuff. Like ICP has done a good job of doing that, you know, with the Great Malenko. They did it. I mean, I'm just saying, sometimes people complain about the releases, okay?
Right.
This shit happens in the REM community. They just started promoting the 40th anniversary of their debut album, which was more like an EP. It's kind of like the dog beats of REM.
Oh,
okay? Because REM did have a debut full-length album, which would be the equivalent of their Carnival of Carnage, and that's called Murmur. But before Murmur, there was a smaller independent album that they put out, which would be the equivalent of their dog beats, and it's called Chronic Town. This album is so rare, it was never made available for purchase on its own. Much like Dog Beats in the early 90s, and you know, or in the 90s and 2000s, like until they re-released it at the Gathering as a CD, like you couldn't get your hands on that shit, you know what I mean? So anyways, REM puts out the 40th anniversary of Chronic Town and make it available for purchase in the form of CD by itself for the first time. Because before that, you could only get it if you bought like basically the equivalent of a Forgotten Freshness. REM has a Forgotten Freshness album. It's called Dead Letter Office. And at the end of the Forgotten Freshness, they put Chronic Town, which is their debut EP.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like how ICP put out, I forget which one it was, but they had Forgotten Freshness. And then at the end, they put all their Halla Wicked tracks. It was like 4 or 5. And let me tell you something. Like, this is how much I just don't give a fuck. Because, man, I love my favorite bands, but sometimes the fan base is so fucking petty. And I see grown men who are probably in their 50s and 60s, and they're bitching and complaining that there's no extra content, that there's no bonus material, that the 40th anniversary re-release of the Chronic Town debut of REM, their favorite band, is just a simple re-release of the album as is with zero extra content. And it's more than just like one person in one group. It's like the whole community of loyal, old school, hardcore, like baby boomers or whatever the fuck they are. Like, you know, they're so fucking butthurt. There's like fucking it's just the funniest thing ever. It just reminds me of like, you know, when the Missing Link pre-orders weren't showing up, or or just like when anyone is feeling an album is lackluster, and or you know they're like, dude, this ain't shit. Like, you know, any type of fucking animosity towards someone who is only trying to fucking entertain you, but they're not doing it right. And you know, so the estate or the, you know, whoever is in charge at REM, like the Psychopathic Records of REM, I don't know what they call themselves, but they didn't care very much to give the fans what they wanted. There was like a lack of, they didn't read the room, because the fans are so, they want that extra content so fucking much. You have to understand, REM has been giving their albums that treatment for 25 and 30 year anniversaries of Out of Time, Automatic for the People.
Yeah.
My favorite album is called New Adventures in Hi-Fi, and you know it came out in 1996, and they re-released it, and they didn't have any bonus features on it at all, except they did have a bundle with merch, with like memorabilia, and there was bonus content, and there was like a DVD of shit, but it just didn't have bonus songs, you know. So it's like my favorite album. I wanted to support it, so I bought it on vinyl. Like, I'm a happy camper, all right? this re-release, 40th anniversary of REM's first album, like everyone that's mad that they're not getting this and that and all these extra frills, I get it. But I'm a newer fan. You know, like I was like 3 years old when that album came out.
Right.
So do I give a fuck? No. It's probably like a new school juggalo today, you know, in their attitude towards the first deck that came out before they were born. You know, I can't relate with a ninja like that because I'm older, but I can with other bands because I got into Black Sabbath in the early 90s when they were already broken up. That's like getting into Dark Lotus now.
Yeah,
they all broke up and being like, yo, I just discovered this fucking awesome music. It's called Dark Lotus. I mean, they're not together anymore. They're all separate and they do different stuff. But when they were together, they made this fucking classic album and they did this and they did that. But now today they're all doing different stuff. It's the same shit when I discovered Ozzy, because Ozzy was solo. And Tony Iommi and Bill Ward and all them, they were doing their own thing. They had Black Sabbath still, you know? I've seen like artists have fallouts before. I watched it happen live I watched it happen in real time with Guns N' Roses. They were cool, they fell out. And then years later they came back together. It happens.
Yeah.
Motley Crue, same thing. Vince Neil falls out. Nikki Sixx hires a new fucking artist to be the singer. They put out an album in 94, self-titled album, John Corabi, decent singer, songwriter, guitar player, good contributor to the band. Not really the classic Motley Crue sound that you know. I got into Motley Crue during the Dr. Feelgood era. You know, I wasn't around for the early shit. I was too young, okay? But when I was a teenager and I heard Dr. Feelgood, I fell in love with that shit. So what was the next thing Motley Crue did after I fell in love with their music? They fucking broke up and kicked Vince Neil out. So what am I supposed to do? Like, pick a side? No, man. I followed Vince Neil's solo career and I followed Motley Crue like a fucking G because I'm not petty like that, you know? It's not my feud. Vince Neil and Motley Crue, or Vince Neil and Nikki Sixx are adults that are allowed to have a falling out, and then they can make peace and make music again in 97 and fucking flip everyone's wigs. And I was happy about it because I liked it. But even though, you know, people didn't really like the reunion album as much, Generation Swine is dope. It's got, again, like REM, they put in like digital, like, you know, fucking drum machines and stuff, and they experimented. I like it when bands experiment. Panic, when Megadeth experimented and put out Risk, of course all the old heads are gonna hate it. But as a young teenager, I was like, damn, they're like not afraid to be influenced by, you know, bands outside of heavy metal like Fleetwood Mac. It's fucking like respect, you know? So while I'm being open-minded over here, listening to all these bands that had maybe their prime, it's behind them now, right? Aerosmith past their prime. Ozzy past his prime. Everybody past their prime. What am I falling in love with at the same time? ICP, in their fucking prime. So, you know, if they're past their prime today, so be it. But the way I was a fan of artists back as a young kid with artists that were already past their prime was kind of like, you know, I'm just thankful that they're still around making music while I'm alive to see it, because no one's promised tomorrow. Tom Petty was taken from us too soon. I was lucky to see him live a few times.
Yeah.
Dude, never again. Never again. And he was one of the GOATs. Okay? That's how I feel about ICP. They're GOATs in their lane. I'm here for it. I'm here to celebrate it. With y'all, without y'all, I don't give a fuck. Let the door hit you on the way out. It's your decision. You know what I mean? But otherwise, let's fucking enjoy this shit while we're here, man. That's it. That's my fucking motto. You know? Don't take it for granted, because it won't be here forever.
Yep.
Ozzy Osbourne dropped a song recently But the last I heard of him, he was like having surgeries and like got health issues. And, you know, I worry about my favorite artist, but at the same time, I got to also put myself first and trust that they're taking care. You know, hopefully everybody's living healthy and not fucking pulling any fucking Ouija Mac, fucking Dark Planet, fucking I'm gonna kill myself and
I didn't even
album afterwards.
Know about that shit.
Fuck weird. All that. You know, like how about let's all live to be, you know, fucking on the rocking chair, streaming from the rocking chair on the front porch and, you know, telling kids to get off our lawn. I just, you know, right now, maybe that's just because I have a very clear understanding of how I want to enjoy my life, you know, moving forward. It's, you know, goals are clear, you know, so I actually have so many fucking goals that, you know, half of them won't get accomplished ever because I just can't do everything I want to do. But why am I holding myself back? You know what I mean? Like I got to show up for myself more, and you know, and that's what I've been trying to do this year. So I'm not always optimistic. I fall in ruts all the time, but honestly, music is what picks me up out of it. So that's it's always going to be where I'm at. It's where the music's at, you know? Yep. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, let me spin the wheel. Let's find out what song we're playing tonight. Fuck it. This is the remainder of the BeastMasteR tracks that have not yet been featured on an album. On an album. I'm so tired of talking. Songs that haven't been played on an episode of the show so far. Dope. Retroactive. I can't believe that one hasn't been played yet. That's kind of suspicious because I guess it's just because that's one of my earliest songs. Retroactive, the bars on that song are some of the earliest BeastMasteR raps, you know, like they were written years prior to being recorded. And on that album, there were songs that were written, you know, for that album. But that song was like, you know how like on Most Tasteless, Twisted had stuff that was left over from House of Crazies, and they I'd say Retroactive is like the stuff I had that I was like, all right, I'm putting an album out. I got to include this stuff that I've made, my early stuff. And so I'm going to play this for you. It's I'm super proud of it. I believe Ra the Sun God is the one you hear on the hook. So it's not me on the hook. And I didn't write that hook. He provided that hook and made the song 10 times better. And I will say the reason I equate this song to like say a House of Crazy song on Most Tasteless is because some of those songs on Most Tasteless are recycled. You know what I mean? From like, and they took the ROC's verse off. You know what I mean? And they put it out as Twisted, but really it used to be like Bones, Hectic, and the ROC.
Yeah.
This song Retroactive is made up of verses that were actually on songs prior. So it was like two different songs I made, and then I combined them together to make this newer song. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
And so I had made a couple songs with Wayne the Pain, and but when it came down to making my album, those were older tracks, and because those verses were, you know, I really wanted to include them, and I was just learning how to record, you know, so I had gotten much better at it, and they needed to be re-recorded, you know. I felt like they were worthy of given that special treatment. So the song's pretty special to me. The fuck? I just searched for it and it didn't even come up. Funny. Let me try it this way. Wow, it's not even showing up on YouTube when I search for it by title. That's crazy. Well, I can find it by going to the BeastMasteR Facebook page. I know it's there. Okay, so I can put the screen up. Let's see here. Here we go. Thanks for hanging on with me here. Okay, so this is my my personal channel. You guys should go subscribe to it if you want to hear my music. And my album is on here. My album doesn't get plays on YouTube. It's on Spotify though. Here's Retroactive. I'm gonna play this shit, so I can't mute myself, but we'll let this song play out and then we'll call it a night, man. Panic, thanks for joining me.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you. And everybody else in the chat, I want to remind you that next week we're going to be going live on the 17th, which is a Sunday instead of Saturday. We're doing that because for two reasons. One, because it's the 17th. And two, because I have plans on Saturday. I can't do the show on Saturday. So we're doing the show on Sunday next week. And then after that, we're going back to Saturdays. Cool. All right, here we go. Let's see. Make this a little bigger. All right, here we go.
Stalk my enemy like prey. Stalk my enemy like prey. Stalk my enemy like prey. Stalk my enemy like prey.
Victim of breakneck economy, I'm breaking free. Last generation technology, key to everlasting prosperity. Ignorant abuse of petrochemical society. The ghetto done swallowed you up. Sleepwalk in the fog, chalk it up as a loss. Never get caught or never talk. Government cover-ups, awkward silence. Guns, drug money, and racial profiling. Fighting to survive, want a slice of the pie, but too many damn people want to eat with their eyes. Yo, you're just in time, the sky's about to open up. Ain't no escaping no man's land, you're fucked. You can die in your sleep overnight from a flesh wound, or maybe not, but you'll be fighting off death soon. I've been stuck inside and locked outside, been stabbed in the back one time too many, now I trust nobody.
Put it in there when you're burned up like Freddy's face. Gotta grab my fucking hockey mask and machete blade. I've been killing this all day, every day. Cut your skin off and I wear it, call me Leatherface. I cut your fucking skin off and I wear it as a mask when I stitch it to my face. I got a body in the trunk, I got one in the passenger seat, and that's my day.
The human animal likes to be in control, and the clean slate rule doesn't even exist no more. Out the cut, back up against the wall, you don't want to be a target. Think like a warrior who's satisfied with the status quo. Self-critical catch-all, it's a fucking jungle. I keep my friends close and my enemies closer, and every one of them's looking like death warmed over. There's a fine line between parasite and innocent until proven otherwise. Somebody drops a dime. No one's closer to you than yourself. It's too easy blaming everybody else. Like a warrior standing up for the unfortunate. You bite the hand that feeds, that's what you fucking get. And there's a parallel universe you're not even aware of, and it's all man-made bullshit you're scared of.
Put it in there when you're burned up like Freddy's face. Gotta grab my fucking hockey mask and machete blade. I've been killing this all day, every day. Cut your skin off and I wear it, call me Leatherface. I cut your fucking skin off and I wear it as a mask when I stitch it to my face. I got a body in the trunk, I got one in the passenger seat, and that's my day.
Unnatural chemicals causing medical miracles. The Prince of Darkness influences are unmistakable. Preoccupied with patterns that I see in my skull when I roll my eyes back into the instrumentals. Yo, this is how we punish it. Blow them up and pillage them under my thumb. I'm enthused by the medium. I get so excited that I bite off my tongue. Then I metallic up my lyrics with a prosthetic lung. Sometimes I go Pantera crazy, but that's just how the manufacturer made me. Unwelcome visitors take no prisoners. An army of mini-me's, all Beastmasters. Attack with razor sharp grills and appetites on the drop of a dime. Controlled by satellites. Fucking cyborg, mutant, hybrid, human predators. Men and women alike, all murderers.
Put it in there when it burned up like credit space. Gotta grab my fucking hockey mask and my machete blade. I've been killing this all day, every day. Cut your skin off and I wear it, call me Leatherface. I cut your fucking skin off and I wear it as a mask when I stitch it to my face. I got a body in the trunk, I got one in the passenger seat, and that's my day. I cut your fucking skin off and I wear it as a mask when I stitch it to my face. I got a body in the trunk, I got one in the passenger seat, and that's my day.
All right, we made it to the end of the show. I will see you guys next week. I'm definitely ready to chill now, take this grill out and relax. So, I have a lot of fun doing this. So I sincerely thank y'all for checking in, for leaving comments. Any sharing, any thumbs up on the videos, whatever platform you're watching it, all appreciated. It's super helpful because that's how this shit gets viewed, seen, shares, likes, the algorithm. You got to feed the monster. You know what I mean? And you guys are the shit. Some of y'all have been tuning in every fucking week. Some of you pop in because you want to see the art, the special features of the episode. I hope you keep coming back. I'm going to keep bringing special guests, and we're going to do this again at least 3 more times before we gather. And then afterwards, you'll probably expect to see some gathering review episodes. And we're gonna fucking keep it going. So. Much love, motherfuckers. Take it easy. I'll check you later. And again, leave me feedback. I know we talked about a shit ton of stuff. So, whatever it is that you got on your mind, let it on out. Let it on out. Say all the things. Tell me what's up. If you're gathering, let us know. Would love to see you at the podcasting event. Going down Wednesday, high noon. First day of the gathering, high noon. Shadowland tent. The Shadowland tent is where it's at on Wednesday. They got Dead Canvas art battle happening there at like 8 p.m. There's a bunch of things happening at the Shadowland tent on Wednesday, like podcasting, art battle. But after Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there ain't shit happening at the Shadowland tent. Like, I think unofficially there's going to be some parties there, some barbecues there, but it's not on the timeline. If you look at the gathering timeline, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to look at the gathering timeline. I hope y'all are excited about that. The episode that I do where we talk about the timeline is going to be fun as shit. But there's one thing you don't see on that timeline is anything in the Shadowland tent after Wednesday. So kind of makes it easy to remember. Shadowland tent, high noon. When? The only day that anything's happening there. The first day. So everyone who's all partied out after parking lot partying for 5 days, without any sleep and shit, y'all ain't going to be there. So don't even front. You won't be awake at noon. This is for early risers, people who are going to be awake. Yeah, but it'll be captured on film. It'll be captured on film by myself because it is a podcasting event. I'm going to show up and I'm going to do my pod, just like everyone else. I can't wait to see what everyone else does. So we're going to talk about all that. We're going to get into all that. We got 3 weeks to get into all that. But next week being the 17th of the month, I mean, just out of fucking respect for the number 17, we're going to have an extra special episode next week. between that and a gathering episode, I think BeastMaster show is going to be mighty fun in July. I only came here to have fun, so miss me with the drama. And I don't know. Word to your mama. End it with a rhyme. Panic, you got any last words?
Nah.
All right. All right. Well, then I'll check you later. And also, always remember to fuck the fuck off, motherfuckers. See ya.